Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of tabling in both official languages the report from the Office of the Correctional Investigator on the case of Matthew Ryan Pins, pursuant to Standing Order Section 183 of the CCRA.
In conjunction with the aforementioned special report, the responses from the Correctional Services of Canada in both official languages.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
To table, pursuant to Section 150 of the Financial Administration Act, in both official languages, the 2016 annual report of the Canada Post Corporation.
Well done. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 23rd report, entitled Report 6, First Nations Specific Claims of the Fall 2016 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada, and the 24th report, entitled Report 1, the Beyond the Border Action Plan of the Fall 2016 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the great honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, entitled Protecting Canadians and Their Rights, a New Roadmap for Canada's National Security. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Conservative Party, Canada's official opposition, and I have the honour to table a dissenting report which is in response to the Honourable Member's report. Our report is entitled, There Can Be No Liberty Without Security. Unfortunately, while the study aforementioned of the National Security Framework was an opportunity to examine ways to make our laws work better so that Canadians are safer, the government Liberals chose to focus on ways to handcuff our security services and take away necessary powers. For this reason, amongst others, the Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security could simply not support the report as tabled.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Main Estimates 2017-18, Vote 1 under Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, Votes 1, 5 and 10 under Department of the Environment, and Votes 1 and 5 under Parks Canada Agency.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétition
Presenting petitions.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present today a petition that has been signed by hundreds of Canadians protesting and asking for action against ISIS, given their atrocities committed to the Yazidi people. This petition recognizes that asks the government to recognize that the Islamic State, or ISIS, has committed genocide, and it asks for action both at the International Criminal Court level and for support of victims of genocide. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a very worthy cause, and I congratulate the organizers of this petition on bringing awareness to such atrocities and such an important issue for the world to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to present a petition on behalf of retired Master Corporal Colin Fitzgerald. In 2007, Colin was awarded the Medal of Military Valor for helping wounded comrades in a burning vehicle under enemy fire in Afghanistan. Colin was recognized for his incredible bravery and heroism on the battlefield. However, unfortunately, he has faced a second battle since returning home to Canada. Mr. Speaker, Colin is one of many veterans who have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, something he has struggled with for many years. Colin's story is one of a military hero who has returned home to later face charges he claims are a result of his PTSD. Luckily, he is supported by friends and family to help him through these difficult times. His story has inspired hundreds of Canadians to sign a petition which calls on this House to do three things. First, to hold an independent inquiry into his 27-month prosecution. Second, to determine how to right the wrong by overhauling the relationship between the police and the Crown Attorney. And third, to compensate thousands of unjustly accused Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today in regards to the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee, which was created to ensure that views of Canadians be heard when changes are considered to firearm policies, laws and regulations, and that the committee, including firearms experts and representatives of the gun industry in Canada, advise the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness of those views when considering these items. The majority of the new membership of the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee, announced on March 3, 2017, has either publicly stated that they are in favour of stricter gun control or are in fact members of the Coalition for Gun Control. Only 2 members of this committee have a firearms background. Law-abiding target shooters, hunters, trappers, and farmers and collectors want increased representation on the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee and so have presented this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate be not further adjourned.
Madam Chagar, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the Chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Honorable Député de Louis Saint
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
You have a question, Louis Saint Laurent? You have a question? You're on. Go ahead and ask a question. Yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise up today. And what we want to know is exactly what was the purpose of the decision by the government, because we are talking about the protection of the right of the people who have been elected by the Canadian to defend their policies, to defend their people. We belong to our constituent, we belong to our group of people who voted for us, but we also belong to all people that we represent in our riding. But now, today, we consider it as a threat to our duty. So why the government is doing that today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the honourable member's question. We recognize that this is a very serious issue. That's why we've been discussing it. We've discussed it for 6 days, including today's debate and discussion. It will be 7 days. We are supportive, as I believe all members in this place are supportive. Members of Parliament should have full access to this place, including the entire parliamentary precinct. It's an issue we take very seriously, and we believe the committee should do its work and definitely study this issue to sort out why it took place and to ensure that it never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, Outremont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're in a situation that's unique in our Parliament's history. The Speaker has already ruled that a first government attempt by this majority Liberal government to put a stop to this debate around our privileges, the Speaker already overturned that first attempt. So the Speaker is doing his job of defending our rights and privileges. Today, the Liberal Government House Leader is repeat offending, standing up and hoping to take a substantive debate on a question of privilege involving the member for Beauce and the member for another riding. Both were prevented from exercising their right or fettered in their access to exercise their right to vote. These issues are integral to the history of our institution. Today, this is unprecedented for a government to attempt to muzzle all of Parliament on a question of privilege by saying what they think the true privilege is. And they're talking about the privilege of the majority to steamroll and run roughshod over the minority. It's the Prime Minister's privilege to send an empty motorcade of official vehicles to block elected officials attempting to come here to vote on the most important piece of legislation, the budget. That's what we're dealing with here today. So I have this question for the person who represents herself here as the representative of the majority, the Liberal majority. Is she not ashamed of the behavior of her government, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, repeatedly, this government has affirmed that it supports this question of privilege. Rest assured that this important issue will become the PROC Committee's priority. We know it's a very important issue. I think the committee needs to do its job, needs to do its work to ensure that this type of incident doesn't recur. Members need to be able to do their jobs, and we can discuss this issue at committee, and we support everything that members have said. I think we can work better together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's troubling, and I would agree with my colleague from Outremont, what's troubling is that this government, Liberals don't seem to learn from their past mistakes. And it's hard to know if it's blatantly arrogance, and that's what it seems to be, just unbelievable arrogance, that they can repeat the same controlling behavior in this House time and time again, and they have this attitude that they can just get away with it. And we certainly recognize, they have the majority, and they are going to bully their way through everything that they want to do. Now, we have just learned, Mr. Speaker, that our opposition day that we were supposed to have this week is now, from what we're hearing, not going to happen. We have been preparing. We have very few days to bring things forward, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, and now the government is shamefully telling us that we can't have an opposition day. I think they're afraid of what might be happening on that opposition day, and so once again, they're arrogantly bullying their way through this House, pushing their agenda through. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable, and I'm wondering how long this is going to go on. This dysfunctional Parliament is going to continue because of the terrible mistakes and the terrible judgment of that Prime Minister and these Liberals.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a question of privilege. As I have said, as many members have said in the government benches, that we support this question. We believe that committees should be studying this. We recognize that members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place so that they can do the important work that they are elected to do. We agree with the opposition that the committee should make it a priority. We support the sub-amendment. We have said this time and time again. We have studied and we've had discussion on this issue, including today, for 7 days, Mr. Speaker. We know that there's very important work here. When it comes to the privilege of members of Parliament, something we take very seriously. We are saying we support what the opposition is saying. We are saying let's work better together. I don't believe we need to resort to name-calling. I believe we all have a responsibility when it comes to the way we function in this place. I believe we all have a responsibility to work in the best interest of all Canadians. I have always kept my door open, and I will continue to do so. I will always encourage conversation. I say let the committee do its work, and that's why we're supporting the question. We're supporting the amendment, including the sub-amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I think it's very important to remember what the debate is about. That's access to the Hill. Now, I was a staffer when I watched Yvonne Gaudin get stopped from crossing the road to get to a vote a few years ago. I think it's really important that this gets to Proc to have a discussion to figure out how to solve the problem so this stops happening. How important does the Minister consider it to be to get this thing out of here and into the committee where we can study and resolve the problem? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think it's actually very important to allow the committee to be able to study it, to ensure that we can see what happened, they can actually examine evidence and make sure that this does not happen again. Every member of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place. This is an important issue that has been raised in the House. We take it very seriously, and we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. The way to do that is by allowing the committee to do its work so that it can report back here to ensure it is not repeated. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To understand what's going on here today. 338 people representing every region of this country were elected to come here and represent 35 million Canadians. The most essential thing that we do is we vote. We vote on motions. That's how we make things progress in this House. It has to do with refining and modernizing our laws. It has to do with budgets. These are essential things in our democracy. Now, unlike the American system where there is a real separation between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, our executive sits on the front bench. That gives them enormous power over everything that happens in this place. What we are seeing today with the use of closure to shut down debate on a question of privilege is an abuse of power by the executive. But it goes beyond that, because the essential question here is one that we raised a couple of years ago when the RCMP was being brought into the House of Commons, which they were never allowed to do in the past. You see, after the shooting in the fall of 2014, there was a big scuffle trying to figure out how we change security here on the Hill. There was a fundamental mistake that was made. And right now, instead of being protected by the services of the legislative branch, services that are under the orders of the executive branch are now taking over what happens here in the Parliament of Canada. That's a fundamental breach, and it's a fundamental error, and it is at the root of what happened here. It's the Prime Minister's personal RCMP motorcade leaving Parliament Hill empty that blocked all right of parliamentarians to come and vote on that most fundamental question, a budget. That's what this is about. So I repeat the question that I asked earlier to the government House Leader, using her majority today to shut down the right of parliamentarians to raise this very essence of privilege. Does she not understand what privilege is, why it exists? It exists to guarantee and protect our right to speak and vote. It's fundamental.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the honourable member to know that I understand very well what the question is, and that's exactly why we take it very seriously. What I can't understand, though, Mr. Speaker, is why not allow this important issue to go to committee? Why is the opposition filibustering such an important issue that should go to committee? And the member seems to be concerned that he will not get his vote. Of course he'll get his vote. That's why we are here. We will vote on this important issue. We will ensure that the committee has the ability to be able to study this important issue. Every member of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place. I have said that. Colleagues have said that. We can all agree. Mr. Speaker, I say once again, we support this going to committee. We support the amendment. We support the sub-amendment, and it's exactly what the member is asking for. What we are saying, let the committee do its important work. Why not let it move on so that the committee can actually determine what took place? The member seems to believe that he knows every single thing, but you know what? The committee can do very important work by studying what took place. And I think the committee should do its
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the Honourable Government House Leader over the heckling. I hope you keep it down a bit. The Honourable Government House Leader, did you have another question, or did you want to continue? No? You're good. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government House Leader says that she understands the issue. She says that she supports this going to Proc. And in fact, in response to the member from Outremont, she just said that he will have his vote. But the problem was, we should have been voting on this previously. But her government shut down and killed the first question of privilege. Never before in Canadian parliamentary history, in nearly 150 years, has a government so blatantly killed a question of privilege before this House as they did in this case.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, during the course of the intervention by my honourable colleague, the government House Leader, I distinctly heard the leader of the New Democratic Party exclaim, "Where's the organ grinder?" And I would like to invite him to clarify those comments, please.
We'll check Hansard and see if anybody else heard that, and maybe we'll get that, get back to you and get back to the honourable leader of the NDP. The honourable member for Perth Wellington, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the real question is, who is pulling the string? It's the PMO. It's the PMO who's choreographing this whole thing. In fact, the Deputy Liberal whip tried a procedurally flimsy method to self-direct the committee to study the procedure, rather than taking the time-honored precedent of having a motion referred to by this House. This House is supreme in this matter. So the minister says that she wants to see this go to committee. But I ask her again, why did she kill the original motion?
Honourable Government House.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition might choose to play games with such an important issue. It's an issue that we take very seriously. We're talking about access by a member of Parliament in the House of Commons. We're talking about possibly a member not being able to make it to the House to vote. Voting in this place is very important, Mr. Speaker. And when members, regardless of the side that they stand on, bring in such important issues, we need to ensure that those issues are looked at. And the place to do that is Proc. And just like the opposition has asked to make it a priority at Proc, we are agreeing with. I support wholeheartedly that members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place. It is their right, it is their duty to be able to represent their constituents in this place. What we are saying is let Proc do the work they need to do. Let them study this important issue. Let's ensure it doesn't happen again. Members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place, and if that was not the case, we need to know why, and we need to do something about it. This government is about action, and we will take action to ensure that does not ever happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to direct my comments to the government House Leader. I'm in my 5th Parliament, and I can't tell you how many times we've already dealt with this issue at Proc. And every time we hear it won't happen again, and yet it does. Now, we understand that when there's an emergency security issue, particularly if we're dealing with guests from another country, important guests, we get that. But what we've asked and what has been ignored is that in the planning of these events and the planning of anything that is extraordinary here on the Hill, that we have asked that there be a plan to take into account the constitutional, not traditional or a nice little habit that we have, our constitutional right to have access to this place, for the simple reason that if a notorious government wanted to usurp our democracy, then all they have to do is lock us in our offices and hold the vote. So it's clear in the Constitution that every member of Parliament has unfettered access to this place. Now, we've been told, Speaker, that the security people will take these things into account in the future. And I don't know, to one degree or another, I would take them at their word. I expect they do. But it is insufficient And we have gone through this. And that's why I'm saying I've been through this so many times. So when the Honourable Government House Leader wants to know why we're making a big deal out of this, it's because this is the one opportunity that we have on this side of the House to say our rights are important. And when those rights are abrogated, time and time again, you finally get to the point where you say enough is enough. My question specifically, Speaker, is this. Given what my leader has outlined, the member from Outremont, when he has reminded Canadians that a major institutional shift has happened, that this place used to be sovereign to us, whoever, and by us I don't mean me, I mean whoever has the honor of sitting in the seat of Hamilton Centre and every other riding that's here. Now, it's no longer our security services through our Speaker and our Sergeant-at-Arms. At the end of the day, it's now the government's police service in our House of Commons. Yes, it is. King Charles would love it. My question is this. Since the government now controls 100% our security, and since the government House Leader is saying, send it to Proc so we can solve this, I want an absolute 100% guarantee that the government, because they're now in control of security, not us, they will guarantee that at the end of the work that Proc does, that this won't happen again. I want that assurance from the people who control the security people in here, which is the government through the RCMP, through the commissioner of the RCMP, not us anymore. I want that guarantee. Otherwise, you can understand very clearly, Speaker, why we're doing what we're doing here today.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the words that have come from the honourable member, and I know that he's been in this place a long time, and I appreciate his service, and that's why I'm saying we can do things better in this place. I believe that this system can improve. It's a conversation, a discussion that I've been wanting to have from all members, because I think experience matters, I think new voices matter, I think the public should be part of this conversation to ensure that we are working better in this place. And that is exactly what I've been asking for. When it comes to the issue that we are discussing today, the facts are unclear about what happened. And that's why Proc should study this issue. And there seems to be many other concerns that the member is raising. And I would encourage him to also raise those at Proc so we can revisit these issues to ensure that members of Parliament have unfettered access to this place. And I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we take very seriously. Members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place so that they can do the important work that they are elected to do. We committed to Canadians that their voice would be heard in this place. I sincerely believe that, and I do believe that Proc needs to do this work. We know that in this place, we can keep talking about it, but we will not be able to study it like the Procedure and House Affairs Committee can. And that's why I'm saying, let's let the Procedure and House Affairs Committee do the important work they're doing. When it comes to some of the rule changes, most likely under the previous government, when it comes to the security concerns, I say, let's bring that up with Proc. If we can make this place be better, let's work together in the best interest of Canadians to make this House of Commons more effective, more transparent, and more productive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've had the opportunity to sit on the Proc Committee as a past Proc Committee member where we've actually had to deal with this issue. And I can relay to my colleagues on both sides of the House that typically what happens is every member of this House, all 338 of us, recognize the importance of unfettered access. This government, and particularly the government House Leader, has been very clear on this issue, that it needs to go before PROC. That's in fact what has happened before, Mr. Speaker. PROC, as the Minister has talked about, is best equipped to be able to deal with this issue. My understanding, and I would ask for the Government House Leader to make it perfectly clear to opposition members, and that is that the government supports having this. We will be voting in favour of the sub-amendments, the amendments. We want to see it go to PROC. That is, in fact, what has taken place previously, Mr. Speaker. PROC is the best place in order to resolve this issue. We've seen this dealt with in the past. Yesterday, I was surprised when we would get members, even opposition members, would stand up and say that this is a filibuster. And, Mr. Speaker, I was surprised that you would use a filibuster on such an issue that is so fundamentally important. I appreciate what the member across the way said about unfettered access, and I saw the passion in his speech, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to get this issue resolved. The best place to resolve it is by having it go to PROC. We're voting in favour of it. Maybe the Government House Leader can re-emphasize in terms of just where the government is coming from and why it is we want to see this dealt with as quickly as possible.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the many interventions that my honourable colleague has made during this conversation. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that we take very seriously. All members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place. We need to ensure that PROC is able to study it so that PROC can get to the bottom of it, to figure out exactly what happened. We know that the facts are unclear at the current time, but PROC can actually study it, do the important work they need to do to be able to get to the bottom of the issue, to ensure that it does not happen again. I will repeat that all members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place. The role and responsibility of a member of Parliament is essential to the work that we do here. We believe that when we are representing Canadians, when all of us work together, that we can actually do a better job to represent them. And that's why I always encourage debate. I always encourage all members of Parliament to work better together. What I am saying, we know improvements can be made. Let's work together to ensure at the end of the day, the same common goal each of us has is to represent our constituents, to represent our country. When we work better together, we will all succeed in that endeavour, and that's why I will continue to encourage it. When it comes to this issue, I will repeat that our government will be supporting that this issue be taken to PROC, that it be a priority at PROC. We will be supporting the sub-amendment to ensure that PROC is reporting back in June, just like the opposition has asked. The government is supporting. We support that all members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place to do the important work all members of Parliament do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find myself reluctantly taking part in this discussion because it is truly unprecedented. I find myself agreeing with my colleague from Hamilton Centre to a great degree because he and I spent years together in the Ontario legislature, and now we spend our time here in Canada's Parliament. So in the 20-plus years that I have of parliamentary experience, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that this is an unprecedented debate and an unprecedented discussion, that we could be curtailing the right of members. The Honourable House Leader is correct. We have to take our parliamentary responsibilities seriously. But she says unfettered access to Parliament. But why do we want access to Parliament? We want access to Parliament so that we can speak and we can vote. That's why we're here. And to have access to vote, I'm glad she agrees, but we also need access to speak, Mr. Speaker, including matters of privilege. And she asks, rhetorically perhaps, why won't we want it to go to the committee? Well, because members of the House of Commons want to speak on a matter of privilege. This is one of the most fundamental rights that we have as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. It reminds me of the Seinfeld episode when Jerry was trying to rent a car. And he had difficulty getting his car rental done. And he said to the car rental agent, you know how to take a reservation, but you don't know how to hold the reservation, which is the most important part of the reservation, Mr. Speaker. The honourable members on the government side know how to talk about how we should have parliamentary rights. They just don't let us have those parliamentary rights, which is the most important part of parliamentary rights, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask the honourable member, we're reasonable people, Mr. Speaker. We want to have a discussion with the government on our parliamentary rights and privileges. We wish to have that discussion in a civilized manner that befits the importance of this institution. When will she have a serious conversation, not a rhetorical conversation, not firing off letters to the opposition House leaders? When will she have a serious conversation with us so we can then have a resolution of these issues? Otherwise, we continue to talk about these issues.
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome a serious conversation. I've been asking to have a serious conversation. What's unfortunate is that all members are not willing to have that serious conversation. I do respect some of the work the honourable member has done in this place, in the provincial legislature, within his community. I agree that perhaps there are some members in this place that want to have a real conversation. Some of his own colleagues have admitted that they are filibustering on a question of privilege.
That's right.
We're talking about access to Parliament for members of Parliament. This is serious, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we take seriously. The member might feel that there is something unprecedented taking place. Unprecedented? 7 days of debate on a question of privilege when the government is saying, let it go to PROC. Let PROC study it. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's ensure it doesn't happen again. Unprecedented? The opposition filibustering a question of privilege.
That's right.
That's unprecedented. Every member of Parliament has a responsibility to work in this place together in the best interest of Canadians. That's what we are saying. We will continue to work in the best interest of Canadians. We want to all work better together. I'm encouraging that conversation and to provide confidence to the honourable member. Every time I offer a conversation, my door is open. I'm offering it in good faith, no differently than the discussion paper, offered in good faith. We need all parties to be willing to have those tough conversations. We know there'll be tough conversations. I welcome the opportunity to have them. I believe it is necessary. When it comes to this question that we are talking about today, the government will be supporting the question of privilege because we believe members of Parliament should have unfettered access to this place as well as the parliamentary precinct. We believe that PROC members should be studying this question. We agree with the amendment that it should be a priority for PROC. We agree with the sub-amendment that PROC should have to report back by June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the deliberation on this question and put the question to a vote. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux.
That the debate on the question of privilege not be further adjourned. Yes. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
La question.
The question is the following one.
Madame Chager.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the debate on the question of privilege not be further adjourned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Cécile Chavan.
Mrs. Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifty.
Mr. Shifty.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest,
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dama.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Esassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane,
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Ms. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Ms. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Boutaif.
Mr. Boutaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Verdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Monsieur Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried.
Debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak on this question of privilege, which in fact I had raised originally 3 weeks ago. And it's unfortunate that we must raise this issue today under the threat of guillotine, the threat of a closure guillotine introduced once more by the Liberal government House Leader. And it harkens back to a time many decades ago, 60 years in fact, when a similar issue came before this House, and a similar closure was undertaken by a then Liberal government. In fact, in 1956, a Conservative Member of Parliament by the name of Donald Fleming had this to say of closure in this House. He said, and I quote, "The minority in this House does not speak by leave of the majority. The minority in a free Parliament speaks as of right. What has been done today has been to deprive the minority in this House of their right. Those who have forced closure on this House attempt to create a Parliament in which there is no place for an opposition." And indeed, this is what we see happening. This is what we see happening from this Liberal government. They are attempting to turn this House not into a debating chamber, not to an expression of free expression by all honourable members, but rather a place in which the Liberal executive dominates the legislative branch. Indeed, the quotation I just read came from the 1956 pipeline debate in this chamber, where members of all parties debated vociferously for weeks on end. And in fact, that debate itself ended in a grave question of privilege, one which continues to have ramifications to this very day. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I would dare say that if C.D. Howe were alive today to see the actions being undertaken by this Liberal government, he would blush with shame. Even C.D. Howe would be ashamed of the heavy-handed tactics being undertaken by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, we debate today a question of privilege. The privilege of honourable members of this place to freely attend and to have free movement within the parliamentary precinct. It was a question of privilege I raised not lightly in response to the first question of privilege being killed by the Liberal government. But fundamental, of course, is that we as parliamentarians, we as members of Parliament, we as the duly elected representatives of our constituents are free to debate, are free to speak in this place, and are free to vote and respect the wishes of our constituents. This did not happen on March 22nd, Budget Day. Two members of Parliament, at least two members of Parliament, the members from Beauce and Milton, were denied their right to vote. And the free movement within this place is absolutely essential when the bells are ringing, when we are being called to a vote. And it is a fundamental right which should not be tampered or tempered with. Yet it did. It happened. Two members of Parliament were denied their right to vote in this chamber. Imagine for a minute, two members of Parliament representing 105,000 constituents each, did not have the opportunity to rise in their place, as is their right, and cast their vote. In accordance with the time-honored tradition of this House, those two members immediately, at the first available opportunity, raised the point of order, point of privilege in this House. In the days following, myself, as well as the member from Hamilton Centre, raised more information on this point of privilege in support of the prima facie question of privilege. And indeed, on April 6th of last month, the Speaker correctly ruled that there are sufficient grounds for finding of a prima facie question of privilege. And at that point, and at that time, the Member of Parliament for Milton was indeed invited to move a question of privilege. And debate ensued afterwards. Members at that time rose in their places, shared their thoughts, but no vote was held. Debate was cut off, and the motion itself was killed, with no immediate way of reviving that motion. Indeed, the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert moved a motion. She moved a motion to proceed to orders of the day. This was not an innocent undertaking by the honourable member. It was a direction by the Liberal executive, knowing full well that by moving to orders of the day, this question of privilege would be killed. It would be finished. The Liberal majority in this House, along party lines, voted in favour of killing a question of privilege. They voted in favour of killing the opportunity to discuss the fundamental rights and privileges that were breached on March 22nd within this parliamentary precinct. This did not simply push the matter further down on the order paper. It removed it altogether from the order paper. And to hear the government House Leader this morning, in her place, stand and say, we agree with this question of privilege, we agree that it should go to proc, belies the actions that she and her caucus colleagues undertook on that fateful day when they killed this question of privilege. Never before in Canadian history, never before in Canadian parliamentary history, has such an arrogant course of action been undertaken by a government of any stripe. The Liberal government made history when they did this, and not the type of history that I think they would like to make. Indeed, it was a grave injustice to so recklessly dismiss a question of vital importance that affects all 338 of us who serve in this chamber. But yet is another example of the Liberal government, the Liberal executive, dominating the legislative branch of this place, and in so doing, disregarding the views and the role of the House of Commons and our important role in parliamentary democracy. Indeed, 2 members were denied the right to vote on that day, but by this Liberal government's actions, all 338 members were denied the right to vote. Perhaps it would do well for the Liberal government, the Liberal members across the way, those who do not serve in cabinet, to remember they too are members of this House. They may sit as Liberal MPs, but they are simply members of Parliament like each and every one of us. And their rights too were denied when the Liberal government moved to orders of the day. But then something else happened. The Liberals tried a procedurally flimsy method to get this issue to the Proc Committee. Indeed, the Deputy Whip of the Liberal Party, the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, gave notice of a motion in the Procedure Committee to self-direct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to study this matter. A procedurally flimsy method that is not supported by the mandate of the committee, but nonetheless was attempted to do such. And in fact, that member tried to say that she didn't like the idea of the House directing the study of a committee. She didn't like the idea of the House of Commons directing a timeline for a committee study. And perhaps she, as Deputy Whip of the Liberal Party, may have been mistaken in assuming that committees trump the House of Commons, which is certainly not the case. This House, we as members of Parliament who sit in this House, direct the work of the legislative branch of government, not Liberal Party, not the Liberal Party, not the Liberal Party acting on the direction of PMO, on the direction of the government House Leader. But that is exactly what happened. But we see this happening time and time again, whether it was Motion 6, whether it was the discussion paper. I was going to say the discussion paper tabled by the government House Leader, but was never tabled. She did not have the courtesy to us as members of Parliament, to us as parliamentarians, to table her discussion paper here in the House of Commons. She wants to change the rules of this place, but yet she won't table the document from which she wishes to have a discussion. Instead, she released it online, rather than in this great, august chamber. But it is this chamber, this House of Commons, that gives a government the ability to govern. It is only with the confidence of this chamber, of each and every member of Parliament through the Confidence Convention, that the government may undertake action. And it must be abundantly clear that the actions of this Liberal government hold a dangerous precedent. To have so recklessly dismissed such an issue does not bode well for the future. Indeed, we can imagine situations in which minority governments may exist, where tight votes may be undertaken, where a single vote or two votes could affect the outcome. Indeed, I remember well, long before I was elected, but in 2005, there was a vote in this House held on the budget. It was a tie vote. It was a tie vote thanks to the then independent MP, Chuck Cadman, who voted with the government at that time. But the Speaker was forced to break that tie. One vote would have changed the direction of that vote. One vote would have resulted in the government falling on a vote of confidence. This is where we find ourselves today, where members of Parliament are prevented from coming to this place to vote, is a fundamental challenge that must be addressed. Indeed, when this bill, or when this question of privilege was killed by the Liberal government, it set a terrible precedent. Indeed, it is why at the very first opportunity I had the chance, I rose in this House and raised a second point of privilege. Indeed, at the very first opportunity, I sought to reignite, to revive the important question of privilege, because that's what it was. It was a question of privilege of two members who were denied their right to vote in this very chamber. And on April 11th, the Speaker, expressing great wisdom and citing precedent on similar matters, made his ruling. And indeed, he did find that a prima facie question of privilege once again existed. But I want to quote exactly what the Speaker said in his ruling. He said, and I quote, "The situation in which the House finds itself is unprecedented. The Chair can find no instance of debate on a matter of privilege superseded by the adoption of a motion to proceed to orders of the day. Never before. The Speaker found no precedent of this matter." He goes on to say, and I quote, "The Speaker has a duty to uphold the fundamental rights and privileges of the House and its members." Too often, Mr. Speaker, we see the role of the Speaker as a referee, as a playground monitor, as someone trying to maintain order, and certainly the Speaker has that role to play in maintaining order in this place and ensuring the smooth flow of debate. But more importantly, and more fundamentally, the Speaker of this House is the defender and the protector of the rights and privileges of each and every member of this House. And so, the Speaker, in his ruling, invited me as the person who raised the original or the subsequent question of privilege to move a motion. To move a motion that this question of privilege be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And we know from past practice, from similar questions that have been raised in the past, that this is the appropriate place in which questions of privilege ought to be dealt with. Indeed, I was recently reviewing the selected decisions of Mr. Speaker Peter Milliken. My colleague, the member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington, was kind enough to loan me his copy. He mentioned that he'd already read it from cover to cover and so no longer had a use for it, so he's kind enough to loan me his copy. And in that case, in December 1st, 2004, a member was denied the right to enter the chamber due to the visiting of an American president at that time. And the Speaker of the day, Mr. Speaker Milliken, correctly found in a similar case that the matter should be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, moved such a motion. And the motion was sent to the Proceeding and House Affairs Committee, where they undertook an extensive study and reported back to the House. And they reported back to the House with specific undertakings that ought to be taken by security personnel and by the RCMP. So that's where we find ourselves today. And it should be noted as well that the motion that I moved was subsequently amended, rightfully so and correctly so, by my colleagues, the member from Battle River Crowfoot, who said that this ought to take priority over all other business of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Why was that necessary? Why was that motion necessary? In normal times, it wouldn't be necessary. That amendment wouldn't be necessary. But in this case, it was, because of the standing order standoff precipitated by the Liberal government House leaders' failed discussion paper. That motion, that amendment was subsequently amended as well, a sub-amendment from my colleague, the member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. And Mr. Speaker, if I would just very briefly, I'd like to extend our well wishes to the member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, wish him a speedy recovery. He has served in this House for 13 years, always ably serving, especially on procedure and House Affairs matters as well as a former parliamentary secretary to the government House leader. So I know all members would join us in sending him our best wishes and hope for a speedy recovery and to see him back in this place debating the important matters as soon as possible. But these amendments are important. They're absolutely essential given the context of where we stand and given where the Procedure and House Affairs Committee finds itself. We find ourselves in a situation where the Liberal government is trying to enforce and to ram changes down the throats of the opposition. They are trying to change the opposition from an effective opposition to an audience. And that has been what's been undertaken for 3 weeks at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And now, without warning and without notice, that meeting was adjourned. And that meeting was adjourned without even the opportunity for my friend, my colleague, the member from Lanark-Carleton Kingston, or Lanark-Frontenac Kingston, was not even able to raise a point of order during that meeting before the gavel was quickly hit on the table. When the government House leader presented her discussion paper on modernizing Parliament, members from this side, and I think most Canadians, saw it as a smokescreen, as a flimsy attempt to take more power and put in the hands of the executive, put in the hands of the Liberal Party. What's more interesting is the timeline in which they insisted that this be done on. Fundamental changes to the way we operate in this House, and to be done by June. Ostensibly, I suspect, so they could ram these changes down our throats before the end of this spring session, so that they could prorogue in the fall and undertake a fresh speech from the throne to try to recover their lost legislative agenda. It is interesting as well, the undertakings of the committee, so much in lockstep with the actions of the government, that within hours of the discussion paper being released to the public, it quickly became clear that a member moved this motion at the executive or at the committee, table that motion in order to have it dealt with in an expedited fashion at the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. But it was that challenge, that fundamental mistake that I think all of us as parliamentarians feel regretful about. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'd like to move to a final topic of discussion. And that is how fundamental the rights and privileges of all Canadians are and how much they ought to be respected in this place. Each of us, each and every member of Parliament in this place stands here to represent, in my case, 105,000 constituents. Our voices ought not be diminished. The changes being proposed by the Liberal government would do just that. Fundamentally, this is a question of privilege, and we must at all times respect the privileges of the members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's been an interesting last 6 days of debate where we've been talking a great deal about this privilege. And what I have found, Mr. Speaker, is that a certain percentage, less than 50%, is actually talking about other issues not related to the issue at hand. The issue at hand, and I applaud the member for really sticking to topic on it, was unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. Whether it's the government, the House Leader, or other members of the Liberal caucus, we have been very consistent. We treat it of the utmost importance. We want the matter to go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. We've indicated that we are going to be supporting the amendment. It is disturbing, at the very least, Mr. Speaker, when you have members of the opposition stand in their place and they start talking about using this privilege as a filibuster. That is something that is very serious, and other members should be aware that is that the motivation behind the opposition when you have members of the opposition saying, well, yes, it's an important privilege. The privilege is accessibility to the parliamentary precincts, but they seem to want to filibuster. My question to the member is, would he not agree that unfettered access is what this debate should be about, and the best way to deal with unfettered access, as we have done in the past, Mr. Speaker, is have the debate. We're on day, 6 days, 7? Usually it's a one-day debate, maybe 2, Mr. Speaker, and then it goes to Proc. Why does he believe it's not going to Proc unless he's justifying a filibuster of the important issue of a privilege?
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his comments. I would go back to him, though, and I would ask him, I would ask that honourable member why his government, his party saw fit to kill the original motion on the question of privilege. It was his party, his government, that failed to see this vote initially come to a vote here in this House. It was his government who launched the discussion paper that disrupted the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for 3 weeks. This is a fundamental question of privilege. This is about the free access of parliamentarians to the parliamentary precinct. And why would they kill that original motion? They did so because of their standing order standoff. They did so because they were intent and committed to ramming changes down the throats of the opposition. Now they've given up on the Procedure House Affairs Committee, and they're going to bring those straight to the House of Commons and make those changes in this place directly using their majority to make that change. The rights and privileges of members must be respected, and it's a shame, it's a true shame, that members from Beauce and Milton's original point of privilege, question of privilege, was killed by the Liberal government and prevented it from going to Proc Committee when it ought to have gone there. It was killed by this Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the member is wrong. The Government of Canada has been very clear. The Liberal caucus has been very clear. We want this issue to go to Proc. We have been articulating that for weeks now, Mr. Speaker. What's preventing it from going to Proc is the opposition party. They're the ones that are denying it to go to Proc, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about hypocrisy? Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, why will the Conservative Party in particular not allow this issue to go to Proc where the issue couldn't actually be dealt with? We recognize unfettered access and how important unfettered access is to the parliamentary precinct. My question is, why does the Conservative Party not recognize it as an important issue to a degree in which we get it to Proc where it needs to be dealt with?
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just add this. It was this Conservative Party that raised the point of privilege. It was this Conservative Party that moved the appropriate amendments and sub-amendments so that this issue would take priority at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That is why we see this of such fundamental importance that we amended the motion to give it priority at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Now, I know the Deputy Liberal Whip doesn't agree with that, so I might be curious to know if she's willing to resign from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee now that her government's supporting exactly what she argued against in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. It's this Conservative Party that will always stand up for the rights and privileges of parliamentarians in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I'm pleased to hear my Ontarian colleague. I would like to congratulate him for his oratory skills and the quality of research. He was just elected a year and a half ago. He's taking his first steps in parliamentary life. I've been here for a year and a half as well, but I have some white hairs that indicate that I was in the Legislative Assembly before. Here's a parliamentarian who has distinguished himself by the quality of his debate and the way that he presents his arguments. As a new member, how does he consider the attitude of the government, the Liberal government, who for months have been distinguishing themselves as a parliamentary group that is shutting down debate for other parliamentarians?
Honorable député de Perth Wellington.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Monsieur le Président, et je voudrais...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent, for his question. He's right. The Liberal government wants to change the rules of this House for their own benefit.
Place for their benefit. They want to change the rules of this place to make it easier for them to do so without the nuisance of an opposition. They want to be able to curtail debate, both in this place and in committee, without the nuisance of an opposition. They want to be able to ram things through committee stage and through the House, without the full debate that ought to be had by 338 members of this place. They disguise it. They disguise it as an attempt to make this place more family-friendly, but yet haven't done the undertaking and the work that ought to be done to really do that. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee, in fact, undertook a study on making Parliament more family-friendly, and they came back with a number of recommendations. One of them was that they not proceed with eliminating Friday sittings, but yet when we saw the discussion paper from the Liberal House Leader, once again, she's bringing up the subject of eliminating Friday sittings, of eliminating 26 question periods a year, requiring the Prime Minister himself only appear in question period 1 day per week. This is an attempt by the Liberal majority to change the rules of how this place operates. And in the past, the practice has been, with limited exceptions, that when the fundamental rules of this place are changed, they are done so with the consensus of parliamentarians from all political parties. That has been the practice that has happened nearly every time in the past, with an exception or two. But that is the way it ought to happen. The rules of Parliament do not belong to the executive branch. They belong to the legislative branch, members of this House. And that is why we are standing here during this debate on privilege, and in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to defend the rights and privileges of each and every member of this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague for his comments. He's always well researched and articulate, and I commend him for that. But I think it's very important that when we're representing what the other parties are putting forward, that representation is very accurate. So, and that's the part that I want to get to today in my question to the honourable member. It's this issue of misrepresenting really what this side of the House and and part of our Liberal members on the other side as well, who never get acknowledged. I like to acknowledge them. What we are really trying to put forward here. And so, to make the first point, unfettered access, I have spoken in this House about this, is critical. This is very important. We have to ensure that all members have unfettered access. But this isn't a new problem. This isn't a problem that has just happened since the Liberals have taken, have been in government. This has happened over the past years. 2012, 3 people. Discussion came up. 2014. The issue came up again. So this is an ongoing debate. So the first thing is just if the honourable member would clarify that we agree, this side of the House agrees, please acknowledge the Liberals agree, unfettered access is extremely important. And secondly, everyone on PROC wants to study this. That was clearly stated on PROC. Any representation to the contrary is simply a misrepresentation and inaccurate. If he would please clarify those 2 items for this House. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington, in 30 seconds or less, if he doesn't mind.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Hamilton West, Ann Caster-Dundas, for her comments. It's good to see that the Liberal government is finally agreeing to make this a priority, finally agreeing. It's just unfortunate they could only do so after a second revived Groundhog Day type question of privilege. It would have been preferable if they had simply agreed to the initial motion from my colleagues from Milton and Beauce. Now, I accept that the Procedure and House Affairs wants to study this, and I think that's great. But the question is, they couldn't study it at the time without the amendments because they were embroiled in a standing order standoff in which the discussion of the government's discussion paper was taking priority. We believe the question of privileges ought to take priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to resume debate on the question of privilege raised by my colleagues concerning the privileges that the House gives to MPs. First of all, let me express my shock that our friend from Perth Wellington doesn't already have the selected decisions of Speaker Peter Milliken. I'm surprised he doesn't have first copy signed already, perhaps for Christmas. Now, raising this question of privilege segues nicely into the important debate on the fundamental changes that the government wants to make. It has sneakily proposed the changes at a standing committee on Procedure and House Affairs meeting by tabling a motion about reforms to the way Parliament and the House of Commons works. This isn't the first time this government has attempted to change the rules to suit its own purposes. Indeed, it seems this government views Parliament as a mere inconvenience to be disposed of, deemed to, and privileged to behold to the President and Liberal members of Parliament all times. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to serve on the Operations and Estimates Committee. With this committee, OGO, we've studied great things such as Canada Post, shared services, and a little while ago, estimates reform. Now, the Conservatives and my colleagues with the NDP have agreed with the Treasury Board that we do need to reform the way we do estimates and make them more transparent and align better with the budget. Unfortunately, what had been proposed by the Liberal government was to take away 2 full months of estimates overview, leaving the opposition with merely a month to look at estimates. Now, this was explained by the government as a better way to do things. Now, taking away oversight from the opposition and spending is not necessarily a better way to do things. When we tried to argue that this was not a good way, we received very clear notice from the government that they intended to change this rule without, or the standing order, without consent of both parties. Now, our colleague, who's chair of the committee for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, and I expressed my well wishes to him as well, stated again and again to the Treasury Board President, can you guarantee that we will not change the standing orders for estimate reform? And again, we heard, no, we will not commit to that. When we suggested perhaps another way to change the estimates, the comment from the Treasury Board President that estimates was merely busy work not pertinent to Canadians. Now, this capsulizes the whole attitude of Liberal government that anything that they disagree with is not pertinent work. Now, I want to quote from King Edward's first writ of summons for the model parliament. As much as the most righteous law of emperors ordains what touches all should be approved by all, and it is also clear that common dangers should be met by measure agreed upon in common. Now, basically, there's a very good argument to be made that the Westminster Palace, or the Westminster system, exists for spending oversight. And we've seen, just like they're trying to change the rules on the way Parliament works, they're trying to change the standing orders on estimates, the way we oversee spending, to make things more convenient for them. I also want to get back, if we just look a bit further back, to just the 2015 election right afterwards. Now imagine the look on the minister's face when finding out they've been selected to do the God's work in the brand new cabinet full of all the bells and whistles. On the day they were sworn in, Liberal members were sworn in, Rideau Hall, after riding the ceremony in a city bus. The bus was to serve as a reminder of the need to remain humble in the face of repeated attempts to play up their status. And these ministers work hard to avoid indulging in their privileges, many of whom likely feel entitled to all the trimmings that come with working for this Prime Minister. But really, we must respect their ability to abstain from taking advantages of their position of power. Remember, the Health Minister did not rent stretch limos, but rather just luxury sedans. Instead of wasting several hundred taxpayers' dollars per car ride, she only wasted a few hundred. These actions truly represent the work of someone so humbled by their position and experience and cognitively aware of the ample resources she could have taken advantage of, yet nobly refrained. I am, of course, being satirical here. But rather than demonstrating acute awareness of the powers and privileges that their positions as members of the highest governing council in this country entitles them, and the thin line between proper compensation for their heroic efforts on behalf of the Liberal Party and excessive indulgence in the fruits of taxpayer-paid luxuries, these ministers have all too often saw fit to take advantage of their extraordinary positions. We know they've taken advantage of their positions because we've discovered dozens of examples of nefarious uses of parliamentary and public resources. As per our job descriptions, as members who sit on the left side of the Speaker, we oppose. We ask questions, we demand clarity. We seek accountability, we search and find evidence of wrongdoing and bring these questions to this place, our temple of democracy. Because that is exactly what we are supposed to be doing here. It's only natural that members opposite would get defensive on the off chance that their misdemeanors and casual immoderation at the expense of the taxpayer dollars would be discovered by a member of this side of the House. All we ask for is clarification. Why did the Minister rent expensive limos on the taxpayer's dollar? Why did the Minister of Justice think it was appropriate to attend Liberal fundraisers at a downtown Toronto law office that provided exclusive access to a minister of the Prime Minister's inner circle? Why did the Prime Minister think it was appropriate to violate federal law and take a private aircraft to his vacation on Billionaire Island, especially when there were other options available? A private island owned, by the way, by registered lobbyists whose organization receives hundreds of millions in Canadian taxpayers' dollars. And why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians when he said that private aircraft was the only option to go for this vacation? These are reasonable questions. Ones that no doubt the members opposite would have asked if it was a Conservative government in charge and committing such abuses of power. But these members and ministers cannot be bothered to answer these questions of the opposition. They stick to prepared talking points handed down by the PMO and rarely take the initiative to deviate from the Liberal norm. It's typical, really. This government abuses power and privileges to which they've been accorded not by law, but rather by sheer intimidation of the power of their office. They hide behind legal technicalities and shunt responsibility to those who carry out the work and neglect to take responsibility for ordering the carrying out of their dirty work. Then when they get caught, they shout and scream, full of sound and fury, on this venerable stage with Canadians watching, the words signifying nothing. So when questions come before us about protecting the powers enshrined in the history and traditions of this place, they are dismissed with such a cavalier disregard for the democratic norms that have underpinned the stability and prosperity of our nation that is truly disturbing. It leaves us begging the question, what is next? What's the next tradition that Liberals will give up because it's inconvenient or obstructive to the good work of the Liberal Manifesto? Perhaps we shouldn't meet at all. Perhaps we should just set up iPads, have MPs phone in during question period, vote electronically, submit debate speeches by email, or really by extension the Liberal logic of updating this place, there's no need for MPs to show up at all. Every accommodation could be made to ensure that MPs never actually need to get out of the bed in the morning and come here. I'm sure the Liberals would love that. One less hour each day for members to scrutinize the front bench and ask questions on behalf of our constituents. Several hours fewer each day for members to debate legislation before the House. Much less time for MPs to discover scandals and abuse of privilege. One less day for MPs to introduce those pesky private member bills that the Liberals so readily disparage. Just think of the size of the limousine the health minister could have rented and charged the taxpayers if she didn't have to face members of Parliament in this House. Imagine the amount of money that the Liberal Party of Canada could raise if they could charge money for every phone call, every cup of coffee that a minister has with someone who isn't staff. Just think of the vacations the Prime Minister could take if he didn't have to answer to the people of Canada through this temple of democracy. Members opposite will say I'm exaggerating, and maybe I'm a bit, but the government House Leader didn't propose rules that would allow members to stay at home all the time. Members do have important work to do engaging with our constituents. That's why we spend 26 weeks a year engaging with our constituents and 26 weeks a year forming their concerns to the legislation that can make their lives better here. I mean, that is the end goal. Perhaps the most concerning aspect of this government's approach to accountability in this House is their willingness to disregard their principles, such as they are, in favor of whatever happens to be the most expedient on a given day. Most of their suggested reforms do not objectively enhance the workings of Parliament, but rather give more discretion to the government to decide what they think and feel is appropriate given the situation. Trust me, they say. They'll do the right thing. But I really do not trust them. Really, the only people who trust the members opposite to act with generally acceptable guidelines, such as transparency and accountability, to the people of Canada are the members opposite themselves. So blinded by the trappings of power of the members opposite, they too often sit by idly and applaud when the government House Leader defends the indefensible or tries to comprehend the incomprehensible. Remember just a few weeks ago when the Prime Minister stood to answer every question asked in question period. The Liberals used it as an attempt to demonstrate the benefits of moving to a Prime Minister's question period type setup and extol the virtues of their proposal. But then the member from Chilliwack Hope inconveniently stood up and said, yes, we noticed how the standing orders did not have to be changed for the Prime Minister to do so. And what was the Liberal response? Well, it wasn't cries of acknowledgement and acceptance of a sudden realization that, good heavens, could they have been wrong all along, and that the behavioral changes start and end at the top, with no possible need to change the rules that govern this place? No, we saw the response yesterday. Unmoved by logical fallacies so clearly pointed out by members on this side of the House, the Liberals signaled their intention to move ahead with unilaterally changing the rules anyways. Opposition be damned. The Liberal House Leader wants to shut down debate and discussion about the proposed changes and refuses to abide by hundreds of years of parliamentary tradition requiring unanimous consent of the House so that the Conservatives, quote-unquote, don't get a veto over government priorities. It's difficult to believe the arrogance of this government and disregard for the work done by all parties within this House. We negotiated in good faith. We made repeated overtures together with the New Democratic Party that would have set the table for negotiations for meaningful and tangible reforms to the way we conduct business in this House. Our only precondition is that no move should be made without unanimous consent of all parties in the House. The time-honored tradition of unanimous consent, and the House Leader ignored our olive branch because she argues it gave Conservatives a veto. I sometimes wish we did have a veto, Mr. Speaker. Everything from wasteful spending to higher taxes to reforms that make life easier for Liberals and harder for everyone else we struck down in a heartbeat. But that's not how the majority government works, and I accept that. But more importantly, that's not how respecting the institution of Parliament works. Our 99 seats on the side of this party represents almost 10 million Canadians. True, not everyone voted for us, but we still represent those people. And I ask, do they not deserve equal representation over how our democracy works? The disrespecting for this institution personified by the members opposite is quite astounding. It brings me back to Budget Day 2017. Two members tried to get into Parliament for a vote, but were held up because of the Prime Minister's media bus was deemed more important than their transportation to this House and to get to work. In response to this motion, the member for Winnipeg Centre said they should have just left earlier. And that's disturbing, Mr. Speaker. The statement given by the member for Winnipeg Centre demonstrates an unfortunate disregard and total disdain for anyone in this House who doesn't belong to the members of the governing party. All members would be solved in hindsight if we had left a little earlier, but sometimes things like the Prime Minister's media bus get in the way. Members should not be forced to miss a vote because the Prime Minister needs to saturate his media exposure. More importantly, the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that the members for Milton and Bowes represent absolutely should not have their voices dampened because the government says so. For the first time in history of Parliament, the government took the step of ending the debate before a vote could be called on it. It did not allow for the question of privilege to be decided on by members of the House. It was an unprecedented attack on the members of Parliament, so much so that the member for Perth Wellington had to raise a question of privilege on the fact that the question of privilege was not voted on. And he was successful in bringing that motion forward. I want to thank him for standing up for the rights of all members of Parliament, something this government is increasingly attacking. Government House Leader said that her government is taking unprecedented action as it carries out its agenda. And she's right. It's unprecedented for the government to cut off a debate on privilege. It's exceedingly rare for governments to ram down changes to the rules that govern our democracy. I'm not sure this is kind of infamy that the government House Leader is referring to, but if our government continues to act without respect for this institution, then it will truly be the legacy of this Liberal government and this Prime Minister, their disdain for democracy. The government says it must push through on reforming the standing orders because they made the commitment to Canadians that they would modernize this place in the last election. And it's truly laughable. I don't have time to provide an exhaustive list of the government's broken promises, but to name a few, I ask that they remember the promises to run small $10 billion deficits and to balance the budget on the fourth year of the mandate. That one promise disappeared almost immediately. And of course, remember the commitment to transparency and accountability, particularly in regard to buying access to ministers through fundraisers. Liberals were pretty quick to ditch that promise once they realized how much money they could raise by selling out ministers. Remember their resolute commitment to not to abuse taxpayers' dollars. It seems that once again they found that they could reward themselves with luxury car rides and help out a Liberal volunteer at the same time. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. And of course, electoral reform, promised with much fanfare, touted with much praise, carried out over the course of several months and ultimately abandoned. Does anyone remember why? Well, we were told, according to Liberals, there was no consensus on what reform should look like. So why is this situation different? Why is it when there's no consensus and doing nothing that favors the Liberals, they're happy to break a campaign promise? Yet when there's no consensus but moving forward is greatly beneficial to the government, they criticize the opposition for standing in their way. Why is it the Liberals think it's acceptable to govern with such inconsistency? We know where we stand. We know where our colleagues in the NDP stand. I'm not sure the Liberals MPs know where their governments stand. The only predictability behind this government's actions can be summed up by the basic question of how does it best benefit the Liberals? Because that's what this government does. They don't work for Canadians. They don't do the good work of the country. They work for themselves. They limit debate when it sounds bad for them. They ram down changes designed to make it easier for the government to hide from accountability. I think perhaps the factor most indicative of the shamefulness of the Liberals' actions is the fact that the MP who speaks most often to this question is the Deputy Government House Leader and member for Winnipeg North. Now, I do admire his oratory skills, and I'm sure he will get up and show off those skills again. But I have to ask, why are the other MPs so keen to avoid speaking to something they know to be wrong? They're happy to defer speaking responsibility to the most outspoken member of their caucus, and I can't blame them. I wouldn't want to have to justify the actions of this government either. It's one of the many reasons I sit on this side of the House as a Conservative. This government continues to set new records, not on job creation or economic growth, not on things like making life easier for Canadians. The level of attack that the government has taken against the members of the Parliament whose privileges were found to be violated in a prima facie case is unprecedented. And I encourage all Liberal backbenchers to see the light and make the right choice when it comes time to vote on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. With all due respect, there was some wandering there from the question at hand, but perhaps that's what happens when you talk to a question of privilege for 7 days. The point that I'd like to make is this. We all agree that we can clearly do better. And this is really a balance of the security, which I want to acknowledge the amazing security we have here on the Hill that work very hard to keep us safe. And so we appreciate that, and we want to thank them for their good work.
Right on.
And at the same time, ensuring, as the security want, members to get to the House safely in a timely manner. So clearly, we can do better at that, because I know that over the past couple of years, this issue has taken place. This isn't new to a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. This has happened a number of times in this place over the past couple of years. So my question is, would the member not agree? What we want to do is we want to move this question to PROC so that PROC can study this on an in-depth level, bringing witnesses and having the questions at hand so that we can do better at this. Would you not support then that PROC is the place to continue this debate so that we get to a resolution where security continues to do their job and members get to be here on time in a timely manner?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no question in anyone's mind in this House that the security does a very good job looking after us, keeping us safe. They do a fantastic job. The issue of the debate here is twofold into her question. First, the voices from this side of the House, the NDP, the Bloc, ourselves, have to be heard on such an unprecedented attack on the freedom of this House. It wasn't just a bus being blocked. It wasn't just two members not being here. It was the government trying to shut down the debate before there was even a vote on the subject. It's much bigger than just a simple bus. And yes, we need to get this to PROC, but there's a lot of voices in this House that have to be heard. There's 184 government members, there's 140 on this side of the 150 on this side of the House. Every single one of us was sent here by 100,000 people. They want us to talk on the important subjects, not just a bus, but they want to talk about taxes. They want to talk about marijuana. They want to talk about a lot of other issues. We are sent here for a reason, and the issue we're discussing today is that side of the House shutting down our ability to discuss and represent our constituents.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton for his speech. I was going to say it was professional, but it was rigorous. That's more what I mean. It shows what an opposition party can do in a democracy like ours. And he referred to my colleague from Winnipeg as a professional, and that's true. Yeah, he's a pro because he always does the same thing, whether he believes it or not. That's a pro. When you're a pro tennis player, you always play your best, even if you're tired. Well, he's always blowing the horn, full throttle, full tilt. So that's the same thing. This party has a regal attitude, a regal behavior, and they prevent their simple backbenchers from taking the floor. And I'm wondering whether the government's strategy isn't always to buy time. That's my question. Isn't this just all about buying time? Because during the election campaign, this party presented itself as the party of renewal, of youth, marvelous, sunny, progressive youth. And ultimately, they don't know what to do with all the promises they've made. So they're scratching their head and trying to figure out how to explain their deficit. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, it's some very good points. I think this government has lost track. Our colleague from Perth Wellington commented earlier that he suspects they'll eventually prorogue and try and reset. It is very much every part of this. They've lost their strategy, they've lost their way, and I believe their attempt to ram through changes without unanimous consent on the way we deal with things in the House is a result of their inability to get their message out and or inability to get work done properly in this House. Instead of facing the opposition, working with the opposition, presenting comprehensive, proper legislation, let's change the rules, ram down things, get our stuff through, and keep going. And it's evident not only in the way they're trying to change the standing orders, but the way they're dealing with the blocking of our colleagues from Milton and Beauce on inability to vote. Instead of addressing this, they try and shut down debate on it before they even address the issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to the member, and he says, the government is blocking the members from being able to vote. Let me make a suggestion, and we need to go back to the beginning. Why do we have the privilege today? Because two members had did not have unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. How did that happen? Well, it happened because on the day of the budget, well in advance, the Conservatives wanted to, I believe it was adjourn debate, Mr. Speaker. They caused the bells to ring. Now, that's their entitlement. If they want to do something unprecedented by calling for a vote on the day of the budget, and it runs through, in part through the budget, Mr. Speaker, well, that's completely their prerogative. I'm not going to deny that away from them or take that away from them. But I assume that their whips would have told their members that, look, we're going to be having this vote take place, Mr. Speaker. The issue is we believe in unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. The reason why Proc does not have it today is because the Conservatives continue to want to talk about it. My question is very precise. Why do you not allow this to go to Proc today?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, just as earlier in a previous question, our ability to come to this House and debate and represent our constituents is so important. Every single voice should be heard on this. This is just not a procedural matter of, geez, we're sorry your bus got delayed, let's move ahead. Every single person, NDP, Bloc, Green Party, Conservative, should have an opportunity to get up here and state how important it is. I'm going to just read something. You have to bear with me. I'm sorry if I'm not a prop. I'm going to read the statement. It's on our ID card. Under the law of parliamentary privilege, the bearer has free and open access at all times without obstruction or interference to the precincts of the House of Parliament in which the bearer is a member. It is so important that we have this unfettered access to the House. It's not just a simple matter of two people being late. They were blocked from attending this House, and then the government tried to block debate on our ability to discuss the issue of us coming to this House and representing our constituents.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I assume that, like his constituents, everybody's supporting the Oilers for the Stanley Cup. So all Canadians should be happy about the success of the Oilers and the Senators. Now, coming to this motion, it's very important. It has to do with the democratic exercise of our rights here in the House and the mandate we've been given by the 100,000 constituents in our ridings. It's true for the member for Milton, the member for Beauce, who unfortunately were unable to get here for an important vote on Budget Day because of a problem. We feel on this side of the House that all the changes that need to be made for the smooth functioning and cooperation of Parliament should be done by consent. So I'd like my colleague for Edmonton West to explain to the members opposite, to the Liberals, why it's so important when changes are made to the way of proceeding in the House, that it be done by consent. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, no, it's an excellent question. It's a part of the debate that we're having is about changing the way we do business in the House, and it's important, very important, we have unanimous consent. I don't always agree with my colleagues from the NDP, nor my colleagues from the Liberals, but we cannot have a majority, the tyranny of the majority, jamming or changing rules for such an important democratic institution without all of us agreeing. As much as they'd like to believe otherwise, they are not going to be in power forever. What's going to stop the next government from overriding every single standing order that they're trying to do? What's going to change the next government for trying to change the standing orders on the estimates like this government has done, so that we have no parliamentary oversight on spending? The very reason, quite arguably, that the whole Westminster system exists is spending oversight. They've tried to change it before. What's to stop anyone? Once we've set this precedent of the majority can use the tyranny of the majority to change any rule they want at any time, it takes away the purpose of this building existing. And we cannot allow that to happen. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to take the floor today on this motion. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Essex, a young member like myself who was elected in the last election in 2015. She's a remarkable woman who's very involved in her community before she was elected. So I don't want to put any words in her mouth, but I know that based on her past, she has championed various issues in her riding of Essex, and she, like I, when she got involved, when she ran, when she threw her hat in the ring, she had a passion that she still has today and a belief in democracy. And so do I. I believe that we can be democratic here in this House. When I was elected, Mr. Speaker, I came with a lot of ideas, a lot of issues, but I was also concerned and I had a desire to be transparent and to reflect the voice of my constituents from Jonquière.
And this weekend we had a walk in Godbout of Labour members, workers, who were out together to defend the forest and also to ask that the government defend the forestry sector. As we know, there's a crisis before us, unfortunately, and we expect thousands of job losses, sadly, if the government doesn't act. So for me, being their voice in the House and being able to speak, it's something I'm very proud of. And it's important for me to be here for them and to be a voice for them, to be able to speak on behalf of all the people of Jonquière. So coming back to our subject today, that's why today I'm speaking to this debate. When our job as an MP, when we come to this House, is to raise issues that are important to all the people that we represent. And it's the same for all 338 members of this House. Above all, we represent our fellow citizens. I represent a party that I'm very proud to represent, the NDP. It represents my values, and those are the values that I live every day and that I bring to my job. But above all, it's the people that I represent who are important. And when we are in this House and when we are called to vote, we must have free access to this place. There must be nothing preventing any of us from coming here to vote. And I wish to salute the incredible work being done by the agents who ensure our security on the House, the officers, the constables. As a member, I've several times gotten lost in Ottawa and here on the Hill. There are so many offices, so many hallways, and they've always been there for me. Even when I was worried, they were there to reassure me. So I wish to highlight the incredible work that security does for us. And it's not easy to be on guard all the time. And we all remember what happened in the past here. There have been some dramatic events here. They're on guard at all times, and so I wish to thank them on behalf, I've no doubt, of all my colleagues. We thank them for taking care of us and for ensuring that we can exert our rights to come to this House and to speak and to come here freely to vote. And that is why it's important that we have this debate. And when I come to this House, I would note that we are all equal, whether we be members of the government, members of the opposition. We all have the right to speak. And our words, we have the right to ensure that our words are taken into consideration. So it's not an issue of saying, hey, we have a majority, Canadians elected us, we can do what we want. Yes, in our parliament we do have a government. However, when there are major changes being made or proposed, I think that the best way to move forward, the only way to move forward, is to move forward with unanimity, to have consensus. And to ensure that all members in this House, whether we agree or not, as you know, we can all have different opinions, and we're not required to agree 100%, but it's important that we do try to find agreement. And when there's the work that we do in the House, there's also the work that we do in committees, and even with all this complexity, and as a new MP, I can tell you that I still find it challenging to understand all of the different processes that we have here, but there are incredible people who help make this place work, the clerks, for example. And we need to continue to ensure that this place works. However, we don't want to see history repeat itself. I've heard a number of stories here in this House concerning events that have happened in the past, things that I wasn't here for, as I've just been here since 2015. But given that these things have happened, why don't we work constructively to ensure that we can make changes in a way that will ensure that we're all consulted and that we're all involved in this process? Because it's one thing to say that we are the voice of Canadians and that all members, be it opposition or government, be heard. Because for myself, I represent the people of my riding, and they expect that I will have the opportunity to speak and that I will be able to vote freely on their behalf, that I will have free access. And they also trust that they can hold us to account, and that when I meet with them in our ridings, you know, in Jonquière we have a lot of different people that we meet with all the time, groups that are very dynamic, the Knights of Columbus, the Legion, among others. They organize lots of activities, and that gives me the opportunity to have great discussions with my fellow citizens. And I have to say, a couple of weeks ago in my riding, the questions that people were asking were big, complex questions. You know, things go very quickly here in the House, but those who are watching from afar, well, sometimes they want to know, hey, what's really going on? Where is our democracy going? Do Canadians feel represented? Yes, because they know that their MPs, like the MP for Essex, for example, are here and working for them. And we all are working towards a common goal. But we need to have the right to speak and the right to vote. So I hope that in this House we're going to be able to continue to work together and to work whether we all agree or not. What's important is to remember everything that's passed, and that we give all MPs the opportunity, the right to speak, whether we agree or not with what is being done. I think that that is the essence of many of the speeches that we have heard in the House in recent days. And in closing, for myself, the right to speak, the freedom to speak is very important, whether it be through our votes or the speeches we give, that our point of view is taken into consideration, and having free and unfettered access to the House of Commons. Well, no MP should be prevented from voting, but also no MP should be prevented from speaking out on behalf of their constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Jonquière for her excellent speech, and we agree on this subject, including the excellent comments concerning the member for Essex. But I would like to talk a little bit about the issue here. We want to study why this has happened yet again. This is something that should not have happened. That there was a lack of access to the House. I was here when Mr. Godin, who was the member for Acadie-Bathurst, NDP and MP at the time, spoke about this same issue, and I said to myself the same thing. Why was he blocked? There were recommendations from PROC that should have fixed this problem, but they weren't put in place. And Why was that not done? So I agree with the honourable member and her comments, but I would like to ask why this delay before sending this to Proc? Why is it not being sent to Proc right now? The honourable member for Jonquière. I appreciate the comments made by my colleague and his question. I wasn't here in the past when the events that he referenced took place. As I said, when I was sworn in, we received a PIN and an identity card, and we were told that we should show that at all times so that we could have access to everything, all of the buildings, everything on the hill. It's important that we identify ourselves, and I also admire the work that is done by our security, our constables, because they recognize us. They've learned our faces and our names by heart. It's incredible to see that. Even, myself, I don't think I can identify every single one of my colleagues in this House, so it's incredible the work that security does. So, going back to what's happened in the past, the events that my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle referenced, well, I wasn't here for that, but what's important to note is that if this is being sent to committee, there need to be clear commitments. Will this be taken into consideration? Will the recommendations of the committee really be applied to ensure that this doesn't happen again and that we will see real changes implemented? And it's important that everyone be involved in this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. This privilege motion also deals with the agenda and practices of PROC. And one of the things we need to know is what kind of a study will be able to happen at PROC. But something quite unprecedented happened this morning at PROC, Mr. Speaker. We had in the middle of a member from Lanark, Kingston Frontenac, trying to raise a point of order. The committee was immediately adjourned. Without any of the consent of the committee, the chair unilaterally adjourned the meeting in the middle of the discussion while we had a member of that committee saying, point of order, Mr. Chair, and there was absolutely no response for that. So we have clearly what's happening is the chair of the PROC committee reading a script. We don't know who gave him that script. I suspect the government House leader will be more reluctant to take credit for this than the defense minister was to take credit for other things. But we had the chair reading a script, and the meeting was adjourned without the committee being consulted while someone was trying to raise a point of order. So I wonder if the member can comment in light of what's happened at PROC, the complete disregard we've seen for our democratic process here in this chamber, but also at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, what expectation we can have of actually having that study work effectively in that kind of a committee environment.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I would like to thank my colleague for his comments. I wasn't at committee this morning. I was here in the House, but I find it quite concerning, and it shows that when we talk about consensus and being able to participate in the process, here we have a clear example of the government just shutting that down. The same thing we're seeing with what we're debating in the House. It's clear that the government is not participating, and there are clear unilateral directives that are being put forward. There's no consensus, no discussion. So the importance of being able to speak, we need to follow rules. That's important, but we need to ensure that we come to a consensus. And the committee, and here in this House, we need to ensure that the committee has a clear mandate. And there's also the question, does the committee have credibility? Does the committee have trust? Or are they just moving forward to look good? There needs to be more than that, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that what happened never happens again, and that it not just be more empty words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Jonquière, for her kind words. I know how hard that she fought as well to come into this House, to take her seat, to be able to speak as she did today on this point of privilege, but on many different issues. And I appreciate the work that she's done in representing her constituents here and taking that role very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise to this debate today on the point of privilege, and I must note that not all members will be able to give a speech on this point of privilege because for the second time today, the government House leader has invoked closure. So that means that a lot of members who had planned to speak later today will not be able to do so, and in sense, having their privilege breached because they're not able to now stand in this House and give wonderful speeches like I just heard from my colleague from Jonquière. We're here because the member for Milton and the member for Beauce were attempting to make their way to this place for a vote on Budget Day. Unfortunately, they were unable to make it in because the parliamentary buses were blocking, and they were blocking them from picking them up at the bus stop due to the Prime Minister's passing motorcade, which now we've learned was empty at the time. This prevented my two colleagues from being able to perform their duties as elected representatives. Voting is a very important part of our job. Having our voting privileges breached is serious and warrants debate in this House. This isn't the first time that we've debated this question of privilege. The first time, the Liberals closed down the debate on this important issue, and then we had the Speaker rule against that closure, saying that it wasn't within the rules of the House. And he stated that our standing orders clearly state that questions of privilege take precedence over everything else. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves today with the same heavy-handed tactic. The government House Leader today stood in this House and invoked closure once again to shut down this debate. Mr. Speaker, this has never been done in this House before, and the arrogance of this move is unprecedented. I have a great deal of respect for the Parliamentary Protective Services, and I tip my hat to them. They work hard to ensure that MPs' privileges, rights, and duties are supported. I have a lot of respect for the drivers of the buses that shuttle us all around the parliamentary precinct and all the staff that are on them. The question of privilege isn't about laying fault on these workers. We have RCMP in this House who answers solely to the government. So earlier when the government House Leader said that we need answers, all she has to do is ask the RCMP, who are under the government's purview, what happened, and the Liberals will have the answer. What we need is an absolute guarantee that this will never happen again.
Hear, hear.
The issue at hand is that MPs were prevented from performing their duties. Why did this happen? Why were the buses prevented from bringing MPs to this place? Did the Prime Minister's team know what was happening? Was there a potential that this could happen again? We need answers to these questions, and as I mentioned, the Speaker previously found a prima facie breach of privilege for a reason. Clearly, this matter should be studied further at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But, and this is an important but, we should not shut down debate in this House on privilege in order to do so. The government continues to squash debate on the question of privilege. Instead of allowing Parliament to freely debate the breach of members' ability to move freely about the precinct, once again the Liberals are shutting down the debate. At the same time this place debates parliamentary privileges, our colleagues at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee are filibustering the government's attempt to unilaterally change the standing orders and the rules for how this Parliament functions. The problem is that the government is trying to change the rules to benefit themselves by taking away power from the opposition and giving more power to the government. This is anti-democratic, especially in a system such as ours where the government already holds a significant amount of power. The rules we have are a part of our system of checks and balances to prevent this type of abuse from happening, Mr. Speaker. Why would the government put an end to this type of debate is a question many of us on this side of the House are asking. And I would dare say that there are members on the opposite side of the House who are also asking this question and do not condone this behaviour in the House of Commons. I want to speak to those members on the Liberal side that are new parliamentarians as I am and ask them to think about their privilege being breached. The people that they were sent to represent having their privilege breached by not having access to the Hill for a vote. Would they not want the ability to fully debate it? I know my colleagues on this side of the House want the ability to debate this, and that's why you'll find a full speakers list, even though we know that the Liberals once again are shutting down debate through closure on this, Mr. Speaker. What the Liberals are doing in this House is a complete and utter power grab. And I want them to think seriously about this behaviour and how Canadians feel about this blatant disrespect to those of us elected to be in this House. Being able to come here and do our jobs every day is vital to the ability we have to represent our ridings. That is why we call it privilege. Shutting down debate on our ability to do our work is sending a clear message to Canadians about their priorities in silencing anyone who doesn't agree with them. That is the role of the opposition in this place. And as the opposition, we have tools that are available to us to hold this government to account. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that we're all provided is the Big Green Book, our parliamentary Bible by O'Brien and Bosk. This book of procedure provides new parliamentarians with all we need to perform to the best of our ability. I've learned so much from these rules in the past 18 months that allow me to represent my riding with dignity and integrity. I'm not a person who gives up easily, and that's probably a large reason why I'm sitting here today. And maybe that's why I appreciate these tools in a place that has such a huge importance on them. When I'm looking for the best way to fulfill my role as a parliamentarian, I'm often led to that Big Green Book, looking to use every tool available to me. I'm certain that is exactly what is expected of me from everyone who voted to send me here. I mentioned earlier in this Parliament that as a new parliamentarian, I attended a luncheon. All new parliamentarians attended in the beautiful Sir John A. Macdonald building across the way. Our newly minted Prime Minister bound into this room, up onto the stage with his shirt sleeves rolled up, grabbed the mic and promised us all that things would be different, that he would listen, that there would be a dramatic difference from the previous government, from the previous Prime Minister. He promised that the opposition would be respected and heard. And although I optimistically thought this difference would be positive as promised, it has become crystal clear that this was a bad omen of things to come. Things indeed are different, Mr. Speaker, but not in a positive way for Canadians. That moment with the Prime Minister coming in has taken up permanent residency in my memory, and often I'm having to rise in this House to express my shock at how incredible the about-face has been that the Prime Minister has now taken. I can honestly say that it's become quite clear to me that the Prime Minister is quite comfortable saying one thing and doing another. He said, I would never use omnibus bills. He's using an omnibus bill. He said this will be the last election under first past the post, but we all know that won't be the case. He said, I would listen and respect the opposition. Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could highlight this behavior more than what is being displayed in this House lately. So here we are again today with MPs who were elected to represent Canadians fighting for respect in our seats in this House. This House should be a place of the highest respect, not a battlefield for constitutional rights. I've risen in this House on my own point of privilege, so I understand well the way that breach affects your work here in this House. Mr. Speaker, there is a pattern of disdain and disrespect in this House for the opposition that needs to end. It's a poison that will ultimately harm the best interests of Canadians. The House of Commons has become a poisonous workplace that is tainted by cynical buzzwords from the government. It started with the attempted power grab last year from Motion 6 that the government wisely abandoned. And now we have a new House leader, but she has been standing in this House acting as though the Liberals have the authority to change everything. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that even the members opposite ran to do better. Today, they're being tested on that commitment that I heard our own newly minted Prime Minister promise us all. We have a constitutional right to be here to vote and debate with unfettered access. This debate should be allowed to continue until such a time as it collapses, not when the Liberals think it should end, but when all parliamentarians have had the privilege of having their say.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her passion, particularly with this question of ensuring that all MPs, members of Parliament, have unfettered access to this place. I would like to remind everyone in this House that this is day 7 of this debate, and this is not the first time this issue has arisen. As I've said, over the past number of years, this issue has repeatedly arisen on a few occasions. So the question that I have is it not time now to have this matter studied at PROC? And if I could just say, as a new member of the PROC committee, there was some mention of the chair. You know, we've just come through 3 weeks of a filibuster on PROC, and I cannot think of a chair or have witnessed a chair that is more attentive and dedicated than the chair of the PROC committee. And I know that the PROC committee would willingly take this on and investigate this very important matter. So now, in light of the history of the fact that this has happened repeatedly in this place, is it not time now, after 7 days, for further investigation and that wholesome and full investigation take place at Proc?
Honourable member for Essex.
I thank the member, and what I'd like to say is that the time for this to move on is when debate collapses, when there is not one more person in this House who wants to rise, who wants to be heard on this important matter. That is the time. It is not for the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, or myself, or the government House Leader to decide that. It is for the rules of this House that say that as long as members stand to speak on an issue, we continue to debate. We must respect the rules of this House, Mr. Speaker, and not push forward on our individual needs. We need to look at what is best for Canadians. And until every member has finished speaking, that is the point that we will talk about where this goes further.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We just had a member of the government talk about the work of the chair of the Proc Committee. Now, I want to say that I think generally that member does very good work, and generally speaking, I appreciate the work that he does in this place. But we had an incident this morning that I've mentioned that I think the member was aware of because she was present when it happened, where we had a chair adjourn a meeting without consulting the committee on that issue whatsoever, even though previously the government had said, well, we can't adjourn a meeting without the consent of the committee. This was clearly politically driven. They didn't want to give the opposition the opportunity at the committee to talk about the issues in terms of the standing orders and to respond to what the government House Leader was doing. I don't fault the chair of the Proc Committee. He was reading a script. I don't know who gave him that script. I don't know where he got those notes from. I do know that there were a number of very senior staff associated with the government House Leader that were there, keenly observing everything that the chair did. He read the script. There was an active point of order being raised by a member of the Conservative Party. That point of order was ignored, and the meeting was ended anyway. So in light of what clearly appears to be some strong direction from the House Leader to the detailed minutiae of what's happening at Proc, even to try and prevent a point of order from coming forward, what does this member think is going to happen at Proc after this closure motion is brought forward and this issue proceeds to Proc for consideration?
The honourable member for Essex.
I thank the member for his question, and I spoke in my speech about respect and a lack of respect for the rules of this place, the rules of committees that exist in this place. And as long as we continue to have this pattern where rules are thrown to the side and the government does whatever they deem to be, the thing of the day to do, whatever it is they like to do that particular day, we're going to continue to have a poisonous workplace here. Because none of us can sit confidently in our seat, know that we can use the rules that are provided in this House that we've all agreed to, and be able to represent the people who have sent us here. So when this leaks over into committees, we start to have this culture of disrespect, this culture where people feel they can't represent the members that have sent them here to do this. And it's that deep lack of respect that is creating cynicism in this House, and cynicism that doesn't belong here, and cynicism that was promised from the Liberal government, from our Prime Minister, to not be here in this Parliament, as I said when he came and spoke to us. The Liberals need to remember a time not long ago when they sat in this corner, and there were not that many members sitting here in opposition, and how important those tools were to them. And I believe that it's incumbent upon the members who were sitting here at that time to convey that to the new members so that they understand that elections can change your position in your seat in this House very easily. And when they do so, you do not want your rights to be violated in the way that this government is violating all of our rights.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I rise today to join the growing ranks of opposition members imploring our colleagues on the government side of the aisle to vote for the motion to send the question of privilege to the House Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Before getting to the substance of the debate, though, I'm going to start by explaining a little bit of the background for the benefit of the people of Calgary Rocky Ridge who may be watching today but have not followed this debate on Parleview or CPAC and may be wondering what this is all about. So today's debate is about a question of privilege. Just as power is coupled with responsibility, responsibilities must come with the powers necessary to execute them. When we're elected, members of Parliament are charged with the responsibility to represent our constituents in the House of Commons. In order to fulfill this responsibility, we enjoy certain tools and powers by law and convention called parliamentary privileges. When we hear of the word of privilege, Canadians might think of in positive terms about special things that people are able to or enjoy to do, or in negative terms about things that only certain people get to do and enjoy without having earned them. But members of Parliament speak of our privileges. We are talking about the tools we need to do our jobs. It's a fundamental principle of Western democracy, especially in Westminster-style parliaments, that process matters just as much as results do. Whether it's a due process of law, returning a conviction in court, or parliamentary procedure allowing passage of the law under which charges are laid, the process matters. Parliamentary privileges are an integral part of the means by which Parliament governs Canada. They are far more important than the agenda of any given government, since they endure when governments come and go. This topic received considerable discussion before our recent constituency week, so I'm going to keep my summary brief. But on budget day, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce were not able to get to the House of Commons on time to vote since the parliamentary precinct buses were obstructed at the security entrance. This infringed on their right to be here to represent their constituents, so they raised a question of privilege. The Speaker looked into the matter and found that there was a prima facie case for a breach of privilege, and then the member for Milton moved the appropriate motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. A debate about the exact cause of the blocked buses then ensued. My friend from Beauce recounted that the Parliamentary Protective Services told him that the Prime Minister's empty motorcade exiting Parliament Hill caused the delay. If there's any doubt regarding these remarks, it should not be difficult to track down the constable for whom he inquired and asked him or her directly. But the House of Commons is not a court. It doesn't have the power to call witnesses and examine testimony. PROC does. This matter should go to PROC, where witnesses can be summoned. The constable who told the member for Beauce about the Prime Minister's motorcade can appear and face questions for the record, where the Speaker's report on his investigation can be parsed line by line until Parliament has a precise and accurate picture of the day's events. So given that a case like this arose a few years ago, it should have been obvious that the matter should have immediately gone to PROC for a full review. Although I was not a member of Parliament when Yvon Gaudin raised his point of privilege about being blocked from attending the House due to security measures for a visiting dignitary, I'm going to join my colleagues in mentioning that the matter was immediately referred to PROC, where it immediately took precedence over the other business on the agenda of that committee at that time. That was the correct thing to do then, and it's the correct thing to do now. It follows the folkways and customs of this House, as my friend from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston called them. It upholds the centuries-old tradition of the standing orders. Yet, strangely enough, the Liberals had been argued against the motion to refer the question of privilege to PROC, and the amendment to have the question take priority over other matters currently before the committee. They even accused the loyal opposition of making this into a partisan issue by discussing the member for Beauce's accounts of events. I, for one, I don't allege malice or intent to breach the parliamentary privilege on the part of the Prime Minister. I don't accuse him of intentionally obstructing access through tactical use of his motorcade. Indeed, from my reading of the Speaker's report, this incident looks like a case of bureaucratic processes that resulted in an innocent and unwitting combination of events resulting in the breach of privilege. Yet the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader, his replies display a degree of defensiveness that would be unwarranted in this situation were it merely an egregious example of miscommunication and procedural breakdown without a partisan element. I agree with my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I think this Parliamentary Secretary doth protest too much. Yet his protests and defensiveness is all the more reason to get the matter to PROC for a full investigation. Not to impugn or condemn the Prime Minister for contemptuous partisan tactics, but to determine the actual cause of the incident and thereby potentially clear him of any suspicion by association with these events. The Government House Leader and her Parliamentary Secretary's ability and willingness to stand up day after day and defend this government's policies and actions in the face of justified criticism are appalling. Indeed, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is steadfast and stalwart in stonewalling against calls for transparency, deftly dodging and deflecting attempts to hold his government accountable. Such talent is strangely impressive, Mr. Speaker, but this is not the time for him to exercise his uniquely dubious talent and his imperviousness to shame. Breaches of parliamentary privilege, which prevent members from representing our constituents, go beyond any temporary partisan struggle of the day. They go to the very root of constitutional representative government, Westminster-style parliamentary procedure, and what, in the 19th century, was understood as responsible government. The incident before us today need not and should not be a partisan or policy matter for debate in the chamber. It's an important procedural matter over which PROC has authority, and blocking its immediate referral to PROC and preventing it from taking priority over other matters at that committee turns this from a serious procedural matter into another partisan point. The Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader expressed concern about PROC's ability to address the matter given the tenor of debate in the House so far. Well, now we can have a discussion on how well standing committees function in this Parliament, but that topic is a distraction from the point at hand. Whether or not PROC functions as effectively as we would all like is not relevant because it remains the only proper venue for points of privilege. Two opposition members missing a vote on the budget when the government has a majority might not seem like an important issue to many Canadians, but failing to address this matter properly now when the government was not set to stand or fall on two votes opens the door to unscrupulous tactics by future governments on critical confidence votes. I'm not given to hyperbole or slippery slope arguments, but I must mention that disregarding this point of privilege and refusing to refer the matter to PROC would set a very dangerous precedent. As other members have mentioned, the legal right of members of Parliament to attend the House of Commons goes back many centuries to a time when the King would try to arrest members to stop them from attending the House or to stop them from voting. The mace, which is present in the House when we sit, is part of our daily ceremony. It's a symbol of these hard-won privileges. It was a weapon, a defensive weapon, to symbolize and remember how parliamentarians once needed to resist the power of the Crown, its government, and its agents by force. The mace is a symbol of how the common people of Canada are represented by members of Parliament, and that the government has no power over them other than through the consent of this House. Now, I don't believe that the parties which exist today would deliberately try to physically prevent members from fulfilling their parliamentary duties, but it is foolish to trust in the goodwill of future generations. The origin and evolution of these privileges through the centuries underscore the importance of protecting them. If the Liberals get away with not investigating a breach of privilege at this time, a future government might try to subtly, or not so subtly, block opposition to MPs from attending the House to vote, and then brush aside criticism by correctly claiming that they were only following the precedent that was being attempted to be set by not referring this. Speaking of dangerous precedents, Mr. Speaker, on the first day of debate on this point of privilege, the Liberals did something hitherto unseen in Westminster parliaments. They cut off a debate on privilege by moving to proceed to orders of the day. As my friend from Perth Wellington observed, quote, "Never before in the history of this place has a matter of privilege been dealt with in such a way. Never before in this place has the government shut down and prevented all 338 members of this House from voting on a matter of the privileges of us as parliamentarians. Every other case of privilege has been dealt with one way or another through a vote, either in the affirmative or in the negative, but not in this case." Such disrespect for Canada's parliamentary traditions and procedures might not strike the viewers at home as especially momentous. It may look to them like a government just trying to get on with governing, like a government trying to skirt an obstacle in the name of efficiency. But such inefficiency is a necessary check and balance in a democratic form of government. Democracies are not built for speed, but for reasoned deliberation and for representation. By shutting down debate on a matter of privilege goes to the very root of representative government. The Liberals have done serious, potentially irreparable harm to Parliament. This Liberal government did not stop at one precedent which undermines the foundation of Canada's democratic institutions. As my colleague from Perth Wellington identified on April 7th, the Liberals tried to circumvent customary practice at PROC itself. Instead of voting on a motion from the House of Commons to refer this motion of privilege to Proc and thus to order Proc to investigate it immediately, the Liberals tried to have Proc initiate its own study for the matter without an official charge from the House. This point may seem to be fairly obscure for Canadians not immersed in parliamentary procedure, but it's worth explaining. Standing committees may initiate their own studies by a motion, but they may also discontinue or interrupt those studies by another motion. This means that an important question of privilege could be set aside whenever the Liberal majority on Proc felt like it, instead of being addressed immediately and fully as a charge from the House of Commons would require. The Liberals tried to escape a question of privilege by taking it from mandatory to discretionary, and thus allowing it to be discarded at their convenience. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll turn my attention to the topic of Proc as the proper venue for investigations of a matter of privilege. I appreciate how delicately my friend from York Simcoe made the case for Parliament to have access to all the evidence on which the Speaker based his initial finding of prima facie breach of privilege, and so I'll echo his remarks. In discussing the Speaker's finding of fact, he said, quote, "Those findings were in reports that were apparently made available to the Speaker. I have not seen those. I do not believe they've been tendered to this House, yet they were the evidentiary basis on which the Speaker's finding was made." Unquote. I agree with him that Proc is better suited and indeed authorized to be the role of fact finder rather than Speaker, despite the entirely reasonable need for the Speaker to gather facts on which to base a prima facie finding of breach of privilege. So members of Parliament, and by extension the constituents we represent, have a right to know how our parliamentary privileges are upheld. That right includes access to facts and testimony surrounding incidents of breach, and that access is best granted through Proc. With respect to my colleague from BOSA's amendment to the motion before us today, I understand that Proc is currently seized up with, or perhaps more accurately seized up with, the question regarding proposed changes to the standing orders. However, enforcing existing standing orders takes precedent over discussing amendments or innovations thereto. It's like arguing over the new rigging for a sinking ship. Repairing and ensuring the immediate security and safety has to take priority over redesign. The member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert her remarks get to the heart of the government's resistance to this motion. On April 6th, she said, quote, "We will not allow the Conservatives to play politics with the rights and privileges of members of Parliament. This is just too important. We will not let them try to block a study of how we modernize the rules of the House of Commons," unquote. Well, what a ridiculous mischaracterization of what is happening, Mr. Speaker. It is as if she is suggesting, with a straight face and without a hint of irony, that the Conservatives, as well as the other opposition parties, are, quote, "playing politics" by asking Proc to investigate how 2 members of Parliament were prevented from voting on a budget bill, a confidence motion, when you, Mr. Speaker, had issued a ruling finding a prima facie case of breach of privilege, and that by denying such a referral against all precedent, somehow the government is not playing politics. She's basically saying, well, it's not that important if duly elected members of Parliament can't get to the House to vote on a budget, but ramming through changes to the standing orders without all-party consent, contrary to all precedent and convention, so that this government can dodge democratic accountability, is important. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected us with an expectation that we would follow the rules, not change them to suit whoever is in power at a particular moment. Canadians expect us to respect our democratic institutions. Governments in civilized countries do not get to make up the rules whenever they want to. Well-structured governments have clear rules with clear procedures to change them. They also have built-in checks and balances. Canada's governing institutions have become more and more centralized over the past 50 years, especially since the first Prime Minister Trudeau. More power has passed from the House of Commons to Cabinet as the roles of individual MPs shrink. We are now at the point where the only real power opposition MPs, as well as governing party backbenchers, have in the House is moral suasion through debate, appeal to the government's conscience through the power to question, and through the power of delay. Other than these very limited powers, the government can pass any law it wants between elections, and this government wants to reduce these final, very limited powers that MPs have to represent their voters. Mr. Speaker, April 6th was an especially bad day in terms of patronizing Liberal nonsense, which treats Canadians and their elected representatives as children. The member for Winnipeg Centre went so far as to lecture this House and two parliamentary veterans on the need to plan their days to get to the chamber quicker. He lectured them on his own experiences with the Parliamentary Hill buses, including his attempt to disembark away from a designated stop. And when my colleagues spoke out to express their concern for his safety in attempting to do so, he referred back to his days as an elementary school teacher managing first and second grade children, thus implying that fellow members of Parliament were no better self-managers than 6-year-old children. Mr. Speaker, such comments are outrageously insulting to our honourable colleagues. However, the member for Winnipeg Centre's school metaphor may be useful. Does a student deserve a lecture on punctuality if he dutifully waits for the bus but arrives late because the bus was blocked by the police at the only intersection that the bus could cross to get the student to school? Of course not, Mr. Speaker. It's bad enough that that member insulted fellow MPs, but far more disturbing was the member of Winnipeg Centre's undermining of your authority, Mr. Speaker. He might have denied any intent in doing so, but his later statements contradict him. By brushing off the need to debate, by lecturing other members on punctuality, and by diverting attention from a breach of privilege to the need for a positive work environment, he effectively dismissed your finding of prima facie case of breach of privilege, in a finding which is always accompanied by a motion referring the matter to proc. There's another example of Liberal arrogance, of telling Canadians that results matter more than process. Unlike the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert, he was subtle. He didn't boldly declare that the Liberals will not allow a question of privilege to interfere with their plans to reform Parliament in their own image and will trample down all due process in their way. No. Instead, he insinuated that this topic is not worthy of Parliament's attention and that debating it was a waste of time. Well, to some extent, I agree with him. It is a waste of time to debate a motion which custom dictates should pass. But I can safely speak for my Conservative colleagues and perhaps even for the NDP in saying that we would end debate if the Liberals agreed to do what is always done with questions of privilege and send this matter to proc. We are not the problem here. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on the government benches to remember that they will be on this side of the aisle sooner or later. In fact, there are a number of members of the government on the government side of this House who have spent time over here. There are even a few veterans who have been on both sides of this chamber before the 42nd Parliament, who know full well just how outrageous the current situation is and who know that it is untenable. I won't embarrass them by calling them out, but I don't want any of them to suffer or have conflict with their own colleagues and House officers for speaking out and speaking up for what's right. But I implore my Liberal colleagues who are new to this place, as I am, to seek the wisdom of their own colleagues who have experience here. I know that many of these experienced members on the backbenches know that what their House leader and her parliamentary secretary are doing is wrong. Parliamentarians of all stripes know that one should never do in government what one denounces in opposition. One should never set precedents for temporary partisan gain if they undermine parliamentary institutions and erode the very foundations of our form of government. I encourage them to vote for this motion and its amendment. Send this matter to proc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague just gave a great speech about how the government's not respecting our democracy, and yet in the midst of that, we've fallen below quorum, I believe, in this House, and I ask you to observe that.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're good. Okay, I do think we now have quorum within a reasonable time it takes, understanding that members are sometimes close by the chamber, and it appears that we do have quorum. So we'll continue with questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have to wait a moment for the member that gave the speech to reappear, I guess, Mr. Speaker, so that I can put forward the question.
It's okay. I think I know what the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was going to say. Indeed, the Parliamentary Secretary will know that we don't make reference to the absence or presence of members in the House. In this case, was absence, so to specific members in particular. So I'll ask the honourable member to carry on, but avoid those kinds of characterizations.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to ask a very quick question. Can the member indicate when he believes that the Conservatives will be ready for the vote?
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation. I'm sorry, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know that this whole debate has not been a very positive reflection on this institution. We've had, we know what's been going on at Proc for weeks now. We know what this member and his House leader have been trying to impose on this House. And we merely ask that this government and this member respect this institution. We will get this eventually to Proc, get this sorted out, and let's have some respect for the standing orders of this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for his speech. And I think something today that we've all been talking about is respect for the rules of this place. Respecting the rules that we all came here. When we came here as parliamentarians, we're provided with the rules of the House. We all understand that these are the rules that we all must govern ourselves by while we take our seats in this House, however long it is deemed that we will sit here as members. And what's happening from the opposite side is we're being told that we cannot use those rules. We cannot continue to debate in this House on a point of privilege when clearly there are many of us on this side of the House who still would like to add our voices to this very important debate. So I want to ask the member if he can speak to the way that he thinks Canadians feel and his constituents feel when they see this lack of respect in this House of Commons where they've sent him to represent them.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and she makes excellent points, as she did in her speech before me. The members of my constituency certainly expect that I have the ability to speak on their behalf and that debate not be limited by the government, and especially that any question about my ability to come to this House and vote on a budget, no less, on a confidence motion. Mr. Speaker, I can only imagine what kind of consternation we would be going through had those two votes been decisive on maintaining the confidence or not in this government. And so this is an extremely important issue, and my constituents would take very seriously it's as if this government thinks that we are an audience, that we are here to watch them govern. But, Mr. Speaker, we all won our seats just as they won their seats. We were elected by the people of our ridings to attend this House and to participate in debate, not to watch.
The honourable government House Leader on a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform the House that the Opposition Day designated for Thursday, May 4th, will now take place on Monday, May 8th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the House accepts the Government House Leader's notice. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we do need some reality in terms of what has actually been said by the member across the way. He consistently says this confidence vote, a budget confidence vote. Mr. Speaker, what the member needs to realize is that what precipitated those members not having unfettered access wasn't a budget confidence vote. What it was the Conservative Party wanted to go to orders of the day in order to interfere with the presentation of the national federal budget. That's why we were having the vote. It was not a confidence vote. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize. Why is it important to recognize? Because what we have witnessed over the last number of days is a matter of privilege where we've actually had members of the Conservative Party admit they're filibustering on a matter of privilege. If a matter of privilege is as important as we believe it is within the Liberal caucus, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would recognize.
Order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Winnipeg North is very familiar with the rules. He should know at a minimum that a motion to move to the orders of the day is moved by the government, not the opposition. He is now saying somehow that the delaying of the vote, that the missing of the vote was less of a big deal because it wasn't that important a vote. That's the implication. It was a vote not moved by the opposition. It was a vote moved by the government. You should know that.
I'm certain that these are matters that fall under the rubric of debate, and I'm sure that members will have the opportunity to get to that in some other part of our discussion here today. We'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary finish his question, and then we'll get on with the questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the point of it is that when members are standing and they're speaking and they're talking about something, they need to be consistent. There's many examples that I could use where it just wasn't factual. The opposition, yes, is working together, and I applaud. The NDP and the Conservatives are united in trying to filibuster, it would appear. At least I've heard the Conservatives admit that they're trying to filibuster on it. The question is, if they believe, as we believe, in unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct, why do they continue to debate and wanting it to be dealt with here, not send it to committee? Why not allow it to go to committee?
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, that's somewhat disingenuous on the part of this parliamentary secretary when they themselves tried to prevent the question of privilege from even going to a vote, and is now wondering why so many of us want to debate this this point of privilege. So that's setting that aside. If he had listened carefully to my speech, he would have been reminded that the power to delay is one of the very limited powers that an opposition party has. When a government behaves as outrageously and as ridiculously and as disrespectfully to the institution of Parliament as this government has, delay of the passage of bills is one of the only ways that that our opposition parties can draw attention to what is actually going on over here and to prevent them from doing so. We hope to evoke in the conscience of these members just how ridiculous their conduct is, and that they will finally do the right thing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
And in light of the history with this government, and of course what happened in the PROC committee this morning, and the shutting down of debate, invoking closure, removing opposition days, I'm just wondering if my colleague feels or has any confidence whatsoever that these issues will actually be dealt with at the PROC committee.
Excellent. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, that is an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, and well, one can always hope. One can hope that things will prevail at PROC, that PROC will do the right thing, immediately take on the question of privilege, abandon its agenda to ram through changes to the standing orders, and deal with the real question of privilege that prevented 2 elected members from being able to vote.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, again, I want to be very crystal clear because it was a major theme of the member's opposite's comments in his speech. And accuracy is important. It's important that we recognize that the Conservative Party on Budget Day made a move in which they wanted to have us go to orders of the day, thereby interrupting the budget. Yes, that is true. Mr. Speaker, reality will show that. Look into the journals and you will see that it is true, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're not denying the importance of unfettered access. But what I'm asking the member across the way to recognize is there's also a responsibility for oppositions to behave in a responsible manner. And some of the things that we have seen, such as an opposition wanting to filibuster a matter of privilege, is questionable at best in terms of good opposition. I sat in opposition for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you, I didn't participate in that sort of a filibuster on a privilege for seven days.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I think that's a question that he asked in his earlier intervention. He is talking about and it's disingenuous on his part to wonder why opposition members would want to weigh in on debate on this question when this government tried to take an unprecedented step, never attempted in the history of Westminster-style parliaments, to bury a question of privilege without a vote.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the debate here, and I have to say that I find this deeply discouraging. These are sterile discussions, and all because we have a government that is in serious need of psychotherapy. They have a superiority complex, and clearly this doesn't upset my colleague opposite. He sincerely seems to believe that what he's saying is relevant. He talks like a machine. He's like an alarm system that's going off all the time. No matter what we're talking about, he always has the same opinion, and it's typical of this government, which was elected. They said all kinds of things, anything and everything. And young members of Parliament, for those who are here for the first time, they can't believe what they've got themselves into. They believed in all the Liberal promises and the idea that the Liberals were the natural governing party. But they've been fooled, they've been had, and they're pulling one over on the electorate as well, because this government's approach is entirely based on communications, on PR, on spin, and I'm saying this government needs psychotherapy. I'd really like to know what they're saying behind the scenes, how they think they're going to make this work. Why they must be saying, why did we say this during the campaign? Now we're stuck with it. We've made these promises. How are we ever going to keep them?
And I can tell you that I'm the critic for culture, and I can tell you they're doing nothing, because even if the minister is ambitious and even if she's undertaking wide-ranging consultations, it's clear that, she can say whatever she wants, but when it comes to the crucial things that we need to do to protect our cultural entrepreneurs, as well as other entrepreneurs who are being threatened by, for example, the internet, even if we can't be against progress, it's important to recognize that there's a challenge for entrepreneurs, but they're doing nothing, absolutely nothing, and it's just pathetic, because this government, which is coming in with this complex of superiority, being the natural governing party with royal blood. Well, it's clear that it's royal blood because, they're hanging out with the kings of Bay Street, and whatever candidate mentioned in the election campaign, they're going to say, hey, listen, that's not how it works, buddy. And it's really sad because real people are waiting. Real people are waiting for clear social measures. Real people are waiting for health care. Real people are waiting for social housing. Real people are watching TV. They're watching Netflix, and there are fewer people buying advertising on the TV. So that means we have smaller budgets for our culture. And very concretely, the production fund for our culture that we're so proud of, it is diminishing. Very concretely, our media is suffering, and we all know, everyone here knows. Everyone knows of a small regional newspaper that is falling behind because they can't get advertising because all the money is going to the internet. All the ad revenue is going to California. It's all going to Palo Alto, to Apple. These are emergencies, but no, the government is too busy looking at whether or not the crown fits properly and how it looks in the mirror. And that's completely crazy because it's completely the opposite of what they said during the election campaign. They said that they were going to be a government that was close to the middle class, and their agenda is not that at all. It's very clear that this government has their friends, they listen to their friends, and that's what they're interested in doing. We have a government that is increasing cynicism that they promised they wouldn't create. When I was here from 2011 to 2015, and the Conservative government didn't want to do didn't want to hear from absolutely anyone, it was clear that they had a plan and they were going to move forward with it. And if you didn't want it, well, too bad for you. But this government created certain expectations. They said, hey, things can be better. But no, at the end of the day, it's worse, because what they're doing behind closed doors is much bigger than what we see here. The reality is, and I should note that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River. And I know that the Speaker is relieved to hear that information. But, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? Thank you. This situation this week is really, truly sad, because we are very, 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 very far from the real issues facing Canadians and Quebecers. People who are working hard all week and who would just like, at the end of the day, to have a little bit, of hope. They have ambitions for their children, for themselves. They want a good retirement. They hope that their children will have a better life than they had. That's progress. Instead of that, what we have right now is a government, and thank you, I've already said it, we have a government now before us that is put its blinders on, and they're not listening. They're not working, for example, to ensure that online sellers don't cannibalize sales from our local retailers. And this is why I talked about a superiority complex. This government feels like they don't need to hear from us, and that's why all the opposition is united in saying this is ridiculous. We represent Canadians, we represent Quebecers who chose us, whether they like it or not, whether you believe it or not. Well, yes, there is an alternative to you, yes. These people put their trust in us, either the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, the Greens, or the Conservatives. And we have the right, and it's our duty, not to just speak on behalf of our party, but especially on behalf of those who elected us, and even those who didn't vote for us. I heard somebody who referred to the magic number of 100,000 residents in our ridings, and that's a lot of pressure. We have a lot of work to do to represent them. And that's why we have united to say that the way that you want to ram through your agenda is not the right way to do things. However elegant your communications might be, what you're doing is not the right thing. I met some friends, and a 7-year-old girl asked me what I did, and I said, I'm a politician. It's my job. I represent people who chose me, among others, to represent their values, their hopes. She asked me, is it fun? And I said, well, sometimes, most of the times it's fun. But, we're used to being able to speak out in Parliament, a Parliament that clearly respects democracy. And I said, well, you know what? Right now, it seems that international other countries are having influence on this government and this Prime Minister. We were sold a bill of goods in the campaign, and we see now that this government is saying one thing and doing completely the opposite. And right now, if we look at their election promises, they keep bringing this up. Hey, we're just doing what was in our campaign. Well, listen. The opposition has been standing up, and because of that, we've been able to get, a little bit of reason out of this government. We're very far from all the promises they made. And I think back to C-51. What are you going to do with C-51? I'd like to look at my colleagues who were here in the previous Parliament with me, who were tearing their shirts off to say, C-51 is terrible, we're going to fix this. Well, you know what? It's been a year and a half now. Nothing's been done, so let's go. Do something. Because You know, this government seems to have advanced consultitis, if you want, because they have consultation after consultation after consultation. But hey, let's get going. There are important issues. I know that we need to have well thought out decisions, but we need action. If we look at what's happening in culture, in the information media, it's just a disaster. So get going, do something, and listen to those of us who are here to represent our citizens. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments. In referring to new members being surprised, I actually am surprised, but what I'm surprised at are the antics that are going on the other side of the House over this issue. So let's just summarize what's happening here. We're all in agreement. Unfettered access for members of Parliament is critical. It's first and foremost. We're all in agreement of that. This is day 7 that we've been speaking about this, and what we're speaking about is having this moved to proc. Everybody, I believe everybody in the House is in agreement on that. And the query is that there's not more time to talk about it. Well, we're on day 7 of that. We all agree. We're all in agreement. Proc is the place to study this. That's what we want to have happen. It's not the first time this has happened. It has happened in the past. Over the past few years, this has happened on a number of occasions. Proc is the place where we can have the in-depth study take place. We can call witnesses. We can call in, and in the past, witnesses have been called from various departments, the RCMP, the Sergeant at Arms, the clerk. This is the place we have to have this discussion. All this being said, in the interests of time, why will the member not agree now is the time to send this in proc so we can do what we need to do?
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, I'm happy to see that my colleague from across the way has such high esteem for the work done in committee. You know, that's the place where members who take their job seriously can contribute to debate. The reality, however, is that why are they making us lose time in Parliament? And why are they bringing forward bullying motions? Why are you doing this? Well, you want to gain time. You're trying to provoke us because, you know, the question is, well, take your time and do what you've got to do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in light of the history of the government trying to change the standing orders, removing opposition days, invoking closure, shutting down debate, and of course what happened today in the Proc Committee, I'm just wondering if the member feels that there's any confidence that these issues will be dealt with appropriately in Proc.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, that's an excellent question from my colleague, and I have to say that on that subject, so far in my experience on committee, we've always been able to have an experience to be able to represent our constituents where members are respected within the limits of numbers, because, you know, if we're in the minority, well, we don't have as much power as when we're in the majority. Can we hope that in committee the individual members who make up the government side will behave in a responsible and dignified and honest manner? Well, generally speaking, that is the case, and thankfully, committees make it possible to get out of the party line. So I have to maintain confidence in that process, because when we're in committee, we can also look each other in the eye and say, hey, come on.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and it's notable, again, the abuses we're seeing of democracy by this government, a last-minute change to the opposition day now. And we can all guess what the real architect of that change was, I think, in terms of discussions that the government wanted to have and didn't want to have. I want to ask the member, to reflect on the broader trend we see from the government. There was motion 6. And initially, the government said all they wanted to do at Proc was have a conversation about standing order changes. And then, just on Sunday, they admitted that they weren't just trying to have a conversation, that they were prepared to bring forward a motion in this House without study at Proc to unilaterally push through those changes. And nobody in the opposition said we shouldn't have a study at Proc. We just said it shouldn't happen in a way that allowed unilateral change. And yet we had the chair unilaterally ending a meeting today while opposition members were raising objection to that. So what does this member think about the broad direction of the government? Is this real change that people expected? Or is this, in fact, simply well, it's change in the other direction. It's a denial of any kind of respect for our democratic institutions.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and sincerely coming from him, I find it fascinating because I think that if there's someone who represents, well, the fresh air, the new influences coming into a party, well, it's him. And I think that this waste of time that my colleague across the way mentioned is linked to the fact that, you know, when we remember what the Conservative government did, the Conservative government knew where it was going. They were going in a very specific direction, and, you know, they moved forward like a tank with determination, and they weren't afraid of the authoritarian image that they put forward. And, of course, I was always against that, but at least we knew what we were dealing with. Now, this question of a waste of time is coming from across the way because they want to make us believe that they're listening, and that, you know, this is a situation that is deplorable, and what we're seeing here is the disappointment, particularly among young people, to see that this Liberal government is just more of the same.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, last week, in the second week of the riding, our time in the riding, I had the honour of meeting and having meaningful discussions with two groups of youth. One was the Campbell River Youth Action Committee, and the other was the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society youth. When I speak with youth, I hear again and again very intelligent questions, thoughtful discussion, and such a respectful manner. It's an honor to spend time with them and see the great energy many youth are bringing forward in our country. In those situations, I'm often questioned about this place, about the way we work here for the betterment of all Canadians. I hear questions about government and how it works with opposition, the importance of the roles in this place. So many young people seem to understand fundamentally the value of having diversity at the table, differing opinions, and thoughtful discussion. We discuss how MPs hear from constituents and how MPs voice those important realities of communities across Canada. This time, we also talked about parliamentary privilege. The youth were interested in what was happening in this House and interested in what they were seeing in Proc. I had this discussion in my riding, and today I'm rising to speak on this important question of privilege, and most importantly, the ability of each member of Parliament in this House to represent their constituents. On March the 22nd, on Budget Day 2017, members of this House were denied access to Parliament because the Prime Minister's empty motorcade blocked the motorcade. The Constitution of Canada assures that members of Parliament elected by the members of their constituency have unfettered access to this House. This is to assure that we can do our jobs and be accountable to the people we represent. On this particular day, that was denied to two members in this place. So I'm honored today to stand up and speak on why this right to access this place is so fundamental as a member of Parliament. I also want to talk about the important part of how this could have been resolved quicker, but right now we're seeing this government create an atmosphere of bad faith and have a strong bullying attitude that has led us to where we are right now. Finally, I want to address the issues of parliamentary reform and the so-called discussion this government seems to be focusing on. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected, I received my Member of Parliament identification, and when I read on the back that it was my parliamentary privilege to be in this place, and that in fact, as it says under the law, of parliamentary privilege, the bearer has free and open access at all times without obstruction or interference to the precedents of the House of Parliament, which to the bearer is a member. I am sure that I stand with other members of Parliament in this House, that there is a moment almost every day in this place where I take that breath and remember what an honor it is to be here. That thousands of people in my riding of North Island, Powell River expect me to do my work here representing them. That when I stand up to vote, I am standing with them in mind. This was denied to two members of this House who could not vote, could not stand up for the thousands of people who rely on them to do so. I am pleased that all members of this House are taking this issue seriously. But instead of letting the motion of privilege run its course, the Liberals pursued a hostile procedure to reverse the Speaker's ruling, which supported the fact that privilege was indeed breached. In doing so, they invited a procedural fight to go on with a second motion of privilege coming from the opposition. You cannot, on the one hand, claim to work with others to reform this institution while immediately using its instruments to enforce your majority. On April the 6th, the Liberal government shut down debate on the question of privilege when the matter was superseded by the adoption of a motion to proceed to the order of the day. In the long history of Parliament, this is unprecedented. It is a basic and fundamental right for all of us to sit in this House representing our constituents. On April the 6th, this government attempted to change this. This from a party who campaigned on being more open, transparent, accessible, and accountable to Canadians. This is a promise that is not being delivered on. You know, earlier today I heard another member say, I am a reasonable person, and I believe that in this House we are full of many reasonable people. When I think of having a meaningful discussion on this discussion paper, I know that the people in this place are willing to have this discussion. But we have to look at the reality that for the past few weeks, Liberals have claimed that all they want is a discussion about changing how our Parliament works. We agree that changes could be made. It is important to understand something that stands at the core of this meaningful conversation on this discussion paper: power and fairness. Opposition has been clear from the very beginning. In this place, when there are discussions about how we do things here, there is a commitment to consensus. This is the history of this place. It is a deep honor of the fact that the government changes and that the function of this House must allow for voices to be heard. But red flags have now been quickly raised. The proposed changes needed to be enacted so quickly. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee could barely keep up with other ministerial requests. The discussion, as the Liberal House Leader likes to refer to it, has never happened. This government has attempted to ram in the committee, and that failed. Now, they announce that they will unilaterally be forcing through changes. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm heartbroken about this reality. You know, the people of my riding sent me here to speak for them, and I want to do that important work. I right now have situations where people are coming into my office on a daily basis because they can't find a home to live in. I have people coming in because they're trying to make their small business work and they're facing challenges. This is what the people of our ridings are experiencing, but at the core of the work we do here, it's always, always about the process of how we do it. I want to work on those key issues, but if we have a dysfunctional process, we will never get that work done in a meaningful way. How can we honestly talk about reforming this place when the Liberals procedural torpedo our first motion on privilege and disregard unanimous decision-making? Our unified opposition with the Conservatives was never about the proposed changes. They were about the process. Changes to the inner working of Parliament have a long history of parties putting aside their differences and finding consensus. It is not unreasonable for opposition parties to call it for what it is, a Liberal power grab. They would have never agreed to this if they were in opposition. These are not changes meant to make Parliament better. They are meant to make Parliament better for Liberals and make life easier for the Prime Minister. As Canadians are the ones who pay the price with a government that is less accountable, we need to stand up in this House and speak out. Why is this government so hard-pressed to pass a reform of some kind? I confess that I wonder if it is simply a cover for the failed electoral reform promise. How can Parliament be modernized if we do not carry the wisdom of those who've gone before us? In my life, many elders have told me, do not throw away the knowledge of the past for the ideas of the future. They are all of value. Mr. Speaker, the matter of parliamentary privilege is key to our Canadian democracy. I'm very disappointed that this is where we are today, that this debate has been stopped by the government. I hope they are listening to their colleagues on this important issue and that we will soon see some respectful return to this House. I would love to have a meaningful discussion about modernization, but it needs to be fair and the power needs to be balanced. I wonder if the government House Leader knows that many members in this House, like me, live so far away from this place that the only flight that gets us home is the one that leaves first in the morning. If we shorten the work week and have more weeks, it means a lot less time for me and my constituency, a time that I honor profoundly to spend with my constituents, to hear what's happening, to have those meaningful conversations. So I hope that the goodness of the people in this place will come forward, that we will see some positive action moving forward, and that we will understand the wisdom of consensus when we talk about these key issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things the Government House Leader has consistently done is said that we want to have this discussion on the issue of how we can change our standing orders. The member just made reference in terms of how Fridays impacts her. Let me share with her how Fridays would impact me. Mr. Speaker, if we work a few extra hours on a Thursday and a Tuesday, I in turn then can fly out Friday morning and be in my riding for 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. That gives me an entire day. That might allow me to attend a graduation service. It might allow me to meet with more of my constituents, do more work within my constituency. And this is something in which all the Government House Leader has been trying to do is to get people around the table, in particular PROC, to start talking about it, to have some dialogue on it. And it's the resistance that's coming. It's saying, well, unless you do this, we're not even going to enter the discussion group. Mr. Speaker, today we're not talking about those issues. Today we're talking about the privilege issue. We agree, the Government of Canada, every member of the Liberal caucus wants this to go to committee, Mr. Speaker. Every single member of the Liberal caucus wants it to go to committee. We would like to see it voted on today, Mr. Speaker. The opposition say they want it to go to committee, but their actions do not reflect their will. If the will is to have it to go to committee, all we have to do is allow it to vote. We support it. I suspect every member in the House is going to support it. I might suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, in listening, that at times maybe it's the opposition that has alternative motives. And if they do, I would suggest they put them to the side and let's deal firsthand by sending this thing to PROC where it belongs, where the issue of unfettered access can be dealt with, and all members will be assured that they will have unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. That's what the Liberal Party wants.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his passionate comments. I don't know if I heard a specific question in there. I really appreciate the meaningful discussion that could potentially happen, and I would like to see happen, about the impacts of changing some of our procedures in this place and what they'll mean for people who live in different parts of this country and serve different constituencies. It was interesting to hear what his experience was. For me, it takes 9.5 to 10.5 hours to get back to my community. It's certainly a long journey, and very, very thankful to all of the constituents who consistently compliment me on doing that work. It's an honor for me to do that. But I'll say something that's so important. When you have a discussion, if you have it in a way where there's a balance of power, where you honor everybody, good things can come from that. So right now we're being asked to have conversations with a majority committee, not in the good faith and the good practices of people before us who made sure that when we were talking about these issues, we had consensus. So I look forward to this government looking at understanding what a consensus model is and making sure that when we have discussions, we don't say we're just trying to have a discussion. Oh, by the way, we have all the power, so however the discussion ends, we will be the people who make that decision. When you have all the power, you better make sure you have a process that makes sense for everyone.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague from Vancouver Island, North Powell River. I mean, she is really someone that we can admire for someone who represents her constituents. She's held 28 town halls. Like me, she lives in a rural riding, and that's very difficult to do in a rural riding, never mind being in one of the farthest ridings in Canada. Like she said, it takes her 10 hours to get home, and then she gets on the road. And the government's floated ideas of having us sit more weeks and sit longer. Well, it's really difficult when you live in a rural riding, and I know this because for me to get to some communities, it takes me 18 hours from Ottawa to get to Vancouver Island, drive across Vancouver Island, and take a boat 2 hours north to get to a community like Hashquit. So when you get to a nation like that, and I have 10 nations in my riding, she has more nations in her riding. These are small communities, and if we don't get out and meet these communities, we don't build trust. We don't get to know their issues, and we rely on getting to those communities in those weeks that we're in the riding, because we live so far away, it's hard to get there, that if we extend the sitting weeks, it's going to make it more difficult. Mr. Speaker, maybe the member can talk about the importance of making sure that we have time to get to those people in those communities, and the importance of Friday questions so that we can ask questions on behalf of those small communities, because we won't get that opportunity if they take away Friday sittings, because we won't be able to ask questions because we're going to get shut down, and they're going to get shut down, and their voice is going to be lost, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It's been an honor for me to do town halls. One of the things I think that's important for those of us who represent rural ridings is, for me, I have to do at least 4 town halls just to sort of touch the corners of my riding. So it leads to a lot of travel time while I'm in the riding. I think it's very important that we make sure that we have a conversation that is meaningful about this type of reform and change, but it needs to be one that has a balance of power so that we can move forward. It is important we talk to those small communities because we have to represent them. We have to build the trust, and we have to ask questions in this House, and some days, Fridays are the most powerful days to ask questions for your constituents. It would be a sad loss for all of us.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Meg.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bel accueil. Merci, merci. Beaucoup. Merci. Écoutez, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I would like to congratulate my colleague because it is important for us as parliamentarians to be able to adequately represent the people in our ridings. Sometimes, the more time we take away from our riding, the more we are deprived of tools in Parliament to be able to put forward their opinions and points of view to adequately represent what they think in this chamber. Access to the House of Commons is very important. And I have a great deal of sympathy with my colleagues who have to travel for 18 hours to go and meet people in their riding, the people that they represent. It is a great challenge. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to discuss a matter of privilege, which is as follows. That the question of privilege raised on March 22nd, 2017 be sent to the Standing Committee on Procedure. And there were sub-amendments. What is at issue here is access to the House of Commons and to the Hill. And I think this is something that should be of concern to all of us. Many people have spent many hours expressing themselves on this matter of privilege. Many of us have been affected by this, and many of us have felt the need to express our opinion on this important matter. It is of capital importance. Members must be able to do their work. Evidently, none can prevent an MP from coming to this place, whether it be to speak, but, more importantly, to vote on matters that are part of the orders of the day for the House. Canadians elected us to represent them here. We are their representatives. We are their voice when it's time to take a stance on important issues. I tried to imagine what could have happened if I had been prevented from coming to the House to vote on the file of physician-assisted dying after having conducted consultations, after having met organizations, after having spoken with people who were waiting for this legislation on humanitarian grounds. What would have happened? How would those people have interpreted the fact that I could have been prevented from coming here to be their voice and to vote in this chamber and to effectively communicate their opinion and to make sure that their voice counts in the history of our country? Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing with another file that's of concern to us now, the legalization of marijuana. Despite the good intentions of the government, even though they are putting forward many things about legalization of marijuana, namely that they are going to take away profits from organized crime or keep it out of the hands of children, people in my riding do not agree, and we're going to have to vote on this important matter very soon. What would happen if, after having consulted people, Mr. Speaker, last week I was in high school in my riding, and I asked the question of people in high school, do you agree or not with legalizing marijuana? You know what they answered? About 1/3 of those young people agreed with the position of the government, and yet 2/3 of those young high schoolers were against it. But that's not what we're hearing. In the wonderful world of the Care Bears, everybody's in favor of legalizing marijuana. Mr. Speaker, I have to express the opinion of these individuals in this House. What's going to happen if, for all sorts of reasons, I'm prevented from doing so? If I'm prevented from voting to express the opinion of these young people? It would make for individuals who are more disappointed with their MP and with politics in general. Mr. Speaker, that's why it is important to maintain access to this House. And that's why I also wanted to speak to this important issue, this matter of privilege. Mr. Speaker, we are the elected representatives of the public, obviously. Unfortunately, I have to say that we are witnessing situations that are rather difficult. After what the government has said about changing the standing orders and procedure, Parliament had its usual habits disrupted. The government and Parliament, things are not working all that well right now because we have before us a document that essentially has a guillotine in it. We were told to discuss, knowing full well that at the end of those discussions, the guillotine is going to fall on any further discussion. And unfortunately, that's how the government wants to use its power, its majority in this House, to make changes. But when it comes to access to this House, which is guaranteed by a long-standing tradition, why? Because members must be able to have access to this place to vote. Changing the rules is the same thing. Changing rules unilaterally without everyone's consent is preventing members from fully playing their role. Because the honourable member for Gatineau, regarding a point of order. Mr. Speaker, this morning, during a debate in the House, I indicated to the chair that the comments made by the leader of the New Democratic Party regarding my colleague, the leader of the government in the House of Commons.
You indicated that we would review the record and review this incident. The record is now in, but I do have the blues. I just want to, as disturbing as that might be, read into the record some of the comments of the leader of the New Democratic Party toward the government House Leader. He called her a buffoon and then went on to say, "Where is the organ grinder? You're not the monkey." Mr. Speaker, these comments are demeaning. They are belittling. They are unparliamentary. Now, I understand that the Minister and the Leader have spoken, but I wanted to state that as the comments were made in this place, I want to give the member the opportunity to apologize for those publicly. I also know, Mr. Speaker, that the tone hasn't been great, perhaps since we've come back, and we all have a bit of responsibility to take for that. We certainly haven't been perfect, and I don't think anyone can claim perfection. But these types of comments, Mr. Speaker, do not help the tone and the atmosphere in this place. And I wanted to table for you and for honourable members the fact that these were done, and give the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party the opportunity to explain himself and perhaps apologize publicly. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Gatineau for his point of order regarding this matter. I will take the matter under advisement. And at a future time, we'll raise this matter before the House.
Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan on the same point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment that it is frustrating, as important as that issue is, when a member is in the middle of giving a speech on a different topic and a member has a comment that they want to raise, it's about a previous point of order. There are other times right after question period when the member who could raise it, but it's profoundly disrespectful, speaking of respect, to the member who's mid-sentence on a completely different topic, for that member to stand up because he just has to comment on something that was addressed previously during the day. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his further intervention on the matter. Well, what he's saying is, in fact, has been a custom and convention. Nevertheless, the standing orders do permit members to rise on points of order, in particular in this case, and as in the case as the member from Gatineau has cited, at the earliest occasion that members can do so. So members are encouraged to do that, but I take the member's point. I think that certainly has been the convention typically, but sometimes timeliness of these matters becomes important as well. And at this point, I think we're very close to the time for statements by members. I'll let the honourable member, la députée de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable will have 12 more minutes for his speech when the House resumes the debate on this motion before the House.
Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government is committed to improve the broken Nutrition North program. Although the program is meant to provide Northerners with improved access to food, Nunavut continues to have the highest rates of food insecurity in the country. Nearly 70% of homes in Nunavut are food insecure. This statistic is alarming when you consider Canada's status as a first world country. In 2016, INAC held consultations to gain insight on how to improve the program. The result of this consultation was a What We Heard report that was released last Friday. I've always been a strong advocate for improvements to be made to the Nutrition North program. As current MP and previous territorial MLA, I know that this report echoes and officially documents what we have been saying for many years. Given the dire food insecurity reality we face in Nunavut, the need for action on this program is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, summer is just around the corner, and with the nicer weather, more and more Canadians will be lacing up their running shoes and hitting the sidewalks and trails for their runs. Many of them training for and participating in marathons across the country. This year, I was impressed to learn that at least 9 of my constituents participated in the very prestigious Boston Marathon last month. One of these participants was 69-year-old Chris Anderson, who just ran his 113th marathon.
Wow.
Not only that, but this was Chris's 29th consecutive Boston Marathon. He even once ran the Boston Marathon with a broken foot and a modified cast, just to maintain his consecutive streak. I want to commend Chris for his dedication, hard work, and training as he continues to run those marathons. To qualify and run Boston is quite an achievement, and so I would like to congratulate Chris and all of the other Boston Marathoners from my riding and across the country on their athletic success.
And then you'll have
the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow will mark the 6th anniversary of the tragic death of Cassandra, who was hit by a drunk driver on May 3, 2011, at the age of 22. Marquita Collias, her mother, will be victimized once again, unfortunately, by the Liberals, who, for purely partisan reasons, want to put an end to Bill C-226 that seeks to counter the scourge of alcohol.
All MPs present here today to first think of victims of impaired driving and their families, and to vote tomorrow to support C-226 to proceed to committee for further review so we can save lives. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, just for a moment, let's set aside partisanship and put victims first and vote for Bill C-226. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Mayor of Rigaud, Hans Grunwald Jr., and the Municipal Council declared a state of emergency in the region because of the melting ice and heavy rains that brought about serious flooding by the Ottawa River. Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that the City of Rigaud has asked fellow citizens to evacuate once again because of recent rain and the rain forecast for the rest of the week. In these difficult moments, I want to underscore the important work done by the City of Rigaud, Éric Martel, head of the fire department, the police, firefighters, and volunteers who've worked hard and continue to work hard so that all those affected are safe. On behalf of my family, this House, and the entire community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I want to thank you for your dedication toward those who need it most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise in this House today. On April the 20th, just days before the day of mourning, our riding had a sudden and devastating reminder of the dangers in the workplace, when a train derailment killed 3 people and injured 2 more. I send my deepest and sincerest condolences to the families, friends, and workers who experienced this tragedy. To the people of Was, I cannot fully express my sense of heartbreak. I want to acknowledge the emergency response efforts from the residents of Was and the neighboring communities, the RCMP, Victim Services, BC Emergency Health Services, North Island Critical Incident Response Network, North Island Crisis and Counseling Teams, doctors, nurses, health professionals, and site leaders. Thank you for the kindness of the community in providing food for the workers and families, the immediate community meeting where people came together to share their shock and grief. In times of sadness, I am grateful to belong to a riding that stands together in these painful times. All my thoughts to Was. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as both an MP and a physician to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Canadian Medical Association. In 1867, only 3 months after the birth of Canada, the CMA was formed with just 164 physicians. Today, the association represents more than 85,000 physicians and is a strong national advocate for patient health and for a system of healthcare that is based on evidence, measurable outcomes, and accountability. Yesterday was Doctors' Day in Ontario and Nova Scotia, and it is time to proclaim on this, their 150th anniversary, a National Physicians' Day, and I hope that all members in this House will support a motion to that effect, which I will bring forward. Canada's physicians and the CMA have served patients well for a century and a half. I would like all members to...
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, May the 8th will mark World Ovarian Cancer Day. Each year,
2,800 Canadian women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Without a screening test, ovarian cancer is usually detected at the advanced stage after cancer has spread. It can be devastating, and while most ovarian cancer patients initially respond well to treatment, relapse is common and there are few effective treatment options when cancer returns. Research teams across Canada have been at the forefront of designing new treatment strategies. With proper investment, more options will enter the pipeline, leading to more effective treatments for women. It's important that approved treatments are publicly funded and available. Lives depend on it. On behalf of the many affected Canadian women, their families and their friends, I ask that all members of Parliament join me in helping Ovarian Cancer Canada raise awareness of this worthy cause.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the spirit of Canada's 150th anniversary to acknowledge our collective desire as Canadians to provide a better life for our families, our communities, and for future generations. One specific individual, Bajrangi Das Chadha, is a shining example of this effort. Having left his home in Lahore during the partition, he came from Punjab to Canada in 1978, where he sought a better life for his family and worked as a bridge operator at Canoe Pass. His 6 children, 19 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren have adopted their Pitaji's work ethic, optimism, and desire to contribute, something I've witnessed firsthand after returning to the border of India and Pakistan to propose to his granddaughter, Ravi. Pitaji's youngest daughter, Sunita, and her husband, Ram Bansal, are in the parliamentary precinct today, and while it's not quite 150 years, Mr. Speaker, I would invite everyone in the House to join me in celebrating our beloved Pitaji on this, the occasion of his 101st birthday. Happy birthday, Pitaji.
Hey, all right.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read you a text written by 23 students in elementary school in my riding. In this world, there are exceptional people who don't get the recognition they deserve. That's the case of Marie Fragasso, a 6th grade teacher at Albert Schweitzer Primary School in Saint-Bruno. She got involved in many charitable and volunteer activities, even though she had 5 children herself, and went back to university to study education as a scout leader for children, including her own, for 15 years. She took attendance of all the children who were in figure skating. To the great pleasure of 5th and 6th grade students, she takes 2 afternoons a week for Génie en Herbe for years now. She participates in a school parliament and has done so for 14 years. She's been involved in all kinds of projects, including an Christmas fundraising, and that's why we love her.
Edmonton West. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to recognize Cody Battersill, a dedicated supporter of Alberta's job-creating oil sands and founder of Canada Action, which runs grassroots campaigns in support of Canada's energy and resource sectors. You might recognize his organization by the ubiquitous I Heart Oil Sands shirts and stickers and buttons. Many years ago, Cody walked by a cosmetics store in Calgary that was encouraging consumers to boycott the oil sands. After researching the protests, Cody quickly found out it was funded by international special interests and extremist environmentalist groups and filled with false and misleading information about the impact of Alberta's industries. Cody has spent over $100,000 of his own money to fight misinformation on Alberta's oil sands and to educate people about the importance of our natural resource industry. Unlike the Prime Minister who wants to phase out the oil sands, I stand with Cody and say, I love oil sands.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, I had the pleasure of attending the 25th anniversary celebrations of the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement in Fort McPherson, Northwest Territories. Land claims strengthen local participation in decision-making, create certainty about ownership, use, and management of land and resources. There are more than 10 land, resources, and self-government agreements being negotiated right now in my riding. And we have a real chance of finalizing some of these agreements. And I want to thank the Honourable Minister of Indigenous and
Gordon Affairs for her commitment in finding new solutions to long-standing negotiations. Congratulations once again to the Gwich'in, also to Salt River First Nation, who will be celebrating their 50th anniversary of their treaty land entitlement claim this June. It is my most ardent wish that I will stand again in this House very soon to congratulate more LGBT Indigenous governments on their newly finalized land claims and self-government agreements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of an important member from my riding. I was deeply saddened to hear of the passing of David Franklin, the President of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch number 385 in Aurora. Mr. Franklin was a remarkable leader in our community and served with pride. David was a long-serving member of the RCMP, a Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal recipient, President of the Aurora Legion, and more importantly, a husband, a father, a grandfather, a solid member of our Aurora community, and a wonderful, kind person. It is impossible to adequately describe the loss to our community of this individual. Suffice it to say, thank you, David Franklin, and Godspeed.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday, I've decided to shine a light on the unique aspects of my riding, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. My goal is to highlight 50 places, 50 people, 50 events. To date, I've had the pleasure of visiting the Birken Forest Buddhist Monastery, the ice caves of Bridge Lake, which are known to the First Nations as the entrance to the Bear World, and participated in the local Cowboy Festival. We've roasted blends of Canada 150 coffee, cheered on our local quilters as they completed the Canada 150 creation, and witnessed for the first time since the 1920s the Kamloops Cenotaph clock working again when it was started during the Vimy Day commemoration. This summer is gearing up to be one of the most memorable, from paddling the Thompson River to celebrating the 150th annual Clinton Ball. I look forward to showing Canada the distinctiveness of our area and encourage everyone to join me in commemorating Canada's sesquicentennial.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, the month of May is Asian Heritage Month. It is a time to celebrate the many contributions of Canadians of Asian heritage to the growth and prosperity of Canada. As the Member of Parliament for Don Valley North, I invite the Canadians of all backgrounds to learn more this month about the many ways that the Canadians of Asian origin have enriched our country. Their struggles and achievements helped transform Canada into the culturally diverse, compassionate, and prosperous nation we know today. Asian Heritage Month is an excellent opportunity for all Canadians to take part in the many events happening this month in celebration of various Asian cultures. Please join in this celebration. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Last Sunday, thousands of citizens and forestry workers marched in Dolbeau-Mistassini to send a clear message. The forestry industry is at the heart of our communities and we must defend it at all costs. I had the opportunity to take part in this gathering, a symbol of the resilience and determination of our people faced with the repeated attacks of the U.S. toward our industry. This is an industry that is part and parcel of our DNA and hundreds of communities throughout the country. Today I want to pay tribute to all those who marched to send this clear and loud message. I hope that the government heard the message and will respond to honor its responsibility toward our forestry communities. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian softwood lumber industry is outraged by the lack of compassion and support by the Prime Minister and the Liberal government. 210,000 families are directly or indirectly affected by the countervailing duties that will affect all of Canada. What has the Prime Minister done since March 10, 2016, where he promised that new agreement would be in place within 100 days? Over 400 days later, what has been done? Nothing. He didn't even broach the subject with the U.S. President in February. The softwood lumber industry has no more confidence in him. It needs true architects in order to build a real agreement. Mr. Speaker, to parody the repetitive sentences of the Minister of International Trade, who tells us Canada wants a good agreement, not any kind of agreement, I'd say this: the Canadian softwood lumber workers want a good minister, not any minister, one who can defend them and save their jobs.
Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Asthma Day, and spring allergy season is upon us, and for those of us with allergic asthma, this is a tough time of year. For some, it's a minor inconvenience. For others, however, it's a life-threatening disease. More than 3 million Canadians live with asthma. Every year, asthma attacks result in 70,000 emergency room visits, 250 deaths, and account for $2.1 billion in both direct and indirect healthcare costs. As the former president and CEO of the Asthma Society of Canada, I'm glad to have this opportunity to raise awareness about this disease, to call for further research, clean air to breathe, and to close gaps in our healthcare system, including for pharmaceuticals. No matter where we live in this country, we should have access to the best healthcare and medications possible to lead productive and healthy lives. Working with groups like the Asthma Society of Canada, we can ensure all Canadians living with asthma have the highest quality of life. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence is refusing to explain why at least twice he misled Canadians about his role in Afghanistan. Simply saying that there's no excuse is not enough. He has lost the trust of our men and women in uniform. If the Prime Minister refuses to see the damages that this has caused, why should Canadians trust this government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the service of our Minister of National Defence. As a police officer, as a member of our armed forces, and as a minister today. The work that we do to support our men and women in the armed forces, helping them deliver on our international commitments, is always productive. Whether they're fighting against Daesh, whether they're working to stabilize and support NATO, they're always there and ready to serve. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister refuses to provide any explanation as to why he, on at least 2 occasions, misled Canadians about the role that he played in Afghanistan, fabricating that he was the architect of the largest battle Canadians fought in, but he wasn't. Shame. This is not one of those things where sorry is going to be enough. He should be moved out. And if the Prime Minister refuses to see the damage that this is doing, why should Canadians have confidence in him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I am proud of the service of the Minister of National Defence, whether it was as a police officer, whether it was a decorated member of the Canadian Armed Forces, or whether it's as our Minister of National Defence. The work that he and this government is doing every day to support the men and women of the Canadian Forces, to have a positive impact in the world, whether it's in the fight against Daesh or promoting regional stability in Eastern Europe through leading a framework nation in Latvia. This is the work that Canadians know needs to be done, and I'm proud of the work that the Minister of National Defence has been doing.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no one has questioned the bravery of the Minister of Defence when he was a soldier. There are two documented cases of the Minister of Defence taking credit for the hard work and bravery of others, vastly exaggerating his role in a military operation. This is a serious issue, and it's deeply offended those who were actually on the battlefield. And he said these things as far back as 2015 when he was campaigning as a Liberal candidate in the last election. So my question for the Prime Minister is this. Did he know, was he aware about these fabrications before he appointed a Minister of Defence?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The work the Minister of National Defence has done to serve his community, to serve his country, and continues to do is to the honour of all Canadians. The work we're doing internationally in the fight against Daesh, supporting our allies in NATO, and continuing to be strong leaders around the world, while we give the right tools and opportunities to show the leadership of the Canadian Armed Forces around the world, is something that is truly important to me. We stand by the Minister of Defence and the great work that he's doing.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister keeps telling us that Canadians expect people to apologize when they've made a mistake, but actually, Canadians also expect you to do the right thing when you've done something wrong. And the right thing for this minister to do is step aside. On 2 occasions, he made a political calculation that by exaggerating his military resume, that somehow this would get him further ahead in politics. And that might be something that he did as a Liberal politician, but it's wrong for a minister who represents our men and women in uniform. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and move him away from the defense?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the exemplary and extraordinary service that has characterized the life of the Minister of National Defence is one that we can all be proud of. As he stands up every day for the men and women of the Canadian Forces, focusing on giving them the tools and the opportunity to serve and lead the way we know they can on the world stage, the way the world needs Canada to show leadership. This is something that we are tremendously proud of as a government, and we continue to look for more opportunities to lead and serve around the world.
Order. I remind honourable colleagues of Standing Order 16.2, which provides that no member shall interrupt when another member has the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refuses to acknowledge the severity of this and the damage that it has done. That, more than anything else, tells you where his priorities are, and they're not with the military. He pulled our fighter jets out of the fight against ISIS when our allies asked us to stay. He cut $12 billion in funding to the Defense Department, and now he's refusing to remove a defense minister who has twice misled Canadians about his role in a military mission. So does the Prime Minister understand that his first step in changing course from the damage that he's doing to the military is to remove this defense minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we took office, we actually increased the effectiveness of Canada's role against Daesh by doing what it was that we do best. We were on the ground training, supporting local militia, local troops as they took the fight directly to Daesh. That is something that we, as a country, have always excelled at. We demonstrated our capacities to do that in Afghanistan. And we continue to understand that giving the proper tools and funding to the Canadian military to be able to accomplish the goals that we set for them here in this House is extremely important, and I'm proud of this government's record.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, when they were in opposition, the Liberals called for a public inquiry into the shameful Afghan detainee scandal. So why did the Prime Minister tell his Defence Minister to block just such an inquiry?
The right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Minister spoke directly with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on this file. She is satisfied and she has closed this file.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
I think the Prime Minister missed the question. The Defence Minister is on record as saying that it was the Prime Minister's office that decided there would be no inquiry. We're asking the Prime Minister to explain now why there will be no inquiry into the shameful Afghan detainee scandal. He was in favour of it in opposition. Why did he tell his minister to block it now? C'est ça la question. Pourquoi?
That's the question. Why does he want to prevent an inquiry about the fate of the Afghan detainees? Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Repeatedly confirmed that he has no information on the file, and as to the issue, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has repeatedly said that she is satisfied and is closing the file.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
In fact, what the Ethics Commissioner said was this, that the Defence Minister told her that he played absolutely no role. He gave the Sergeant Schultz I know nothing answer. The problem is he then went on to claim to be an architect and senior military officials described him as playing a key intelligent role. Does the Prime Minister actually believe his Minister of Defence when he says he knows nothing about what went on with the Afghan detainees, when we know he played an...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has an exemplary record of service to this country, whether it's as a decorated police officer, a decorated military officer, or indeed as Minister of Defence. The work we are doing to demonstrate our support for the Canadian Forces and giving them the tools and the opportunities they need in order to demonstrate leadership and bring Canada's positive impact to the world is extremely important to this government and will continue.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Next. The PBO plays a crucial role in holding a government to account, and guess what? That's what the Liberals used to believe when the Conservatives were in power. If the Prime Minister's changes had occurred under the last government, we would not have known about the F-35 costs, for example. The Prime Minister said that the PBO must, quote, be truly independent. So the question is, why is he muzzling it? Pourquoi le Premier Ministre s'attaque?
Why is the Prime Minister attacking the Parliamentary Budget Officer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we have given more resources and more independence to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. That's exactly what we promised, because we knew that after many years under Stephen Harper, we needed to give him the tools to ensure that he was independent from the government. And that's exactly why we are strengthening the powers and authorities of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, like thousands of people last Sunday, with my colleague, we walked in my riding to call upon the Government of Canada to remember how important the forestry industry is all across the country, but particularly in our region. We heard the Minister of International Trade coming back from China and saying that it would be good for the country to sell lumber to other countries. Well, we've been hearing that for 20 years. We've been doing that for 20 years. But what we want to know is, what is your plan? What are you going to do to ensure that forestry workers continue to have jobs? I don't think that the honourable member is asking me what my plan is, although I am concerned by it like him, of course. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely with all of our provincial counterparts, as well as including the Government of Quebec, and we understand that our first and responsibility is to take all measures necessary to help the producers and workers and communities who are affected by these inappropriate duties. We are continuing to consult because we are persuaded that we will be able to find a solution that will help workers, communities, and producers. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I would have been luckier to have an answer from you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Minister of Defence unfortunately exaggerated his record in Afghanistan. He lost the trust of his fellow men and women in uniform. This shows an immense lack of respect for his rank and for his colleagues. Simple question, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister of Defence think that he was the architect of Operation Medusa, yes or no?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I would never detract from the accomplishments of our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. Our government will always work hard to making sure that that they're truly served. I'm honored to serve our men and women in uniform. I'm going to continue to work hard for them every single day to making sure they have the right tools, the right capabilities, and right care so they can carry out their missions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister has been telling so many fictional stories that he can't keep his facts straight. For example, in 2015, the Minister claimed that General Vance coined the term that he was the architect for his work back in 2006 on Operation Medusa. But that can't be true because General Vance didn't take command in Afghanistan until 2009. Now, the Minister's fabrication was no mistake. This was his personal choice. If the Prime Minister lacks the good judgment to fire this minister, will the Defence Minister do the honourable thing and resign?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I would never detract from the great work of our men and women. Our government is focused on making sure that we provide the right care for our troops. That's why the Prime Minister mandated me to conduct a thorough defence policy review, to making sure we do a thorough assessment that our troops can have all the right tools that so they can carry out their missions, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, hear much sincerity from the Defence Minister today. No apology for his remarks and exaggerations. The military's feelings towards our Defence Minister has gone from disappointment to outrage. Former Air Force Commander General Bill Carr said, and he wrote, "Our Defence Minister's image is at best one of an insecure veteran in a field he professes to know. For the good of the Canadian Forces, his departure would be a relief. He has no alternative but to step down." Now, Mr. Speaker, does the Defence Minister have any honour, integrity, or humility left? Will he do the honourable thing and step down?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the former general for his service to his country. We continue to work hard. Our government will continue to work hard at making sure our men and women have the right tools, and every single day to making sure that they have the right care, the right tools, and our defence policy review that we have conducted a thorough analysis on will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, being sorry is not good enough when you've lost the trust of our men and women in uniform. Individuals who pad their military records can be court-martialed and face serious consequences. Now, the minister has a seat at the cabinet table, but does he think that he deserves to be treated differently than other soldiers that he served with?
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of serving our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces as a Minister of National Defence. And every single day I will work hard, as I've always done, to making sure that they have all the right tools, the right funding, and the care for them to carry out their missions. And we'll do that every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It's entirely appropriate for members to ask tough questions and be aggressive in their questions. It's not appropriate to interrupt when another member is speaking.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister's misuse of alternative facts has so tarnished his reputation that he's lost all credibility. He has lost the trust of our soldiers and shamed our veterans. Canadians no longer believe him. He's become a laughingstock, and our allies won't be able to take him seriously. The Prime Minister has shown a lack of judgment by not kicking him out of the cabinet. As a veteran, I ask the minister, who is a veteran himself, if he still has some honor left. And if so, why doesn't he resign?
For defense.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the member opposite has a job to do. I, too, will also making sure that I, as Minister of National Defence, making sure we have all the right tools. I work very closely with our coalition partners to making sure that we take, as we have done as a government, taking a leadership role at NATO, increased our contribution to the Iraq mission, to making sure our men and women have all the right necessary tools to carry out the missions, whether it's home and abroad. And we will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, earlier, the Prime Minister refused to answer these questions, so let's try asking them to the Minister of Defence himself. Why are the Liberals refusing to have a commission of inquiry, a public one, into the Afghan detainees scandal? Why did the Minister of Defence tell the Conflict of Interest Commissioner that he didn't know anything about this scandal because he was only a reservist? Would he be so kind as to tell this House what role exactly he actually played in Afghanistan? It's high time Canadians learned the truth.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak with any officer of Parliament. I've spoken to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on this subject, and she is satisfied with that, and she considers this matter closed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a meaningful apology must be followed by changed behaviour, transparency and accountability, and that's just not what we're getting from this minister. The Defence Minister told the Conflict of Interest Commissioner that he knew nothing about the transfer of Afghan detainees to face torture. However, both he and his supervisor in Afghanistan have said that he played a key role in intelligence liaison with local Afghan forces. Can the Minister of Defence tell us this? How can he simultaneously have known nothing about prisoner transfers to local Afghan authorities and at the same time have been Canada's key liaison person with these same forces?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces and our civilians have conducted in Afghanistan. As I stated, I am pleased to speak with any officer of Parliament. I have spoken to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, and she is satisfied with the answer, and she considers the matter closed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Question is, how does the minister explain making what he calls a mistake? Standing in this House and saying he owns a mistake without any explanation as to why he made it is not contrition, Mr. Speaker, it's deflection. No one disputes the minister's service, but why did he feel justified in so blatantly exaggerating his record? Our troops need a minister who has their back, not someone so eager to pat himself on his. Will the minister stop with the Prime Minister's talking points and explain to Canadians why did he fabricate the story?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I take every opportunity to making sure that we highlight the great work of our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, whether it's going to taking the trips into Iraq, making sure that they have the right necessary tools. I just recently was in Malaysia, where we had two of our ships also there, highlighting the great work that they do in the Asia Pacific. Mr. Speaker, I will always highlight the great work of the men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, like I always done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Et Gloria du Comte. Partout.
Everywhere that right and glory lead. Mr. Speaker, this is the motto of the 6th Field Regiment, where I had the honour of performing my military service. Soldiers follow the orders of their superiors, not out of fear, but because they know that these orders are given to protect our country and our honour. The Minister of Defence broke that bond of trust. He's lost moral authority. So will he do the honourable thing and resign?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I do have the privilege of serving as the Minister of National Defence. I want to be making sure that our government provides all the necessary tools, and that's exactly what we're doing with our Defence Policy Review, Mr. Speaker, to making sure we've done a thorough analysis, to making sure that they have all the right tools, the right funding, and most importantly, the right care, so they can carry out their missions at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has a huge credibility problem, and every time he stands up, he digs himself deeper into the credibility hole. He is tarnishing the reputation of the Prime Minister. He is tarnishing the reputation of this government abroad. But worstly, he is tarnishing the reputation of our military. Nobody questions this man's honour and what he did when he served this country in the military. We are questioning his judgment and his honour today. Will he do the right thing for our men and women in uniform and step aside?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I would never want to detract any accomplishments from our Canadian Armed Forces. Our government is focused on making sure our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces have all the necessary tools to making sure that they're doing their job. Whether it's domestic operations supporting Canadians, or whether it's taking the increased leadership role in NATO, or increasing the fight against Daesh, Mr. Speaker, to making sure that they all have the necessary tools, and that's exactly what our government is going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he's already distracted from the good work that the men and women in uniform have done and are doing. That's done. He can now try to make it right by giving them their honour back. So, Mr. Speaker, if our men and women in uniform try to steal valor and try to take credit for something that they didn't do in the military, there is a consequence in terms of discipline, in terms of the trust that they will have lost with their colleagues. Does the Minister of Defence not understand that he has broke this code of conduct, that he has broke trust? The only fix is for him to step aside, let our men and women in uniform have a leader who they can actually trust today.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are focused on making sure that we provide all the necessary tools of our Canadian Armed Forces to making sure that they actually have all the necessary tools when we, as a government, ask our folks to send them on important missions, Mr. Speaker. I have a privilege of serving in the National Defence. I'm honored to serve our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm honored to be able to stand up as a representative of this government, as working through the Defence Policy Review, to making sure that they have all the necessary tools and the care for the men and women who serve us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trade with Liberals, secrecy appears to be the name of the game. Last week it was revealed that the government secretly walked away from a potential softwood lumber agreement with Obama. Thanks to Japanese news reports last week, we learned that TPP negotiations are back on and happening today in a secret location in Toronto. The Liberals in opposition criticized the Conservatives for negotiating major trade deals in secret and promised to do better. The TPP was a bad deal. Will the Liberals come clean with Canadians on why they are now leading the charge for TPP 2.0?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think Toronto is very secret, by the way. Mr. Speaker, we all know that trade is good for our nation. Trades mean growth, and growth means job, Mr. Speaker. What the members should understand is we want to be front and center when it comes to engagement about principled, modern, and inclusive trade in the Asia-Pacific. That's why I offered to have the officials come to Toronto. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that of us. The Prime Minister expects that of me. That's the smart thing to do for Canadians.
The
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals failed to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement. They also failed to prepare a plan to deal with the crisis that is now very real. Countervail duties have an impact on production in the mills. The government needs to understand that these countervail duties are affecting thousands of jobs and that thousands of families will suffer as a result. How is it that the Minister of Natural Resources still hasn't disclosed immediate measures to deal with the crisis? And how much longer will he drag his feet on the softwood lumber issue? The Honourable Member of Natural Resources.
The government has been working for months, but not only with the Government of Canada, but right across the country with all of our provincial counterparts. And we know that we need both in the short term and in the long term a plan for the forestry sector. In the short term, it's essential that we look after workers and producers, and we will use every instrument available to us, and looking at the long term to make sure that there's an expansion of export markets, that we support the transition of the industry. We know how important the forestry sector is for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on a platform to build sustainable communities from coast to coast to coast. Clean, safe drinking water is one of the most important ways that we can ensure our communities are thriving. Will the minister tell the House how the government is supporting vital water infrastructure?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable colleague from Kildonan and St. Paul for her question. Last month, our government joined the province of Manitoba and the Association of Manitoba Municipalities to announce 24 new water and wastewater projects with a combined investment of $34 million to upgrade, rehabilitate, and expand water and wastewater facilities. Mr. Speaker, these investments will have a real and tangible impact on communities and families when ensuring they have safe and clean water to drink. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, criticism was swift and consistent in response to the dual appointment of Stéphane Dion as ambassador to both the European Union and to Germany. Each is a crucial and critical portfolio to manage. Now the European Union has rejected Stéphane Dion as ambassador. Can the Prime Minister explain why he would insult two of our strongest and closest allies by suggesting that Canada's relationship with each of them was a part-time job?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Stéphane Dion is a great Canadian public servant, statesman, and above all, a patriot who did tremendous work to keep our country together. I am confident that Stéphane Dion will do an equally outstanding job representing our country in Europe. And I must say I have heard personally from Europeans, including Chancellor Merkel, including Federica Mogherini, how delighted they are to have Stéphane Dion there. For me, it's an honor to work with him.
Honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Liberal promises, even within the party, seem hard to keep. To thank Stéphane Dion for his years of service, or was it to push him aside and free up a seat in Montreal, the Prime Minister appointed him ambassador to Germany and ambassador to the European Union. But, Mr. Speaker, here's a twist. The European Union is refusing to play with the Prime Minister's game. Can the Prime Minister now tell us what led to the European Union's rejecting the appointment and why the EU has required him to be a special envoy instead of an ambassador? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said in English, Stéphane Dion worked hard to build a better country for all Canadians. Mr. Dion understands the transatlantic relationship that we have with our European counterparts and will advance our common interests and values. It's a privilege for me to work with Mr. Dion, and I know that our European allies also have great respect for Mr. Dion, as do Canadians.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we've asked many times for an explanation of the bizarre double ambassadorial appointments of Stéphane Dion after he was shuffled out of cabinet. Appointments publicly ridiculed by former Canadian diplomats, as well as more quietly among current foreign affairs professionals, and which did offend the EU. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Dion finally came clean before the Foreign Affairs Committee. His bizarre twofer appointment, he says, was the Prime Minister's decision and the PM's alone. So will the PM finally take responsibility for his spectacularly bad decision?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would rather characterize the appointment of Stéphane Dion, an outstanding Canadian, to this essential role as a spectacularly good decision. Stéphane Dion has fulfilled over many years his many roles in the service of Canadians with honour, with dignity, and with intelligence, and he will do the same thing in Europe. We should all be proud that he'll be there for us.
Excellent. Canadians expect members not to interrupt, so we're going to go on now to the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Last year, the Health and Justice Ministers commissioned the Council of Canadian Academies to conduct independent studies into the eligibility criteria under the new law on medical assistance in dying. Dr. Harvey Schipper is a vocal opponent of that law, yet he has now been made chair of a committee under it. This raises serious doubts about the impartiality of the entire process. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians have any confidence that the working group will examine the issue fairly when its chair opposes medical assistance in dying?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the Council of Canadian Academies uses a totally independent process when naming individuals to this panel. I found out at the same time as the public found out the names of the individuals. Individuals are named to the panel to debate the evidence before them and not to debate their personal views. While each panelist may approach the topic from a particular standpoint, the entire panel comes together to assess the evidence. The panel has 43 people on it who undoubtedly have varying personal views. We expect them to work with diligence and to examine the evidence appropriately.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. While Quebec is putting in place an expert panel and wants to broaden eligibility for medical assistance in dying, we've just learned that the Minister has accepted the appointment as chair of the working group on advance requests, Dr. Harvey Schipper, who is opposed to medical assistance in dying and advance requests. Several stakeholders have denounced this appointment, and they are right in doing so. How can Canadians have confidence and believe that this working group will be truly objective and impartial, knowing full well that the chair is one of its fiercest opponents?
Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we turned to the group, to the council, to find people for the panel.
These are esteemed academics. They were chosen by an independent process by the Council of Canadian Academies. They did so in order to examine these issues, and we expect them to do so with the utmost integrity.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians working in finance and mortgages are concerned. Home Capital Group, which is working in the field of mortgage lenders, has saw its shares plunge last week following an investigation of its operations. That has raised a concern, a loss of confidence for people in financial circles in Canada. The Minister of Finance's duty is to reassure Canadians and to set the record straight. Accordingly, can the Minister of Finance inform this House when he learned of this situation? What does he know about this tragic situation, this crisis, and what is he doing?
Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to update the House on this situation. We've been very closely monitoring this situation as soon as we understood that there was a challenge with the company in question. We were pleased that there was a market-based solution that was found in order to resolve the situation for the company in question. And we believe that our financial system is strong and resilient, and this is evidence that we're able to find market-based solutions to challenges. That's a strength of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, as much as these Liberals claim to be consulting and listening, over the Finance Committee, witness after witness, including the Liberals' own witnesses, told us they were not consulted before the Liberals forced their mortgage changes onto Canadians. Had the Liberals bothered to listen to the industry, they'd know that the issues facing companies such as Home Capital are very serious. When will the Finance Minister start listening to the experts from the Canadian mortgage industry?
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm happy to address this issue. It is true that we are facing some pockets of risk in our housing markets in Vancouver and Toronto, and certainly it is true that there was a challenge with this particular company. We do not see those two things as linked. Importantly, what happened in this situation was that there was a flight of depositors from the company in question. And what we did was we listened, we heard, we stayed very engaged. The market also was engaged, and we were pleased to see that there was a market-based solution to dealing with this challenge in our financial markets, and that's exactly the way the system should work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
When most people get insurance, they pay a premium. If they have a claim, they pay a deductible. But CMHC offers banks full insurance against losses, while home buyers pay the premium and taxpayers pay the deductible. The banks pay neither. Hundreds of billions of dollars are at risk as a result. Has the government calculated how much taxpayers could lose if a market correction causes home prices to go down or higher interest rates cause mortgage defaults to go up?
Great question.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm very pleased to answer this question. In fact, yes, we have a housing system in this country that works very effectively. What we do is we have an insurance system that helps to ensure that people's housing is safe, and that is working. What we will continue to do is remain vigilant around this system to make sure that we are considering how risk is best shared between those insurers and the federal government through the CMHC and to participants in the market. We have said that we will look at that risk sharing in order to make sure that it continues to appropriately deal with market challenges, and that is what we're engaged in doing.
Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has made it clear that it takes an evidence-based approach in its decision-making. This is important to maximize efficiency and potential across Canada. Our transportation network is no exception, and we need to be able to evaluate performance and make targeted investments. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform Canadians on how they intend to make our transportation network even more efficient with the new innovative elements contained within Budget 2017?
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal House Leader claims she's having discussions with all MPs about substantive changes to our democracy. What she's actually doing is ramming through a motion to make the Liberals less accountable to Canadians. The Liberal member from Malpeque thinks there should be all-party consensus, and even the Liberal platform itself says so, and I quote, "We will look at ways to make question period more relevant and will work with all parties to recommend and bring about these changes." So did she actually read their platform, or is she taking communications lessons from the Defence Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise. I have shared information in regards to the government's approach to respond and to really be able to deliver on the commitments that we made to Canadians. In the campaign, we made commitments to modernize the way this place works. In the letter that I provided to opposition House leaders, I actually shared direct quotes from the platform so that they could see where those ideas were coming from. I was actually hoping to have an even larger conversation with new ideas. Unfortunately, there was an unwillingness from the opposition side to have that conversation. I welcome to continue sharing ideas and really bringing this place into the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the second opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this government has made it clear that it takes an evidence-based approach in its decision-making process. This is important to maximize efficiency and potential across this great nation, Canada. Our transportation network is no exception, and we need to be able to evaluate performance and make targeted investments. Mr. Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary inform all Canadians on how they intend to make our transportation network more efficient within the new innovative ideas and elements contained within Budget 2017.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Niagara Centre for his question. High-quality, accessible data and high-quality analysis is key in order to make smart decisions as a government. I'm proud to say that our government has committed $50 million in Budget 2017 to launch a new and innovative trade and transportation information system. This will help us make the targeted investments in transportation corridors that will foster growth and create good, well-paying jobs for Canada's middle class.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several municipalities in Berthier-Maskinongé, like several across Quebec, are grappling with major flooding, as is the case in Yamachiche. I have two questions today. What is the government's plan to help these municipalities and these people? And secondly, can the Minister of Transport tell us whether an investigation in Yamachiche has been undertaken and when that information will be publicly disclosed? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We acknowledge the difficult situation facing several municipalities in Quebec and across Canada when it comes to flooding. The Minister of International Trade will today speak to the specific situation in Yamachiche. We acknowledge the importance of safe navigation that respects the environment, and when the incident occurred, the Coast Guard had, at the behest of Canada, of the Coast Guard, a request to reduce speed. We are currently looking into the situation. We will investigate. We will take all steps as required.
Michel.
Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 allocates funding for technology linked to energy efficiency and clean energy technology for upgrading federal buildings and to reduce or eliminate emissions from vehicle fleets. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell this House how the government is supporting electric vehicles and alternative fuel infrastructure as a means to transition towards low-carbon transportation options? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel for his excellent question. The transportation sector represents some 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. Our budget will continue to support green infrastructure with investments of some $100 million for electric vehicles.
People spend a lot of time and effort championing what many have argued to be one of the planet's organizations that spends the most time on anti-Israel motions, and that, of course, is the United Nations. Now, today, while Israel is celebrating its 69th anniversary of becoming a modern state, the UN passed yet another anti-Israel motion. Will the Prime Minister today stand up in this House and condemn the United Nations for its continuous attacks on Israel?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a steadfast friend and ally of Israel, as I was honored to say at the World Jewish Congress in New York last week, and I will be delighted to repeat that tomorrow at the Israeli Embassy, where I will be the guest of honor at the Independence Day celebration. I believe the member opposite was speaking about the UNESCO action, and I want to be clear that we object to any attempt to unfairly single out Israel for criticism, including in multilateral forums like UNESCO.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly unanimously adopted a motion moved by Martine Ouellet reiterating that the Quebec dairy industry and the family farms are directly linked, in fact, to supply management. The motion by the National Assembly demands that the Government of Canada maintain supply management if NAFTA is reopened. Will the government make a solemn commitment to fully maintain supply management before undertaking and during negotiations with the Americans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is our partner, our trading partner, is our biggest trading partner, in fact, and commerce between the two countries is some $47 billion, so we are fully aware of the importance of this for the agricultural sector. The minister is keen to speak to the new representative in the United States once that person has been appointed. Our government will continue to protect and defend farmers and supply management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House, the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources stated, 1, that he disagreed with the punitive countervailing duties. Fine. 2, he also said that he's created a federal-provincial group to support the forestry sector. Okay. 3, and finally, he said that he was supporting forestry workers. Then why is the government so bent on refusing to do what is being called for by Quebec forestry workers and the industry in providing support? And by that, I mean loan guarantees.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for actually accurately portraying our position, that we are working with all of those across the country who have an interest in this file together. We're focusing in on the short-term realities of the possibility of layoffs and job losses in Quebec and elsewhere. We're talking about transition in the industry. We're talking about the expansion of export markets. And we're taking seriously across the country to do whatever we possibly can to soften the blow of these punitive and unwelcome tariffs.
I believe that there is a point of order for the Honourable Member for Outremont.
Yes, it's about a question from a member opposite. When I heard the government House Leader on the Liberal side was offended, I offered my apologies this morning, which I'd like to repeat right now. I appreciate the comment by the Honourable Member for Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Glanbrook is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, over the 11-plus years I've been in this House, I've witnessed all kinds of heckling from all corners of the House, depending on the subject, some volume more, some less. I would hazard to say that everybody looks in the mirror, they'd see that they were guilty on a continuum in some way, shape, or form. But certainly, one of the people that has been the least guilty of that has been the member for Thornhill. In fact, the only thing I can remember is a member from Thornhill was the victim of one of the most egregious heckles, calling him a piece of waste from the other side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask you to maybe reassess that judgment in regards to taking a question from the fine member from Thornhill.
I am actually grateful to the member for Glanbrook for pointing out the almost always good behavior of the honourable member for Thornhill, although there was an exception today. But of course, members on all sides and members around him need to be mindful of the standing orders and the rules, and to restrain themselves, or else there are consequences, as there was today. Orders of the day.
Consideration of a question of privilege, standing in the name of Mr. Nader.
I encourage members to take their discussions into the lobbies. Shh. Resuming the prise de débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has 14 minutes left in debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to pick up where we left off before question period and discuss the importance of this question of privilege. When I listened to the Prime Minister's answers today and the Minister of Defence, who repeated talking points and the same things over and over again to question after question, particularly questions that were put to the Prime Minister, and we heard the same answers every single time, said the same way. I'm really wondering why this government wants to give the Prime Minister an entire question period all to himself, because in 3 minutes he can say the one thing and we'll have understood all his answers, because it'll be the same thing over and over. Now, to get back to the speech I'd started earlier, I think you'll agree that we as representatives are entitled to the same privileges and rights as parliamentarians, regardless of our party, whether we're on the government side or the opposition side. Whether we are independent members, we are all entitled to the same regard from the House of Commons. Preventing a parliamentarian from exercising his or her right to vote by preventing him or her from coming here is unacceptable. The government was elected on a promise of transparency. They call this sunny ways. The Prime Minister also said in the platform of the Liberal Party, for Parliament to function optimally, members have to be free to do what they were elected to do, represent the voters of their ridings, and hold the government to account for its actions. That's exactly what we do, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what the Liberals are trying to do with these proposed changes to our rules. and standing orders. But given the actions taken in the past few weeks, unfortunately, that promise, that partial promise from the Liberal platform is very far from what the Liberals really will do. That's like the promise to have a tiny, tiny deficit. We know that the deficits are rather enormous now, and we do not anticipate getting back to budget balance till 2055. It's not the opposition saying this. The Department of Finance said it. If the opposition hadn't done its job and raised that question, we would have never known, because the minister had kept that little bit of information secret all to himself and only made it public a few days before Christmas. So we would have been deprived of that important information for all Canadians. It's not surprising on the part of a political party that is known to make promises during campaigns but do the opposite once elected. Another broken promise, Mr. Speaker, because that's the argument of the government. They're saying we're respecting our promises, we committed to modernize Parliament. Page 32 of the platform, we will not use subterfuge to remove ourselves from the scrutiny by Parliament. Well, that tops it, because that's exactly what they did. First of all, with a so-called discussion paper, coupled with a threat about the adoption of a report before a certain date. If that's not subterfuge, I don't know what is. Then they realized that didn't work, so they took a step back with the discussion paper and removed the committee's ability to do its job. They have a majority, so they know that they can control everybody, including opposition members. So that's why there's been such an uproar, and the government had to back down. Mr. Speaker, the government tells us it's backing down. It will proceed only with what it promised during the campaign, and I've just clearly demonstrated that not only does this government not respect all its promises, but it picks and chooses those it wants to respect. That is subterfuge, Mr. Speaker. It always wants to make changes without ensuring parliamentarians that they will not impose them without unanimous consent of all the parties in this House. How can you qualify this government's actions otherwise? Let me cite a few important articles in Le Devoir this morning. The title is Double Standard in Liberal Speeches. I won't read it all, because I think it'd be too long, but there's some passages that are worthwhile. The title is a double talk by the Liberals. The parliamentary process has its faults, but it does keep our government to account. The Prime Minister's Liberals are trying to extricate themselves for this, and they are only managing to lose the respect of Parliament. It goes on later. The House of Commons is stuck because of filibusters since March. The Parliamentary House Leader is at fault, but the government insists on a tight deadline and stubbornly rejects any kind of compromise in case of an impasse. It continues, the opposition is furious. And the editorialist says, and with good reason, because under House conventions, consensus must prevail, whether there's a promise or not. I think that's quite clear. It's not the opposition saying these things. Those who are witnesses to everything going on here in the past few weeks realize that the opposition is just doing its job. It's defending the voices of all Canadians represented by duly elected members of Parliament. That's what we're doing. Now it's showing up in the media. What a surprise. They have this little strategic step back here. Unfortunately, as we see this morning, especially in this editorial in Le Devoir, journalists and Canadians are not duped by these maneuvers. Let me continue. This backing down is welcome, but the government House Leader is using this pretext to issue a warning. They're getting a warning from the government House Leader. in circumstances where the government will have to use time allocation more often in order to put forward its legislative agenda. The editorialist is saying this. We think we're in the time of the Conservatives. Well, yes, that's what they say. When they were on this side of the House, well, they didn't hold the same discourse. They are promising sunny ways and better ways of doing things and great respect, but now that we realize that they've chosen to continue in the same tradition that allows the government to function according to rules that were the subject of a consensus. That's what we did when we were in government. That's what they should do if they want to restore balance and respect in this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, the editorial writer continues, nothing justifies this threat. This government has a rather meager legislative agenda, but has used time allocation to accelerate the consideration of 11 bills. The article continues. The Liberals want to say they want to discuss and consult, but their attacks on the Conservatives and their threats of gag rules sends an opposite message to other parties. If they are being stopped in their legislative attempts, it's because they were unable to resist the temptation to maneuver in order to increase their control over Parliament. Their appetite for power has not only flummoxed them, but has stopped any kind of progress. This is Madame Manon Cornelier in Le Devoir. I think you'd find unanimous consent among members of this House to have me table this article so that everyone can read it. The honourable member for Mégantic-Liram is asking for unanimous consent to table a document. Does he have the unanimous consent? No, there is no consent. Does the honourable member intend to continue? The honourable member for Mégantic-Liram. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about openness and transparency. I was being very transparent. A lot of my colleagues who don't speak French could have taken notice of it if it had been tabled. I had the opportunity to take part in a press scrum where we were reacting to this new discussion proposal, this new attempt to grab power, absolute power over the House of Commons by the Liberals. One journalist asked me, Mr. Berthold, could you explain to Mrs. Brossard from Brossard why you disagree with the changes that are being proposed by the Liberals? And let me answer this to Madame Brossard in Brossard. Madame Brossard, my role is to defend you when the government forgets all about you. Today, the government wants to muzzle you because it doesn't want to hear what you have to say when you don't agree with it. I am voting against arrogance and absolute power by this government. That's what Madame Brossard in Brossard should understand. During the press scrum, I didn't have the exact words. I couldn't find the exact way to answer Madame Brossard, but I think she should know that the opposition, the official opposition, the second opposition party here, and the independent members in this House all have a role to play to represent the citizens of their ridings. And when you prevent a member from playing their role and being prevented from coming here to speak and represent what people think, when you prevent that MP from attending a vote, it's the same thing. You're preventing a member of Parliament from playing the full role. And it's your duty, Mr. Speaker, to respect all those rules. And I'm very grateful that you've agreed that we could discuss this question of privilege. As a matter of fact, the number of speakers on this topic shows that it's a very sensitive one. And you were completely right to allow us to discuss it and allow yourself to hear all the comments from colleagues. I'm convinced that in the future you will take this under advisement very wisely.
Mr. Speaker, the government leader in the House is turning a blind eye to this. Despite our repeated requests, she has refused not to go forward with this unilateral action. my colleague, the opposition leader in the House, got the agreement of the House leader of the third party, rather, and they sent a letter to the government House leader, which was sent more than 3 weeks ago. Did we get an answer, Mr. Speaker? Well, yes, we did, finally. Just this weekend, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks later, Mr. Speaker. Now, when two people are having a discussion and they ask a question and they only get the answer 3 weeks later, I wouldn't call that a discussion, Mr. Speaker. If you start talking and then every time you have a discussion it takes 3 weeks to get an answer, that's not a real discussion. That is a dialogue of the deaf. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this answer arrived far too late. It did arrive at the same time that it was given to the media. So that didn't allow us to have a real discussion, didn't allow the leaders to carry out their role of talking together and finding a solution to this situation. So what can I say about the mutual respect that we're supposed to have in this House? If that is transparency, if that is sunny ways, Mr. Speaker, well, I think we can do without it. Now, the dictionary says that arrogance is an attitude that is haughty and hurtful, and that is really the attitude of this government. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the government needs to return to reason. They need to take measures to ensure that all MPs, without exception, be able to do their work. They need to give up this idea of modifying the roles of Parliament without the unanimous consent of all members in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides de Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and out of the 20 minutes or so, I heard only a little bit about the subject that is actually in question, which is the access or lack of access to the Hill during voting. And this is the real subject of discussion. So I'd like to know from my colleague, does he want to send this matter to PROC as soon as possible to ensure that we have an investigation, to ensure that this never happens again? Or does he want to continue talking and waiting and putting this off so that we can't do our work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Now, Mr. Speaker, I find this fairly ironic, you know, because since yesterday, we've been dealing with a closure motion to end this debate. We've been dealing with closure. Now, we, on our side, are ready to talk, are ready to express our opinions, and I think that people expect us to talk about this question of privilege. That's exactly what I did, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that my colleague was present for a part of my speech, but he should have understood that my speech overall dealt with the privileges that we have as parliamentarians, the privileges that we have that allow us to have unfettered access to this place, to speak freely, to represent our constituents freely. These are privileges that the opposition is fighting for. We're fighting for these privileges even for Liberal backbenchers, Mr. Speaker. That is what my honourable colleague should have understood from my speech, my very lengthy speech. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a related point, I'd like to know if my colleague knows why the government made this U-turn on this question. Because when the question of privilege was raised for the first time, they could have sent this to committee, but instead, they completely killed debate after only a few hours. They said, that's enough. We don't want to hear any more about this. We're not sending it to committee. And now they're saying, okay, let's speed it up, speed it up. We got to get this to committee. We got to put an end to this debate. Now, so can my colleague explain why there's been this U-turn from the Liberals when it comes to sending the matter to committee? First they said, no, we won't send it to committee, and now they're saying, let's send it to committee as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Thank you very much, and I thank my colleague very much for this very relevant observation. Indeed, the government has done more than one U-turn in the last few weeks. In fact, we've seen almost one U-turn every day. This government basically reacts to what they see in the media and in the newspapers. This government doesn't control Parliament, but they want to. But they can't, because fortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are rules and traditions in Parliament that prevent them from doing this. And that is exactly what my colleague saw. He saw that the Liberals tried to kill debate on this very important question of privilege. Now, there were members that were blocked from speaking or voting in this House. But the protections that are in place are the rules and conventions that exist. And we are here to defend those rules and conventions. And that is why the government finally realized that they would have to make this U-turn and that they would have to send this matter to committee. Of course, this is all just a little bit misleading. They really want to end our filibustering, and so they want to send this to committee. They realized, Mr. Speaker, that changes like these couldn't be made without unanimous consent. They realized that the opposition wasn't going to back down on this. So this is another reason why the government is doing a U-turn here. As I read in the newspaper this morning, the opposition has a role to play, and the opposition will continue to play its role, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, we're here today because of the issue of unfettered access to the Parliament precinct, Mr. Speaker. And this is not the first time. In fact, in recent years, I've had to deal with it at the Proc Committee. And prior to going to Proc Committee, it justifies a few hours of debate, and then after that, there's a vote, and it goes to committee. Now, on the other hand, there is a hidden agenda by the Conservative Party on this, and the member actually made reference to it, and I applaud him for doing so, but other members of the Conservative Party have also made reference to it. And for them, it's all about filibustering. What they're doing is they're using a matter of privilege, the issue of access, which every member of this House takes very seriously, Mr. Speaker, with the exception, what it would appear, of some within the Conservative benches that want to manipulate this issue, and I would suggest to you, in a very irresponsible fashion, Mr. Speaker. And that's, in fact, what we have seen when you have opposition members actually admit this is a filibuster. Their intention, why they're debating it today, is because they want to have a filibuster on the very important issue of unfettered access. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, I know the constituents in which I represent. They would like to see a modernized Parliament. They would like to ensure that all members have unfettered access to this chamber. And I believe that they would be disappointed in the irresponsible behavior of the NDP, and I shouldn't say the NDP, the Conservative, the official opposition, because there is a responsibility for the official opposition to be responsible also inside this House, Mr. Speaker. And I believe today is an example where we have not witnessed responsible opposition.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yes, thank you for allowing me to respond. It's nice to be able to answer a question at least once a day. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a lot of experience in this House. And I think that, unfortunately, he didn't listen to all of my colleagues' speeches. I think that the Parliamentary Secretary has talked about machinations, hidden agendas. He's talking about the tools that the opposition has to be heard, but it's not the opposition that wants to be heard, it's citizens, it's Canadians who speak through us. And we have to use all the tools that are available to us to show that the government is exaggerating, that the government is misleading people. We're talking about discussion papers, discussion being the operating word. Discussion means you should talk. It doesn't mean just making decisions. when this discussion gets to the committee, suddenly they say, well, we have to make a decision. We've got to impose a decision, Mr. Speaker. That's what happened. This is just trickery. Now, fortunately, the opposition saw this for what it was. That's why, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that it's not simply the rule of having access to this place that is important. All of our rules are important because some of my colleagues were prevented from voting here. And this government is trying to take away our right to speak. They're trying to take away our right to represent our constituents, Mr. Speaker. That is what the parliamentary secretary, my honourable colleague, should have understood from listening to our speeches. Because that's the truth, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Surrey White Rocks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I find it very interesting, the comments on that side of the House. And in light of the current history from this Liberal government, trying to change the standing order, shutting down debate, invoking closure, today's events at the Proc Committee, removing Opposition Day motions, I'm wondering if my colleague can answer and give his comments about how much confidence he feels that these issues that are so important will be dealt with at the Proc Committee.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that the question makes the answer perfectly clear, Mr. Speaker. Now, the fact that we have to ask this type of question here in this House shows that there is a problem. There's a problem that we identified, and that was good for all of the members on this side of the House. And we identified a problem that also exists for members on the other side of the House, particularly the backbenchers, who are also a little bit tired with all of this procedural wrangling. And yet, Mr. Speaker, there's a simple answer, simple solution. Simply withdraw this threat of changing the rules without unanimous consent. If they do that, everything will be perfectly fine, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon to participate in the debate on the question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, for some Canadians, this debate may seem a little bit antiquated, a little bit technical. They may not fully understand what it is that we're talking about. But notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it. The debate today is a debate of importance. It is a debate of high importance because it goes to the foundations of our democracy. It goes to the heart of the ability of members of Parliament to perform their functions to collectively represent Canadians. Having regard for the importance of this debate on privilege, it is disappointing to see that this Liberal government has responded by trying to shut down debate, by trying to silence members of Parliament, by bringing forward time allocation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians will remember during the last election that the Prime Minister talked so much about sunny ways. He waxed and waned eloquently. He talked about how there would be sunlight brought into this place and how everything would be wonderful, that members would be able to speak and vote freely, and that we would have a government that respected the will of Parliament. And he admonished the previous Conservative government for bringing in time allocation, which of course is perfectly within the rules. It's in the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, that was fair. There were a lot of Canadians who accepted that, who said perhaps Parliament could work better, and entrusted the Prime Minister to deliver. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen, like so much of what we see from the Prime Minister, is that the words that he espoused during the election campaign were nothing more than empty words, because Mr. Speaker, on this debate, he is trying to shut down debate. This government is trying to shut down debate, but it's not just on this issue, it's on multiple issues. The government has moved time allocation more than a dozen times already. Mr. Speaker, what is even worse is that the government House Leader has now indicated that the government will use this issue as a pretext to invoke time allocation on a regular basis. So we have now a complete 180-degree turnaround from this government. 18, 19 months ago, they were admonishing the previous Conservative government for imposing time allocation. And now, today, the government House Leader is talking about bringing in time allocation all the time, regularly, and with enthusiasm. Mr. Speaker, it really speaks to the trust, or the lack of trust, that Canadians should have in this government. And I think every day more and more Canadians recognize that this government simply can't be trusted. Mr. Speaker, to the substance of this important debate, this issue of privilege, it arose on the day of the budget when the honourable members for Beauce and Milton had their access to the parliamentary precincts to be able to get into this chamber to vote impeded upon. Their access was impeded upon when they tried to access a bus, a House of Commons bus, to come to the chamber to vote, to do what honourable members should do. The bells were ringing, they waited, they saw a bus coming. The bus driver apparently saw them, but the bus couldn't get to them because the bus was stopped. It was blocked by either the Prime Minister's empty motorcade or a media bus or a combination of the two. But nonetheless, it was blocked, and it was blocked, according to the honourable member for Beauce, for some 9 minutes. And as a result, the honourable members for Milton and Beauce were unable to vote. Those honourable members, upon the conclusion of that vote, rose in their places and immediately alerted this House to the fact that their access to this House was impeded upon, that their ability to do their job, to do what their constituents have sent them here to do, and what their constituents expect them to do, and that is to vote on matters before the House of Commons had been prevented, and that consequently there had been a breach of their parliamentary privilege. Upon hearing the evidence from the honourable members for Beauce and Milton, the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you ruled that indeed there was a prima facie case, a prima facie breach of members' privilege. Mr. Speaker, what should have happened then, what has always happened upon the Speaker's finding of a prima facie breach of privilege, is for a debate to take place in this chamber and for a vote to take place, and in the event that the members of this House affirmed the ruling of the Speaker in finding that there was in fact a breach of privilege, that the matter would then be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs so that the issue of privilege could be studied and that the committee could get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Mr. Speaker, that's not what happened in this case. What should have happened didn't happen because, Mr. Speaker, this government decided instead that they wanted to attack the rights of honourable members to defend and protect the privileges of this House. What this government did in that regard was to bring forward a motion to proceed to orders of the day. And in so doing, what this government did was shut down the ability of honourable members to debate the issue of privilege, to vote on the issue of privilege, and to have the matter referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, where it would have received precedence at that committee, just as it receives precedence in this House upon the Speaker's finding. Mr. Speaker, what the government did was unprecedented. No government has done what this government did before. And what this government did was very serious. It was fundamentally an attack on this place. It was an attack on this institution, and it was an attack on all honourable members. Because the ability to debate a question of privilege and to vote on a question of privilege is no small matter. It is significant. It is fundamental. It is fundamental to the ability of members of Parliament to perform the functions of a member of Parliament. It is fundamental to the ability of members of Parliament to do their job. That's why, Mr. Speaker, privilege is not the property of the government. It is the property of this chamber. It is the property of all 338 members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to understand the significance of what the government tried to do, it perhaps is important to have some understanding of the history of privilege, the foundation of privilege. Mr. Speaker, privilege goes back centuries. It goes back to the 14th and 15th centuries, to the United Kingdom, when the king would interfere, impede, obstruct, use force, in some cases arrest honourable members of Parliament, attacking and impeding their ability to do their jobs. Mr. Speaker, Sir Thomas More was one of the first speakers of the House of Commons who petitioned the King for the recognition of certain privileges of the House. And those privileges included the right to be free from interference and obstruction and use of force by the King and his executive in the House of Lords. Mr. Speaker, privilege, really what it turned out to be was a compromise between the King and the executive and members of Parliament, that Parliament, the House of Commons, would be a place where members could speak freely and debate freely and criticize and oppose the government without interference from the executive. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, privilege was imported from the United Kingdom, and of course, the type of force and arrests and intimidation that British members of Parliament had endured in the 14th and 15th centuries had passed. And by the time of Canada's Confederation, however, what had not passed was the significance of members' privilege, of parliamentary privilege. That's why, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary privilege was enshrined in our Constitution. At Section 18 of the Constitution Act of 1867, it provides that this House may define members' privileges, provided that those privileges do not exceed the privileges enjoyed by members of the British House of Commons at the time of Confederation in 1867. And indeed, this House, through the Act of Parliament, adopted all of those privileges, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, among those privileges is freedom from obstruction and interference. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what this issue, this question of privilege relates to. The obstruction, the interference of the honourable members for Beauce and Milton's access to come to this chamber to perform really the most important function of a member of Parliament, and that is to stand up and vote on behalf of their constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the issue of privilege, we're talking about something that has been constitutionally protected. We're talking about something that has been protected by our courts. We're talking about something that has been protected by the common law, Mr. Speaker. And it is why what this government sought to do to prevent members of Parliament from having an opportunity to debate and vote on privilege is so significant. And, Mr. Speaker, when the government was alerted to the fact, when the arguments were put forward to the government about the seriousness of what they were doing, about the consequences of what they were doing, the response of the government was more or less, we don't care. We don't care. Mr. Speaker, maybe given some of the actions of this government, when it comes to the disrespect that it has exhibited to this chamber, to this institution, perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that that was their attitude. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be surprised that one by one, Liberal MP after Liberal MP after Liberal MP stood up and voted in favour of the government extinguishing the ability of members of Parliament to defend and protect their privileges. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of members over there perhaps forgot, or maybe they don't care, that they're not members of the government, other than those Liberal MPs who are members of Cabinet. And perhaps they lost sight of the fact that members' privileges are privileges that don't just protect opposition members and enable opposition members to do their work on behalf of their constituents. Members' privileges protect all members of this House, including government backbench MPs, so that they can carry out their job as well. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it is unfortunate that it took the honourable member for Perth Wellington, my colleague, to stand up and question whether or not the government could, in fact, shut down a debate on privilege without a vote. He argued that that was a violation of privilege. Now, you, Mr. Speaker, agreed with the honourable member for Perth Wellington. And so as a result of that ruling, we are having a debate on this question of privilege. It shouldn't have happened that way. It needn't have happened that way, but it happened because of the arrogance of this government, Mr. Speaker. And it does raise a question as to how did that happen? Why did it happen? Why was the government so determined to extinguish the rights of honourable members to defend members' privileges? Well, the answer, Mr. Speaker, is that had the motion passed the House of Commons, it would have been referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, where it would have received precedence, just as it receives precedence in this chamber. Now, Mr. Speaker, that happened to be an inconvenience to this government because, Mr. Speaker, this government was simultaneously trying to ram through at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee the rules of this place, the rules in terms of how Parliament functions. This government was trying to strip the rights and abilities of honourable members of this House to hold this government to account. Mr. Speaker, and so we got this mess. Now, Mr. Speaker, we say if the government has backed off a little bit in terms of their efforts to ram through changes in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, but while they backed off a little bit at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, they nonetheless remain intent on shutting down debate on a most important question of privilege. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that what the government has done and is doing is wrong, it is undemocratic, it is an attack on all members of Parliament, and as a result, it is an attack on all Canadians, because when the abilities of members of Parliament to speak and represent their constituents is impeded upon, that is something that impacts all Canadians who count on us to represent them here every single day. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue. My colleagues will, in the opposition, will continue to do what is necessary to hold this government to account, to call on this government to respect this House, to respect this institution, to respect the ability of members of Parliament to stand up and vote on behalf of their constituents, and to respect the privileges afforded to all honourable members in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today's debate is, in fact, about unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. As I indicated before, this isn't the first time that we've had to deal with this issue. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if we go back, May 12, 2015 was the most recent one prior to this. During that debate, we actually had a total of 5 speakers, 3 New Democrats, 1 Liberal, and the Green Party, representatives speaking on that matter of privilege. Today, excluding today, we've had 37, that's 7 speakers, Mr. Speaker. That's even before we started today. We also know that we've had members of the Conservative Party say that this matter of privilege is all about a filibuster. Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility for the opposition, especially the official opposition, to behave in a more responsible fashion in dealing with the issue of unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. I would suggest to you that there are, in fact, some games being played, and it is not fair to point the finger in one direction. In fact, I think all parties need to maybe take a look in terms of what it is that they are doing, especially on this issue with respect to the Conservative Party. My question to the member opposite is, does he believe that there is a responsibility of the official opposition to, in fact, behave in a responsible fashion when it comes to debate? Because if we had 338 members debate everything that came before this House, it would take over 5 weeks to do one measure, and you might have to do 100 measures. Mathematically, it's just not possible unless you have a Conservative opposition that has one purpose and one purpose alone, and that's to try to demonstrate that it is dysfunctional. If it's dysfunctional, Mr. Speaker, it's because of an incompetent, unreasonable official opposition. It doesn't take much. Give me 12 members, Mr. Speaker, and I can cause havoc too. It doesn't mean that it's responsible, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking and I'm challenging the member across the way to acknowledge that there is an onus of responsibility for the official opposition to do the right thing. And maybe he can tell us why they have chosen to filibuster this matter of privilege if it's so important.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the question or perhaps statement of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I have to say that I'm a little taken aback that he would have the audacity to talk about this question of privilege going to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Because, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what this government tried to prevent from happening. This government tried to shut down an opportunity for the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to get to the bottom of this issue. So it's this government that tried to do so. And the only reason they backed down, of course, was because, in fact, I should maybe take a step back. They never really did back down. The honourable member for Perth Wellington stood up and said that they didn't have a right to do it, and the Speaker agreed with them. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to fight against this effort on the part of the government to roll back the rights and privileges of honourable members. And it is just unbelievable that he would talk about the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, because it was exactly that, as I say, that the government tried to prevent from getting to the bottom of this issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the honourable colleague for his very intelligent discourse on this particular issue. One of the words that comes to mind is privileged, and as I have experienced the incident where I was not allowed to get into the House in this past term, I understand what that privilege means. One of the things, though, outside of our House for people to better understand, and maybe you could take the opportunity, is we all understand that doctors have privileges, for example, to work in health facilities. If that privilege was stopped, the outcry in our public, if doctors not being allowed to get to emergency to see their patients, the outcry would be huge. So I would like to ask my colleague if he could sort of expound on the sense of what it means to our citizens, this discussion they're having here, and how critically it is important to us, their government. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to, Mr. Speaker, thank my colleague for Bow River for that question. And he is absolutely right that the ability of an honourable member to access this House in order to be able to vote on a matter before this House is a matter of utmost importance. Indeed, there is nothing more important in terms of the function of a member of Parliament than to stand up and vote on matters before this House on behalf of their constituents. That's what our constituents elect us here to do. And unfortunately, in the case of the honourable member for Milton and the honourable member for Beauce, that privilege, that right, was infringed upon when they were stopped, when they were prevented from getting here. And it is why this debate is so important. Now, in terms of the consequences of what could have happened, well, one consequence was that two honourable members weren't able to stand up in their place on behalf of 100,000 or so constituents. I would say that's a pretty significant consequence. But it could have been an even worse consequence, because we're talking about a motion or a vote of confidence. The inability of a member to access this House, to show up and vote, could have a consequence of literally resulting in a loss of confidence potentially in the government. So we're talking about a very, very serious consequences that can flow from the privileges of members being infringed upon in terms of being able to access this place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to follow up on a theme that was raised by our honourable member across the floor, and that's acting responsibly and respectfully. So I'd like to ask you, what is the responsibility of the Liberal government to act responsibly and respectably in this House, and what needs to change to get us there?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government could start by respecting the ability of honourable members and the right of honourable members to debate this question of privilege by backing down on trying to shut down debate. A second thing that the government could do is respect the fact that before you change the rules of the House, that in order to do so, there must be consensus. That has been the tradition. I know the government House leader has backed down somewhat on the government's intent to change the standing orders, but the government House Leader has not committed to doing so on the basis of consensus. So that would be a second major thing that the government could do to show that they finally do have respect for this place and for members of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I've got to say I don't have a lot of confidence in this government when it comes to doing that. We see no indication that they're prepared to do that. It really comes down to, for this government, how far can they go and get away with it? So we saw last spring the government introduce M106, Motion 6 rather, to literally try to take away every tool that was available to opposition members to do their jobs, to hold the government to account. They only backed down after that unfortunate incident involving the Prime Minister. Then, Mr. Speaker, we saw the government try to prevent a vote in this House on the ability of members to defend the privileges of members, and they were stopped as a result of my honourable colleague from Perth Wellington raising a new question of privilege and the Speaker ruling on it. Now we see that the government has sort of backed down on changes to standing orders, but only partly, Mr. Speaker. So it would not surprise me, given the arrogance, given the attitude of this government, that it will just be a little bit of time longer before we see another effort to try to do what they haven't been able to get away with yet, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians should be very concerned.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very glad indeed to be able to participate in this debate. And I want, Mr. Speaker, if I could, to address the problem that faces us as we decide on this matter of privilege, to face the fact that we are going to be sending this item of privilege to a committee which has itself largely broken down, and a committee in which the spirit that has been adopted by the current government of running roughshod over the traditional rights of the opposition, or privileges of the opposition, privileges that are the basis, the practical basis on which the opposition can carry out its job of ensuring proper scrutiny of what the government does, ensuring that government business can be slowed down and examined at sufficient length that if there is a problem with it, it can then be brought to the attention of the Canadian public, allowing the Canadian public to then say, we expect changes, and thereby pressuring the government, which after all wants to win the next election, into respecting the wishes of the people and changing its policy. That is what the opposition does under our system. It is what the government or the opposition has always done under our system. It is a good way of organizing things. That is why these rules have evolved over time, over centuries, and it is why they've been maintained over the decades of the past century. It is why we have, among other things, concluded as a community, a parliamentary community, that we ought not to change the standing orders without the consent of all the parties. And that, of course, is the approach that all the opposition parties want to take right now. It is the approach that was done under the Harper government, under the Chrétien government. There have, in fact, been very few occasions on which changes to the standing orders have been pushed through without the consent of the opposition. And that is, I think, a very good thing. And those changes that have been pushed through without consent are almost invariably, in fact, they are invariably, changes that have had the effect of stripping the opposition of its ability to do its job on behalf of Canadians, and therefore of destroying, in part, the constitutional apparatus. When I say constitutional, I mean that in the traditional British sense of how we conduct legislation in a Westminster system in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, the practices on this committee that have veered so far from what is acceptable need to be enumerated here, and I propose to do that today. In this committee, back on March the 21st, a motion was introduced at an in-camera session. And in all fairness, it was a session that started off in camera and then went public, in which the Liberals, a Liberal member of Parliament, proposed that all changes to the standing orders would be implemented and a report submitted to the House of Commons by June the 2nd. This was effectively a form of a way of ensuring that a single report containing all necessary provisions, everything the Liberals want, would be produced. There could be a dissenting report, I guess, but there would be no option of trying to place limits on what gets agreed to, on saying, no, the opposition doesn't support this or that particular change to the standing orders, including ones that had never been contemplated in the Liberal election platform or discussed with the Canadian public. All of these could be pushed through at the government's discretion. And lest anyone suffer from the illusion that we had any idea which would be preferred, which policy options, we have a government discussion paper which includes a whole range of topics, some of which contradict each other. We'd either sit on Fridays or and make them full days, or not sit on any Fridays, and numerous other options were put out there which could not be compatible with each other. New items could be added in, and the government would not indicate. At no point between that day and this day would they ever indicate which of these items are the ones that were their bottom line. So we never knew. We had no security at all. We were told, let's have a discussion, but we won't provide you with any details. You'll get to find out once you've consented to allow us to move forward with this motion. So, of course, we opposed that. I proposed an amendment to this motion in that committee that said that we would still maintain the June 2nd deadline, but we would only have such changes to the standing orders as had the unanimous consent of all members of that committee, following the practice established in the past and actually spelled out in the House orders during the last year, or the last Parliament in which Jean Chrétien was our Prime Minister. That's what we proposed. And for the intervening period between March 21st and today, that's all we discussed, endlessly. Now, the big surprise, the first big surprise, and the first deviation from appropriate practices came immediately after I proposed that motion, or that amendment. This would have been March 21st, at the end of the normally scheduled meeting. We started meeting at 11 a.m., as the Procedure and House Affairs Committee always does. We were getting close to 1 o'clock, which is our normal time for adjournment. I proposed my amendment expecting that we would come back, if we stayed on this topic, and deal with it at our next meeting, which would have taken place 2 days later on the 23rd. But the chair, at the appointed time for adjournment, said effectively, I don't have his exact words in front of me, but they are in the Hansard, he said, well, we're not going to adjourn because the chair may not adjourn without the consent of the majority of committee members. It is not in the power of the chair to adjourn, and the Liberal members indicated we don't want to adjourn. So the purpose of this quite clearly was to keep the debate going until the opposition ran out of steam, and then the government would simply push through its motion in that committee, and that would result in the standing orders being unilaterally changed in a way that could not be controlled or modified in any way by the opposition in that committee. Now, at that time, I argued that the chair was misinterpreting the practices of the House. There is no standing order that says the chair cannot adjourn the committee without the expressed consent of the majority of the committee at the time when the committee normally adjourns. But the chair argued back, no, I cannot adjourn. He went on at some length that he could not do this. And so in the end, we had no choice. We could hardly stand up and walk out of the committee. That would result in the Liberals getting what they wanted and subverting all of our rules, all of our protections. So we had no choice but to talk and talk and talk. And so we started a filibuster, which has become the longest filibuster, to the best of my knowledge, in the history of this country. In that committee, until it was adjourned this morning, it was still March 21st. Still March 21st, and so we'd come back, the meetings would be, instead of being adjourned, they would be suspended. We'd come back, sometimes after a break of a day, 2 days, on one occasion, most recently after a break of 2 weeks. But always to the fiction that it is still March the 21st. Now, it's one thing, Mr. Speaker, for us all to see the clock as a certain time in order to wrap up the proceedings of a committee or of the House early, or to do the opposite and see the clock as being a little later than it actually is, or to allow the committee to go on a bit longer. I used to do this all the time when I chaired the subcommittee on international human rights. I would say to the committee members, you can examine the hands to see this, I would say, I see the clock as not yet being 2 p.m. When you looked up at the clock, it was clearly 2 p.m., which was when we adjourned. But that allowed us, as long as no other member disagreed, allowed us to maintain the official fiction that it was prior to 2 p.m. so that we could continue hearing witness testimony. We would have heartbreaking stories about people who had been tortured, murdered in other countries. It was our job to listen to this testimony and then make use of it in preparing our reports. I always sought the consent of the committee in that manner, but I understood that a meeting ends at the time it's scheduled to end. So the chair took a different position. Then today, he came to our meeting, and what he said was this. I have it right here. Today we met at 9 a.m., 9:02 a.m. actually, we started, and he said, it being 9:02 a.m. on May the 5th, so he wasn't maintaining this fiction, that it's actually March 21st. Good morning. Welcome back to the 55th meeting of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. This meeting is being televised. Prior to our suspension on April the 13th, the committee was debating Mr. Reid's amendment to Mr. I won't mention myself by name or the other member, but to the motion. Also, he said, I'll bring to your attention the two excellent papers we asked for, done by our researcher, one on standing orders of Quebec's National Assembly dealing with omnibus bills, and the other one on the historical contents of budget implementation bills. It is my understanding that all parties have signaled their intention to support the sub-amendment. He's referring to the debate that's happening right now. An amendment on the question of privilege currently being debated in the House. As members know, when this question comes to a vote, it will mean that ultimately this committee will be seized with the matter of access to members to the parliamentary precinct. Given this information, I'm happy to say this 55th meeting stands finally adjourned, end quote. And then he gavelled us out. Now, there are two problems with this procedurally. Number one, this is the same chair who said you can't terminate a meeting, you can't adjourn a meeting without the consent of the members of the committee. And now he's saying, I'm adjourning it. I make no effort to even look up from my papers. I am adjourning the meeting of the committee without the consent of the members. And unlike the previous occasion, when actually we had arrived at the pre-scheduled end time for the meeting, this is in the middle of the meeting. So this is clearly a violation of the traditional practice in this House, that the chair cannot adjourn a meeting. The purpose of this, it's not a standing order, this practice was to ensure that chairs cannot adjourn meetings in the middle of a meeting, in the middle of a proceeding, in order to prevent some item of business from being dealt with, to prevent discussion, to prevent, I mean, our name is Parliament, Parlement, right? In medieval French is where this came from. Parlement, speaking, a place to speak. Our default setting is to be able to continue debate. And he shut that down in a way that violates the practices of this place as stated on page 1087 of O'Brien and Bosk, where it is stated, the committee chair cannot adjourn the meeting without the consent of a majority of the members unless the chair decides that a case of disorder or misconduct is so serious as to prevent the committee from continuing its work, something which only occurs in the middle of a meeting, not when you've actually arrived at the end and you're past your time. So if you follow, the chair has violated this rule twice, once by misusing it to justify keeping a meeting going indefinitely. That particular meeting started at 11 a.m. and concluded at 3 a.m., and then was picked up after a suspension the next day and the next. And secondly, by then actually overtly and egregiously adjourning the meeting in the midst of a meeting, right at the very beginning, what should I say, a minute into a meeting that was expected to be several hours long. And I might add, in the midst of me attempting to raise a point of order on this very point. I stated point of order, he heard me, he chose to ignore me. That was an egregious, deliberate, and overt abuse of, not of the practices, but of the standing orders. And this is the committee to which we propose to send items of privilege. A committee chaired by somebody so willing to violate the practices and the standing orders of this place. Now, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, that is one problem. Let me tell you about something else that was wrong in the way this was done. Suspension of the committee. What the chair did at the end of the first meeting, the first sitting of this committee, which started on the 21st of March at 11 a.m. and carried on until 3 a.m. the next morning. At the end of that, he suspended, suddenly and without warning. And we came back the next day at, I believe it was at noon. After that, the tendency was to adjourn, to suspend at midnight, come back later on. But let me give you an idea of just what I'm talking about, and you'll see the importance of this in a second. We started March 21st, 11:05 a.m. There were a number of brief suspensions for votes during the day. We then suspend at 3 in the morning on March, this is an oddity here, on March the 21st officially, but it's really March the 22nd, till noon the next day. On the 22nd. On the 22nd, we then suspend until March the 23rd at 10:30 a.m. We then suspend and recommence on March the 24th. Then again on the 25th. Now, on the 25th, there's a suspension during a break week. So we suspend on the 25th at 10:05 a.m. or 11 a.m. rather, and we return on April the 3rd at noon. We suspend on the 3rd, coming back on the 5th. We suspend on the 5th and come back on the 6th. On the 6th, we suspend and come back on the 7th. On the 7th, we suspend and come back on the 11th. On the 11th, we suspend and come back on the 12th. On the 12th, we suspend till the 13th. On the 13th, we suspend and come back on May the 2nd. And on May the 2nd, we come back today, and we have this adjournment. Now, I want to talk about what O'Brien and Bosk say about suspensions. They say that committees are frequently suspended for various reasons with the intention to resume later in the day. Suspensions may last a few seconds or several hours, depending on the circumstances, and a meeting may be suspended more than once. So far, so good. The committee chair must clearly announce the suspension so that transcription ceases until the meeting resumes. Meetings are suspended, for example, to change from public to in-camera mode, or the reverse, to enable witnesses to be seated, or to hear witnesses by video conference, to put an end to disorder, or to resolve a problem with the simultaneous interpretation system, or to move from one item on the agenda to the next. But it also notes Speaker Milliken expressed reservations about the power of a committee to suspend proceedings to the next day. So this is not something that is an approved practice. And I then looked up Speaker Milliken's ruling delivered on June the 3rd, 2003, and he states that it was inappropriate for it was not a breach of the rules, standing orders, but it was a breach of the precedents for the chair of the Standing Committee on Transportation to suspend a meeting on May the 28th and resume it on May the 29th. Your Speaker is somewhat troubled by the notion of an overnight suspension of proceedings. He says, as honourable members know, if the Speaker's attention is drawn to a lack of a quorum and no quorum is found, the House must adjourn forthwith. While it may be argued that no such obligation, this is a quorum issue that had caused him to suspend. While it may be argued that no such obligation exists for committees, I would not consider the unorthodox practice of the Transport Committee in this particular instance to be a precedent for committee practice. In other words, their suspension coming back the next day is not a precedent that says this is acceptable. This is not an acceptable practice, and that was a situation in which a committee suspended once for 24 hours. Here's a situation where the committee suspended for, what was that, 10 times? For breaks ranging from 24 hours to 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. This is not suspension. This is adjournment and reconvening of the committee. And to the chair's credit, when I asked him, he started to let us know what the next time we would be coming back at would be, and he started to let us know when our next suspension would be, so we could at least plan. But initially, this created a situation in which the government members apparently knew when the suspension would be, but the rest of us, who had to keep the debate going, were hamstrung. Now, these are all examples of egregious, absolutely egregious abuse of the way in which this place works. Mr. Speaker, I intend, now that I've seen how these particular practices have been abused, I intend to come back with proposals to change the standing orders to make sure that suspensions are used as suspensions, not as adjournments, and to make sure that the practice on adjournment is actually put down as a standing order. You can't adjourn a meeting if you're the chair in the middle of a meeting. But at the end of a meeting, you can't keep the meeting going unless you've got the consent of the majority of the committee. And hopefully that will remove some of the abuses that have gone on in this committee. But, Mr. Speaker, in my last minute, let me just say this. There is a pattern here. There's a pattern here, not just in this committee, but in this government, of just absolutely having no regard for the traditional way we've done things. This is a majority government. It has enormous power. The powers of a Canadian Prime Minister far exceed those of an American President. Far exceed them, domestically speaking. But they are not the powers of a dictator, and the rules that keep them from being the powers of a dictator are the ones that are incorporated in our standing orders and in the respect that we all have, or until recently all had, for the practices of this place. These are slender threads that preserve our liberties, but they are vital. We should not sweep them aside. And I encourage all members to take great caution not to allow this practice on this committee to become the practice of the House in the future. Thank you, or of other committees in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the member himself changed the standing orders, there used to be in electing of a speaker, we used to have a runoff ballot. The member brought in a ranked ballot system. 40% of the members of the House actually opposed that. My question to the member is, why the double standard? Why did the member not seek unanimous consent when he wanted to change the rules?
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is being referred to here, I hope you'll not object if I give a moment to give context to the comments of my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. In the last Parliament, I proposed a motion to amend the standing orders. And that motion, when it came before the House, was voted on in a free vote. There were all members of the Liberal Party, with one exception, voted in favour of it. About 2/3 of Conservatives voted in favour of it, and about 20 NDP members voted in favour of it. So his point here is we don't have unanimous consent, therefore it would be hypocritical for me to be advocating unanimous consent for changes to the standing orders, which of course was not the matter I was addressing here. I was addressing abuses on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But let me deal with this. What happened with that proposal to change the standing orders was it came to the House, it was then sent to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and the Procedure and House Affairs Committee made a unanimous recommendation that the matter be referred back to the House of Commons without being either recommended in favour of or against, and that all parties consider the possibility of engaging in a free vote on the matter, which was what was done. So if you follow, there was all-party consent on this matter at committee. There was all-party consent, which in fact was what I have been arguing all along. Now, if he goes back and examines the records, he'll see that I've always said we need all-party consent. In the context of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, that means unanimous consent. It does not mean I'm trying to suggest that to change things here, we should give any one member of Parliament the ability to stop change from going forward. I am saying all-party consent, and that has been the practice which existed in the past. That was the practice, for example, under that committee I mentioned under the Chrétien government, where all party House leaders were members of a committee. That was the committee that had to approve changes, not every member of the House of Commons. Every member of that committee, every party, in other words. That practice was followed with the changes that I proposed and that were eventually adopted with regard to the election of the Speaker. They are the rules that, or practices that should be maintained for all future standing order changes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his comments. I have a great deal of respect for him. There's a number of folks on all sides of the House that deeply enrich themselves with the knowledge and history of this place, and it's important that all sides have members that dedicate themselves to that conversation, because we all are actors passing across this stage. We're here for a time. We never know how long. Yet we must maintain, and I would argue improve, the quality of what Parliament does on behalf of Canadians. This issue that we're debating right now is the ability of members just to get into the House to vote on behalf of their constituents, a motion which, by the way, the Liberals tried to kill at one point in these procedures, which is ironic to a detrimental level. I want to ask my friend this one question. We've been talking about the rules that govern us as members of Parliament representing our constituents, and that the long-standing tradition, through Prime Ministers back, was to never change those rules unless we had all the parties agreeing, simply because it's a good test. Otherwise, one could imagine a government with a majority, a false majority in this case, changing the rules to their own advantage over the opposition. We all recognize that a majority government has enormous strength and power to pass through their agenda, yet the role of the opposition to hold them to account is central to everything that we do. My question is this. The Liberals have said that they wouldn't give, they're using the line, they wouldn't give a veto to the Conservatives over one of the Liberal election pledges. Well, ironically, that didn't stop them on breaking their pledge on electoral reform. They themselves broke that with no help from anybody else. But this notion somehow that it went from an election pledge to somehow override the long-standing and important tradition that we as parliamentarians try to make the place better seems to me a distortion of the power of a promise ill-defined and ill-made at some point by some political leader in the middle of a campaign versus the strength and integrity of the House of Commons. Is it too late, I guess, is my frank question to my friend, which I might ask in private, but I'm asking in public, to break this pattern that he mentioned we're seeing from this government that came in with great promise to make Parliament better, to be more open and transparent about the way we conduct ourselves, yet has demonstrated its tendency and its inherency almost to want to override the will of Parliament, to distort the power that already exists in their favour? Or is this ship simply sailed too far away to get it back to some level of sanity and decency?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked and appalled to discover this member introducing electoral reform into one of his comments. Yeah. It is the obvious analogy, and there is one distinction, if I may say so, between the electoral reform promise that the government gave and the promise it gave here, which is the electoral reform promise was dramatic in terms of timing. This will be the last election to first past the post. It wasn't clear what they were going to replace it with. And we subsequently got to learn when we proposed on the Electoral Reform Committee to give the government free rein to choose any system that it saw fit, as long as it then took that system and introduced it to the Canadian public in a referendum vote, and if that system was 5 or less on the Gallagher Index, which means highly proportional. At that point, the Prime Minister fessed up and said, well, actually, I was only ever willing to consider preferential voting. So that was good to learn. It would have been nice to have known that in 2015, and I suspect that a number of swing voters in ridings that might have gone NDP, but for the fact that some of those swing voters went Liberal, might now have NDP members had this promise been clarified at that time as opposed to after the fact. So with regard to the question that was actually asked here, Mr. Speaker, which was this, can the ship be turned around? I would actually suggest that the House is doing the work of turning this around. You know, on the electoral reform issue, it's unfortunate the whole shebang ground to a halt, but I think that actually the nature of that debate will be very different should it arise in the future as a result of the clarification that we collectively brought to that discussion. And here, too, we see that a number of the items that were on the Liberal agenda, such as programming motions, which I think was the most devastatingly bad of all the ideas they had. This is where you can essentially do what they were going to do on Procedure Affairs, shut down debate and make it impossible to move forward. But we now come to a resolution by a certain time. I think those are off the agenda. The House Leader has said it's off the agenda in her letter, and on this one I take her at her word. So I think that's progress. It's unfortunate that we're having to achieve progress this way, but I have to say this. That is the idea of the Westminster system. You actually do hold the government's feet to the fire. It's not a very pleasant process for the government. It may not be a very pretty process from the point of view of the Canadian public, but I'm not sure we're after a system that's pretty. We're after a system that delivers, in the long run, incrementally better and better government. And on this, I think, despite other philosophical differences between myself and my colleague, on this, I think we are 100% in accord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had in mind a longer question. So given your injunction, I'll ask the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston if you've had any opportunity to look at the proposals I've made for changing our standing rules and if he sees any of them that he thinks have merit.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston in a minute and a half.
Minute and a half, okay. Well, I cannot do justice, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member's detailed paper, quite lengthy paper, on changes to the standing orders. She came forward in good faith with a substantial number of these proposals. I think the first thing I should say, rather than dealing with any of the specifics, I'll make this observation that what she has done, and I think this is the best practice for any of us here, is she has looked at best practices of other Westminster jurisdictions, of which there is a treasure trove, a cornucopia, and drawn upon some of those best practices. And she's pointed in particular about themes of working consensually together. This is a theme that has animated the honourable member's work on electoral reform. I think that defines the kind of system she's working towards with electoral reform, is making us more consensual. And I think the same general thesis animates her proposals for working in the House. Now, that is not easy in a Westminster system, which is designed, we all know the famous story of our being 2 sword lengths apart. I assume the purpose was to prevent us from actually stabbing each other. But that's not to say that we have to keep on doing that into the future. We can work more consensually, and I think the theme that she's proposing is a profound one, and one that I hope will be picked up by members in all parties in the remainder of this Parliament.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my good friend from Kootenay, Columbia. It is indeed a privilege to rise today and speak in my best efforts on behalf of the people of Skeena, Bulkley Valley, the beautiful northwest of this great country. I use the word privilege very specifically. I wonder if some of my Liberal colleagues might take their conversation elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, or it's a little distracting, that's all.
Call order. Actually, that is a good point to make. I can hear the discussion happening from here. I want to remind everyone in the House that it's nice to see everyone talk and kibitz, but if it's going to be at an elevated level, maybe just take it into the lobby. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, and I thank my Liberal colleagues for their understanding. It's we do reference this place as Parliament, the place in which we speak, but it's tricky when we all do it at the same time. It's more akin to question period. But I use the word privilege in terms of speaking on behalf of the good people of northwestern British Columbia, because it is in fact exactly that. To be able to rise in this place and speak in our best efforts on behalf of those we represent is an honor that only a few of us get to hold over the many years that this country has existed. And it's also, I believe, right to the heart of the issue that we're talking about today. This is what's called a question of privilege, which for a lot of Canadians, they might not understand. It's very old language. It's a question of privilege. Privilege sounds like something very shiny and potentially valuable in wealth that one is afforded. We all know I'm entitled to my entitlements and all of that sort of thing that's gone on in the past, but the privilege that we speak about today is simply the privilege to speak, the privilege in this motion about the access that members of Parliament have to come and vote on behalf of their constituents, which is, of course, at the very most sacred core of our democracy, that we elect people, we put them forward to represent us. They speak on our behalf, but they also cast votes on our behalf. And the incident that happened most recently with my friend from Milton and some others was they were physically prevented from getting into the House of Commons, which is unfortunately seems to happen once every 4 or 5 years, where MPs are trying to get up on the Hill and because of some security measure or some other thing, you can't get in. And to some in the public, they say, well, big deal, the vote passed by 20 or 15 that night. But I have witnessed votes in this House that have been tied. I have witnessed votes of confidence over whether a government would stand or fall being supported by one extra member, keeping us from an election at one point. So to say that it doesn't matter in the small example is missing the entire point of the larger example, which is we all need free and fair access to this place to simply do our jobs. Part of our job is voting. The second part of our job is the ability to hold government to account, because the only members in this whole place that sit in government is the Prime Minister and the Cabinet that Prime Minister chooses. The role of all of the other MPs in this place, including government members who sit in the so-called backbench, is to hold government to account on two fundamental things. Well, spending and laws. To look at the proposals that come forward from government, see if their spending is accurate and true to the nature of the promises made, and to see that legislation that passes for this place, whether it comes from an individual member or it comes from the government itself, is of the best quality, using the best information. And I would say this, that the context of which we are debating this in is important. Not only the context of the recent government's, the Liberal government's pattern of becoming more and more forceful, pushing more and more their agenda onto an increasingly unwilling opposition, but also the context of which this government was elected into office. I would argue that the slogan of hope and hard work that the Prime Minister used to talk about anyways was one that had some certain resonance and meaning for Canadians. Clearly, they won the last election. Canadians were looking for something that was more hopeful, more respectful, I would argue, of the conversation, not only of the one that happens out in the larger public, true consultation, meaningful consultation around what it is that government wants to do, but also more respect for this place that is Parliament, because we saw the last government, the Harper government, use the tools, the very powerful tools of prorogation. A lot of Canadians didn't even know what that word meant until the Prime Minister shut down Parliament entirely to avoid a vote of confidence at one point. The previous Prime Minister got into the routine and habit of just not liking that a debate was going on too long, and they would just shut down debate. They would have a quick vote. 30 minutes later, the debate's over, the bill's moving on. And they got so addicted to these tools, Mr. Speaker, that they would actually invoke shutting down debate as they introduced legislation. The debate would be 20 minutes old, and the government would bring in a motion to say, in another 30 minutes, that's it, it's over. And some of these bills were of enormous consequence to the lives of Canadians, and that's a problem. But you can see how in government there's a certain intolerance that seems to grow, a resistance to a scrutiny, particularly when a government gets into a bit of trouble, or it just starts to get tired of this whole procedure of Parliament that we've concocted over many centuries. Well, that's too bad, because we also can recognize that a majority government, in this case it's, as in most majority governments in Canada, it's a false majority. Little less than 40% of Canadians who voted to support this government. Liberals used to talk about that as a false majority, and one of the reasons that we ought to change our voting system, as much of the world has. It is also known that a majority government in Canada has inordinate power to see their agenda through. It's not as if a debate takes an extra hour or two or a day or two. The government's going to lose that vote if they're whipping the vote on their side, which governments often do. So it's all a question of timing and sequence. And can you simply hold the government to account? And sometimes that means holding the government to some pause, because as they want to ram their agenda through, as they want to get a bill through or a budget through, they feel that sense of urgency, but maybe haven't done all the scrutiny, haven't looked at it from all sides, which is kind of the point, because some of these laws, they don't get changed for 40 or 50 years. And if they're badly done, it takes things like Supreme Court challenges in order to fix them, which are incredibly expensive. So rather than get them right and take the time to do it, governments sometimes want to rush things. Now, we see this pattern is creeping out of not just here in the House of Commons, but into the committee. We saw this at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee earlier today, where suddenly the chair wakes up and decides he wants the meeting to be over, and he smashes the gavel, and then suddenly it's over. Well, this is clearly opposite of the promise that this Prime Minister brought in. And if you ask the Canadians a question, what did, aside from being Prime Minister, what did Prime Ministers Chrétien and Mulroney and Harper and Martin and Trudeau the First, what do they all have in common? A lot of Canadians would say not much. What did Harper have in common with Chrétien and Chrétien with Mulroney? Well, they had one thing in common, which is they believed in the tradition of this place, that if you're going to change the rules, if you're going to change the way that we interact with one another, if you're going to change the balance of power between the government, which we recognize is subsequent, and the power of the opposition, then you clearly need to have all the parties in the conversation, not at the barrel of a gun, saying if you don't agree, we're going to do it anyways. That's not a conversation. That's not a consultation. That's a farce. that the tradition, the long-standing and important tradition, is you don't change the rules without the support of others. And that seems to me beyond just tradition, just basic common sense, because lo and behold, governments change from time to time. And the powers that a current Liberal government sees for itself and wishes for itself, because they says, well, we're Liberals, we're benevolent, we're nice guys, we would never abuse these powers. Wow. First of all, no, that's not true. Second of all, those powers will transfer to the next government, whoever Canadians choose that to be. And so then Liberals will be sitting there saying, oh my goodness, the government's abusing their power now. And you'll have to ask yourselves as Liberals, well, who gave them those extraordinary powers? Well, Liberals did. Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my, maybe we should have thought twice about that. So looking at changing fundamental ways in which we dialogue on behalf of Canadians, in which we fight on behalf of Canadians, because the money doesn't belong to the Liberal government, it belongs to all Canadians when they pass budgets. The laws don't belong to the Liberal government, they belong to all Canadians when we pass new laws. The role and representation that we have in this place, as my friend from the Conservatives says, sometimes hangs by a thread. That the ability for people to have faith and trust in what it is that we do and continue to participate in our civic conversation relies on the quality of the effort we bring to this place, the respect that we have for each other, and the respect that we have for this Parliament. And this doesn't break down to right versus left. This comes down to right and wrong. And the Liberals I know that I've spoken to quietly as we've gone around this place are sometimes scratching their head. What exactly are we doing as a Liberal government? Why is there a massive long filibuster taking place at Procedure and House Affairs? Why are we doing this and why are we doing that? This is pattern language, Mr. Speaker. But patterns can change. It seems to be difficult to put this pattern change onto this current government. We need to talk to Canadians about this. We need to talk to Liberal colleagues about this and to the people who support them and say, this is not what you voted for. You hoped for something a lot better, you expect, and you deserve a lot better. We need to reverse this pattern of trying to impose will on Canada's Parliament because it only belongs to the Canadian people. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his address to this House. He mentioned about right and wrong, and so this is the question that I would like to put to the member. Right now, this is day 7, so we have been discussing this for 7 days in this House, and essentially we have agreement. I believe, I know on the Liberal side, all Liberal caucus members agree, and I think that all members in the House agree, that unfettered access for MPs is extremely important. And secondly, we all agree that this matter is to go to Proc. That's the normal procedure. Everybody's in agreement with that because we know this is an important matter. As been mentioned, this isn't the first time this has happened. So what we need to do is we need to have the ability to have witnesses in, to take a look at this in more depth, so that we can come up with solutions to make our best effort to correct this situation so that MPs do have access to this place. So in light of that now, we've spent 7 days on something that we all agree on. We all are in agreement. And some members have even said every MP should have the opportunity to get up and speak, which in effect would be 5.5 weeks of speaking about something that we're all in agreement on. But right now the reality is 7 days. We're talking about something that we all agree on. Is that right? Is that a respectful use of the House time? Is that a respectful use of our taxpayers' dollars who are paying our salaries to be here? That we're all in agreement on something and all we're trying to do is move it to Proc, and that we've spent 7 days and the members are upset because they think we should spend more days on something we all agree with that has the same end result. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say.
For Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
I'm only smiling a little bit because that speech could have been given by Conservatives in the last Parliament when we as opposition were trying to hold up some of their worst agenda. Now, she mentioned something that I think the history of this is important. She would be well to remember that her own government tried to kill this motion itself by punting it off into non-existence. And only, she can wave away, but it was only the intervention of the Speaker which overruled the Liberals' attempt to kill this motion in the first place that allowed us to talk about it at all. So she can be as sanctimonious as she like about respecting the taxpayers. Respect. My goodness, the Speaker of the House of Commons had to intervene with the Liberal government and say, whoa, access to Parliament is incredibly important. The Liberal Party had tried to kill that motion in Parliament because it was interfering with their machinations at the PROC Committee, the Procedure and House Affairs. Oh, what's going on there? Well, let's talk about respect. The Liberals are trying to railroad their changes to Parliament through without agreeing to all-party agreement. They want to stop the filibuster. They want to stop all the mess that's going on in the House. Respect the traditions of Parliament, which Prime Ministers Trudeau, Chrétien, Mulroney, even Harper respected. If the Liberals came in saying we're going to do better than even Stephen Harper, then at least abide by that tradition that if you're going to change the rules of the House, you got to do it together. Because it's just too easy to break that tradition and then have majority governments force their will on Parliament, which is exactly what the Liberal Party's trying to do, while they pretend that they're discussion papers and they're open conversations, yet will never at any point agree to one simple principle, that when we change this place, we should only do it together, and that's a good principle that should be respected.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague and thank him for his comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader has stated numerous times throughout today that the opposition is being irresponsible in wanting to continue debate on the issue of privilege. And I just wanted to get his comments on that.
In 1 minute or less, the Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
It's such a remarkable moment to hear the Liberals talk about taking too much time to respect Parliament. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction of things, as Liberals are going through the process of disrespecting Parliament. Liberals are going through the process of saying, we want to change the rules that guide all parliamentary debate. We want to change the rules of forcing bills to only have a certain amount of time by our discretion and nobody else's, not even have a vote on it. But just we build this into all legislation so we can curtail Parliament, so we can shut down discussions, so we can have less scrutiny over what it is that we're doing. We can have Liberals stand up and say, omnibus bills are bad in a campaign, and the Prime Minister say, omnibus bills, I won't do them. That, by the way, is a quote. And then introduce an omnibus bill that does exactly what he said he wouldn't do. Look, governments need to be held to account. Governments from time to time, shocking this might be for some of my Liberal colleagues to hear, need to be corrected, and their power needs to be checked. Because last I checked, in the last election, less than 40% of voting Canadians voted for this party. That means there's a majority of Canadians who didn't. That means their voices need to be heard, their opinions need to be respected, and that's what the job of the opposition is to do, and that's what we'll continue to do, despite these trickeries by the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley on behalf of all Canadians, hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are keeping the democratic reform dream alive, and he's done exceptional work. We're here today, of course, to talk about unfettered access to the House for voting and also how the House operates. And I want to go back to the orientation session that we all had as 200 of us were new members of Parliament about 18 months ago. I was so excited in that orientation by the conversations I had with new members of Parliament from every party. We all said the same thing, that we were all here to work together collaboratively to make a better Canada. That's why we were here. During that orientation session, the Prime Minister made a cameo appearance, and during that cameo appearance, he said, the role of the opposition is to make government better. I wrote that down. When you're a new member sitting in opposition, the role of opposition is to make government better. But in order for that to happen, government has to listen to some of the things that the opposition have to offer. And then, of course, I took my seat in the House, as did all of you. There is probably very few things as special as the first time you take your seat in the House. And you look around this building, you think of the history that was made here, the traditions that came from this House, and the fact that this is the home of democracy for Canada, the House of democracy. And we need to be setting a shining example for how democracy is supposed to work for the rest of Canada. And certainly that was the expectations of my 107,589 constituents from Kootenay, Columbia that sent me here. It's to build Canada and to build democracy. And so it's somewhat unfortunate that we end up having to talk about unfettered access to Parliament. and the, I guess, lack of democracy that appears to be becoming more and more evident in the House. Quite frankly, in terms of access to Parliament, the debate should continue until all members are heard and debate collapses that way, rather than to impose closure, which we are facing today. So what happened? And just again, I'll go back to the situation that came up on March 22nd of 2017. The MPs from Milton and Beauce were prevented from getting the centre block to vote on the budget, which is a very important vote, because the RCMP stopped parliamentary buses from picking them up in order to allow an empty Prime Minister's motorcade to leave the Hill. So after the vote, the MP from Milton got up on a question of privilege, and the Speaker later ruled that indeed her privileges had been breached. Debate began immediately on the question of privilege. Not too long after that, the Liberals, in a move deemed unprecedented by the Speaker, used their majority to shut down debate. Conservatives then got up on another question of privilege to argue that the Liberal move denies the MP from Milton the opportunity to have her question of privilege properly heard. And the Speaker ruled in their favour, which of course leads to where we are today. Now we're keeping this debate going because we oppose what happened to the member, and also, of course, what is becoming a very heavy-handed approach by the Liberal government to changing standing orders. And now they've given notice of closure on this current question of privilege, which highlights yet again an undemocratic approach to dealing with accountability in Parliament. And I find this quite disappointing, but it's not my first disappointment in my 18 months here in the House. Motion 6, and I just want to go back to that briefly. It was introduced around May 17th of last year, so almost a year ago today we were dealing with Motion 6, brought forward by the Liberal government, which was attempting to set a temporary set of standing orders and control what the House was going to be doing for at least the next 2 months. It included things like Monday to Thursday, the House will not have an adjournment time, debates will continue, no automatic adjournment for summer. Only government can move motions like adjourning the House, have debates. There's no need to consult with the opposition about when to adjourn for summer. Government can do it any time. And this, of course, ended up being withdrawn by the Liberal government after what was a really dark day, quite frankly, here in the life of this Parliament, and after the Prime Minister apologized and Liberal government withdrew Motion 6. Democratic reform was another disappointment. You know, I really felt betrayed when it came to democratic reform. I went around my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, visiting 14 communities, and I started every discussion this way. We're not here to discuss if democratic reform is coming. We're here to talk about the preferred approach to democratic reform and proportional representation. Every discussion I started with, this is not a discussion of if we're moving to democratic reform or proportional representation, it's how we're going to get there. So I, along with hundreds of thousands of Canadians, were really disappointed to see democratic reform, which was one of the primary focuses of the Liberal campaign, all of a sudden disappear almost overnight. RCMP Bill C7. The RCMP, of course, are looking to have a collective voice across Canada. Bill C7 came here through the House over a year ago now, I guess. It went to the Senate. It came back to the Liberal government in June of 2017, and we have heard nothing since then. The RCMP still do not have a national voice, which they very much need to deal with the number of issues that they have. C51, the Standing Committee on National Security, just recently decided they weren't going to deal with Bill C51. I can tell you in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, that was one of the major election issues in 2015 and actually contributed to my riding of Kootenay, Columbia for the first time in 21 years no longer having a Conservative member of Parliament. That's how important this issue was. There were rallies held across my riding opposed to C-51, and nothing has happened with that so far. And then yesterday we saw what many who have spent much longer in Parliament than I have considered a real disrespect to the leader of the NDP party, who asked questions that were not answered by the Prime Minister, even though the Prime Minister was here in the room. That is a lack of respect for our leader. Just interested in hearing the debate going on across the floor here. So for the past few weeks, I've sat here and I've heard the Liberals claim that they just wanted to have a discussion on how Parliament works. And now they're unilaterally forcing through changes. These changes will not make Parliament better and do not have the unanimous consent of the House, which is tradition. So it's really quite fair that Canadians are asking, are these being imposed just to make life better for Liberals and the Prime Minister? And if not, then why not negotiate and get consensus from all parties in the House in terms of how we're going to work here in the House on behalf of our constituents? Because any time a government becomes less accountable, it is the citizens that suffer. We're here in Canada's House of Democracy, and I go back, I guess, to where I started in terms of the orientation session, when everyone I talked to from every party said, we are here to work together collaboratively to make a better Canada in what truly is, what should be a shining example for democracy. It's been quite disappointing to sit through, I guess, the last 7 days and see what has happened here in the House. The Liberal government, I truly believe, does need to do better going forward. We need to respect democracy. We need to work together collaboratively here in the House. And I look forward, hopefully, to seeing that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member and all members of the House will know, that this issue is all about unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. It is not the first time that it has happened. In fact, it's happened a few times. I sat on PROC on a couple of those occasions and had to deal with the issue. We all understand and appreciate PROC is where the issue is best dealt with. The last time it was dealt with in the House was on May the 12th, 2015, where there was a total number of speakers of 5, representing the parties that stood in their place and explained why it was so important that PROC deal with the issue. Today, as of right now, when the member just sat down, we have now had 49 members speak on this issue. Mr. Speaker, we have had a number of these members say that the reason they're speaking, in essence, is because it's a filibuster on a privileged issue. What is the options, Mr. Speaker? If we weren't debating this, we would actually be debating the national budget, the budget implementation bill. My question to the member is, does he believe his or her constituents would rather us be debating the budget and the priorities of government and the priorities of opposition parties, or to continue what is easily can be justified as a from my perspective in saying that the opposition is conducting a filibuster on an issue that should in fact be being dealt with by PROC, because we have made it very clear. We in the Liberal caucus want the issue to go to PROC. We want to ensure that every member of this House has unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. The real question that I think Canadians want to know is how we got to this point here in the House, and how did the Liberals put us into this situation where we're sitting today. The Liberals put us in this situation because you shut down debate prior to sending it to PROC, tried to shut down debate last time prior to sending it to PROC, and the Speaker overruled what you wanted to do. And now we're facing that same situation again, where once again you were shutting down debate on a really important question of unfettered access to Parliament. And that's the real question that Canadians want an answer to, is why the Liberal government have put this House in that position.
I want to remind the honourable member that the tradition is we speak through the chair, and I'm sure I had nothing to do with that, so I'm sure he meant the honourable member for Winnipeg North. Questions or comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it was the last comment from my friend from Kootenay, Columbia, that talked about how did we get here, right? The Canadians will wonder sometimes, and the government will hold themselves up and say, why is there such discord? Pretending and having this almost oblivious attitude towards their own actions in getting us here. If the government wants to see the House functioning well, if it wants to see committees functioning well, it should ask itself how it's unable to do that with the majority that they've been given by Canadians. That if the simple request is this from the opposition, that in order to change the rules that conduct us here in Parliament, we should rely and respect the long-held tradition that all parties agree to those rule changes, so that the power and the balance of power that it goes on between opposition and government is maintained with some dignity. Is that at the ultimate, not the heart of the problem with why so many things have fallen off the rails and why this government seems incapable of actually passing legislation? Probably one of the lightest legislative agendas, I don't know, we've seen in 50 years. It's incredible how little this government's been able to get done, outside of selfies, of course, because they get a lot of those.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his observations and his questions. Again, I go back to the fact that I came here, as did all of you, I think, at least initially, to work together collaboratively to make a better Canada here in what should be a shining example for democracy. And we've strayed way off track from that over the last little while. We need to get back to working together collaboratively. We need to get back to making sure that this House is a shining example for democracy in Canada. That means before you change the rules in the House, you do it collaboratively, you do it through consensus. That's how you move democracy forward.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to indicate at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, who I'm sure will do extraordinary work as usual. I have the honor, perhaps the sadness, of having to rise in this House to discuss the question of privilege before us today. I say sadness because it's too bad, in a way, that we are at this point where we have to have questions of privilege and debates on this, rather than continue with our normal work and carry on. This is a very important motion. It's a very important question, and I'll get back to that in more detail later on. Or rather, I should say that later I'll get into more detail about this, but I do think that this question raises a much broader issue, which is our ability to do our jobs in a more general way. And that's important because, first and foremost, all of us here represent Canadian citizens. We're here to represent our constituents and the entire population of Canada. And it's essential that we be able to do this adequately. That is our most fundamental role. And it's the role of the opposition to hold the government accountable. That's essential too. We always say, call them to account on the budget or things like that. But in my vision of things, we're asking it to be accountable for all issues and all decisions it makes. In order to do that, you have to be able to have substantive debates. You have to be able to circulate on Parliament Hill and get here to participate in debates. What we've understood from the Liberal government, or the Liberals when they were in an election campaign, is that they wanted to strengthen that. They wanted to strengthen collegiality, strengthen our ability, one and all, to do what people sent us here to do. But we truly have the impression that they're going in the opposite direction. And on this, as in other subjects, I must say, are breaking their promises. We'd been promised sunny ways. Everything was going well. We were going to be collegial around here. Everybody was going to love one another and work in harmony. But what we're seeing instead, and we've seen this for quite some time now, is a repeated attempt on the part of this government to play around with processes in order to grab all possible powers. I'm saying play around with the processes to prevent the opposition from expressing itself, but that's not quite accurate. They're playing around with processes so that what is said in this House, the points that the opposition wants to raise, is simply not taken into account, has no real meaning. One example would be the changes that the government wants to bring about to the standing orders of the House. We can discuss the rules of the House, that's fine. However, that what we're seeing now and what we read about last year in Motion M6 was a sort of desire to impose things like a bulldozer, impose the government's vision on how the House of Commons should operate. Of course, this is a vision that gives them more power. We often hear, we're going to have a conversation on this subject. Well, I imagine I'm not the only one in this House who's starting to have a bit of a problem with the word conversation around here, because increasingly what we're seeing with this government's conduct is that a conversation is, yes, we're going to talk, we're going to listen to you, but in the end, I shouldn't say we'll listen to you, we'll hear you, we'll let you talk, but in the end, we'll do what we wanted to do in the first place. And then the government is wondering why the House is dysfunctional. But when we see what they did with Motion 6, what they're trying to do now, once again, to reduce our powers, they're really not giving us much choice but to rise on motions like this and questions of privilege like this in order to demonstrate on behalf of our constituents our rights and our privilege to be heard on these important issues. I was talking about the word conversation. There's an expression in France, cause toujours mon lapin. Go on, keep on talking, honey. Yeah, go on talking, but we'll do what we want. The other thing was electoral reform. Well, yes, of course, we'll have a conversation. We will listen to what Canadians have to say. We'll create a committee. The committee will travel across the country. All this was all very nice. But the majority of experts, 90% of the experts who were heard by the committee, almost 90% of the citizens that were heard by the committee, all had the same opinion. We need mixed proportional representation. But all of a sudden, that did not please the Liberals. We know that that would not be to their advantage necessarily. So all of a sudden, the conversation was abruptly over. Saying, well, we let you talk, but now we know what we want. So we're just going to break an electoral promise we repeated ad nauseum. We've seen this often. There's the question of procedure in the House. They're trying to limit the powers of the parliamentary budget officer. What will that add to transparency and accountability if his powers are limited? We see this through the use of the gag and time allocation. And on this question of privilege, it's quite fascinating, Mr. Speaker, because we have our colleague from the Beauce and from Milton who were unable to vote because they could not access the House. What was the Liberal reaction when this question of privilege was raised? They used their majority to prevent this from being debated. The Speaker himself said that this was unprecedented. This had never been seen before, using a majority to prevent a debate on a question of privilege. And finally, this was reversed so that today here we can discuss it. Now what do? Well, here we go again. They're imposing the gag, time allocation on this question. So given that context, we're wondering what happened to all these great promises about collegiality and working together in harmony. Mr. Speaker, this is on the part of a government that had offered transparency and openness. Everyone here today saw question period, for example, transparency and openness. When we have a defense minister who says one thing and it's exact opposite, we have a prime minister who doesn't really answer questions. I think that's why more and more people say that in the final analysis, the Trudeau government is like the Harper government, but with a smile. We're all very glad about the smile, but we would have liked to have seen more substantive change. Now, a quick word. I remember Jack Layton at our first caucus. We're not supposed to talk about caucuses outside of caucus, but he had talked about the question of respect at length. And that's the point here. Respect for members of parliament, respect for our institutions. And I think that that's what we're all asking for here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member. I'm sorry. Moncton Riverview Dieppe, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleague for her speech. One thing that I agree with is that the question of privilege is something to be taken very seriously and that has to be investigated thoroughly. In the past few months, I was part of the Prop Committee, and we had often, or a few times, we had an opportunity to investigate questions of privilege. But here, this is the 7th day that the House of Commons has been debating this, and I'm wondering whether my colleague could tell me whether or not she thinks that this question of privilege should be debated at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee and not in the House itself, because here we could bring forward bills, things that affect Canadians every day. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I do think that this question of privilege, something so fundamental as access, physical access to this chamber, is something that affects each one of us so much that it is truly something that must be debated outside of a committee setting. It must be debated in this House. And I also think that what we mustn't lose sight of is the context in which we're discussing this question of privilege. We're discussing this question of privilege in what I consider repeated attacks on our institution. The House that belongs to all citizens, the institution that represents these citizens. And there's the fact that they're trying to change our rules. There are various problems that have been raised with that. Therefore, I think this is to be debated in a broader context, and I think that it's important that all members can participate in this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fail to understand. Now it's the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance who asked this question. Earlier, it's the member for Winnipeg North. They're asking why this can't be sent to PROC, the Procedure and House Committee. The reason we're here is because they refused to do it the first time this question was raised in the House. The question of privilege was killed off. They didn't want to hear about it. Even Liberal members at the time made speeches and said that it did not have to be sent to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That's why they killed off the debate. So I'm wondering why they're asking that question today, because the very reason we're here today is because they refused to send it to PROC when it was raised. I really don't understand their definition of filibuster, because in this House, the principle is that we are here to debate issues. As long as there are members who want to speak, why prevent them from doing so? I don't call that a filibuster. These are people rising on behalf of their constituents who speak in this House. If there are 39 or 49 of them, well, because 49 wanted to speak and express themselves on the issue. So does my colleague share the definition of filibuster that the Liberals seem to have? Because just because you want to express yourself on a subject doesn't mean we want to delay everything and filibuster. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree completely with my colleague just said. And I think the government side seems to be saying that talking about this prevents us from doing our work, whereas it's the opposite. We're talking about the basics of what allows us to do our job here. The rights and privileges of parliamentarians is not something that is at the top of all our work. It's the very basis, the fundamental part of our democracy. And that's what allows us to represent the citizens who elected us. So it's an absolutely fundamental question, and I completely agree with my colleague that this is such a substantive issue. It's at the very basis of our work. So we have to allow all members who wish to do so express themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin this debate by reading from one of our national newspapers some words of Chantal Hébert. The Prime Minister, quote, does not much like the House of Commons and the feeling is mutual. Quote, the Prime Minister rarely engages with the opposition in a meaningful way. For the most part, he speaks past his critics' arguments. The attentive hearing he affords those who challenge him in town halls does not extend to opposition parliamentarians. When not on his feet, the Prime Minister can be the picture of adolescent boredom. Quote, all of which brings to the wide-ranging House reforms the Liberals have recently brought forward under the guise of what they call a discussion paper. For the four opposition parties, the proposals add up to a heavy-handed bid to erode their already limited capacity to hold a majority government to account. End quote. That's Chantal Hébert. And it resonated with me. Resonated with my very liberal father, who was embarrassed to see a journalist that he admires speaking of such a way of the party that he used to support. The reason we're in this debate today is on March 22nd, two members of Parliament were blocked from accessing the House of Commons by the Prime Minister's motorcade. That's quite an emblem, the privilege of being in the Prime Minister's limousine, blocking those of us who come to work using the parliamentary public transit. These members of Parliament were unable to fulfill their principal role as parliamentarians, which was to come to this House to represent their constituents in a vote of this Parliament. Now, when the member from Milton raised this question of privilege in the House, the government made the decision to end debate, to shut it down, and the Speaker of the House ruled this decision to be,
quote, unprecedented. Let me say this again. The Speaker of the House ruled that no other government, Liberal or Conservative, had gone so far as to end debate in this fashion on a reasonable question of privilege. And the actions of the government on March 22nd, to me, speak volumes about their level of disrespect for members of Parliament and for the work that we do here in this Parliament. By shutting down debate in the way that they did, this government acted in blatant disregard for the way that some members were treated, that they were prevented from getting here by the physical transportation logistics outside, and that then the government did not want to debate the fact that they were unable to do the very thing that they were elected to do in this House. Now, the government's so-called modernization of the House has proved to be much more of a power consolidation process, drastically reducing the resources available to the opposition to hold them to account. And I'm very much reminded of the Prime Minister's invitation and welcome to new parliamentarians. 215 of us in this House are new parliamentarians, and my colleague, the Member of Parliament from West Kootenay, Columbia, reminded us of that invitation, that reminder from the Prime Minister to new parliamentarians. The opposition's job is to hold the government to account. For this government to now have tried, I believe, 3 times to remove those tools from the opposition is in stark contrast to the Prime Minister's sunny ways message to us just a year and a half ago. So I'm afraid that these government actions set precedent, whether they're refusing to allow debate on a question of privilege or whether the government is unilaterally pushing through changes to the standing orders, thereby changing the very process for establishing these rules. And this long-standing convention of securing all-party approval before overhauling the standing orders of the House of Commons must be preserved. That all-party consensus is the tradition which includes Harper and Chrétien. Now, consensus is something we've talked about quite a bit in this House on other matters, and it's confusing for all of us. The government says consensus is not needed to change the House rules, although that has been the parliamentary tradition. The government says, though, that consensus was needed in order to change the voting system, although the promise that they made to Canadians was to make every vote count, which in every case is interpreted as proportional representation. If you follow Fair Vote and some of the other NGOs that have been holding this light up for so long to bring democratic reform to Canadians. There was nothing in the Liberal platform that said we needed a consensus of parliamentarians. This was a solemn promise repeated more than 1,000 times, apparently, by the Prime Minister to change the voting system. But once he got here and didn't like the way that the committee recommendation was going and the consensus of Canadians, he said we needed consensus in this House. So we don't need consensus to change the standing rules of the House, but we did need consensus to change the voting system. And then consensus was, again, not needed when it came to approving the Kinder Morgan pipeline and its associated oil tanker traffic. The government's campaign platform was that the pipeline approval would not be forced through without revamping and redoing the regulatory process that had been so undermined by the Harper Conservative government. That was a solemn promise again, hand on heart. We will change the regulatory review process before we push through the pipeline, but then in the end consensus was not needed, although you will find every coastal community virtually, especially around the hub of the transportation, having opposed the pipeline. Municipal government bodies like the Union of BC Municipalities and a significant number of First Nations opposed the pipeline approval, particularly in my area, coastal British Columbia, where our $8 billion maritime marine industry is threatened by the potential of an oil spill. Again, no consensus needed there, and that very much feels like a broken promise, I must say. Now, women rely on public transit, like buses, to get to and from work. And if they don't have access to that public transit, their employment is put in jeopardy. Not only that, tragedies like the Highway of Tears show that women's safety is put at risk when they don't have access to proper transportation. We're hearing about this right now at the Status of Women Committee. Jane Stinson, who's a research associate with the Canadian Research Institute for the Advancement of Women, said, quote, "If you think about it, it's particularly people who have lower incomes who use public transit. They can't afford their own cars. And women have lower incomes, so it's not surprising public transit is a big issue for some of the reasons that you mentioned. The absence of public transit in northern communities is a major, major problem and puts women at risk, as you mentioned. The Highway of Tears is perhaps the most shocking example, but I'm not sure it's alone. It's just better known. There are lots of cases in the north where women have to hitchhike, as do others, to get around. In urban locations, our research in Ottawa showed that this was very serious. It was accessibility, and that meant cost. The cost was too high for people, and also lack of schedules and sometimes where the routes went. But again, there's a responsibility with the federal government, even in local transportation, because it's a question of transfers, end quote. We also heard this from testimony from the United Steelworkers. Meg Gingrich said, "We call on the government to invest in social infrastructure such as affordable housing, public transit, and for procurement provisions and policies that meet gender and equity standards with clear enforcement mechanisms and do not simply continue occupational segregation," end quote. I'm hearing this in my own riding as well. Lack of public transit again and again is a barrier to women accepting jobs and being able to carry out their responsibilities. Disappointments to implement such promises are epitomized by the government's current approach. Sunny ways and hope and hard work seem to be election promises that have now been abandoned. We've had time allocation imposed in the midst of very emotional, vital debates, such as physician-assisted dying. 3 times I was ready to give my speech trying to convey constituent concerns. 3 times I was unable to deliver. I never could stand up and debate that vital issue for Canada because of time allocation imposed by this government. Motion 6 last year seemed designed to neuter the opposition, and the so-called discussion paper that we've been debating these last few weeks, again, so out of step with the promise of this government. I ask the government in every way to return to a cooperative, collegial, recognizing they can use their majority, recognizing the opposition has a job to do as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Yes, the honourable member for the honourable
among the parties have taken place, and if you seek it, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House in relation to the question of privilege, denial of access of members to the parliamentary precinct raised on March 22, 2017, at 5:30 p.m. today, or when no member rises to speak, the questions on the sub-amendment and the amendment be deemed adopted, and the question on the motion as amended be deemed put. A recorded division deemed requested and deferred until immediately before the time provided for private members' business on Wednesday, May 3, 2017. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Questions and comments? Questions and comments. We have about a minute left. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the length of the debate that we've had in regards to this issue. We've now had 10 times as many people speak on the issue of access, unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct, which is a record number given the topic. I think that if I reflect on it, I'm glad to see it looks as if it's coming to an end, because we do know that we want to be able to get on to other matters, such as the budget debate, and I understand there's a private members hour that's going to be coming shortly. And I guess I'll just leave an open-end question to the member across the way in regards to just how important it is that both opposition recognize that, and government, that the PROC, and we wish them well in trying to resolve the issue of unfettered access to the Parliament precinct.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith in 30 seconds or less, if possible.
I share the member opposite's optimism about PROC being able to do its work. And while I have the floor, I'll remind the member that in opposition, he said, quote, the government, by once again relying on a time allocation motion to get its agenda passed, speaks of incompetence. It speaks of a genuine lack of respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians, end quote. I'll urge the member and his government to cease using time allocation to stifle debate in this House.
It being 5:30 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the privilege motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. The House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, in the name of Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. May, Cambridge, moves that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-224, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Assistance on Overdose Drugs, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
So, you didn't...
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand before you today to speak to C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act. Le mois dernier,
Last month, I had the pleasure of sitting in the Senate gallery during report stage and third reading of the bill. The Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs amended the bill in committee to correct some errors and omissions in my original version. The amendments to Bill C-224 are in line with my objectives and my intention when I wrote the bill. I also believe they clarify certain points. Notably, they provide more certainty for people who are forced to call 911 in cases of overdose.
I have to thank the Senate for not only accepting my bill, but frankly, making it better. They tightened up the language to ensure that a person who is being given assistance will not be charged, nor will anyone accompanying them be charged. That's the intent. So long as they are giving assistance, then they cannot be charged or convicted for possession. Another Senate clarification makes it clear that both those who remain at the scene of the drug overdose and those who accompany the victim to seek medical assistance are also protected. Again, the Senate reinforced the language to ensure that the person suffering from an overdose is equally protected from prosecution. If someone is suffering an overdose or a friend comes to help, they may already be under some other court order for possession charges. The bill, as amended by the Senate, makes it clear this will not be held against them. Mr. Speaker, this was sober second thought in action. Senators have demonstrated once again that their collective scope and depth of knowledge really does make better law. I am grateful to Senator Larry Campbell for sponsoring the bill and to Senators Murray Sinclair and Vern White for their amendments, which reflect their expertise in judicial proceedings and law enforcement. In Senator Campbell's third reading speech in the other place, he talked about the lives that have been lost in our home province. At the time he introduced the bill, he stated that 600 British Columbians lost their lives to drug overdoses. And by the end of 2016, 914 had died that year alone. We share the same hope that when this bill becomes law, this number will start to decline. Mr. Speaker, the scourge of overdose deaths is increasing across Canada, from coast to coast to coast. And the number of overdose deaths is rising. This bill won't fix the entire opioid problem. It only addresses one small piece of the puzzle. We all know that. Toutes les députés de cette chambre.
All members of this House, as well as members of the Senate, know that in order to fight effectively against opioid overdoses in Canada, we need to take rapid action as legislators. This is why the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, in its report, asks both houses to study Bill C-224 as quickly as possible. This is why we are debating Bill C-224 today, because it was decided that it should be studied and take precedence over other bills. And this was decided just 1 week after the Senate issued its report.
C'est vraiment en moi. Monsieur Speaker, I urge all my colleagues here in the House to come together today. Let's pass C-224. We can send an important message to all Canadians that together we can start saving lives. Saving lives through a very simple action, by telling Canadians it is okay to call for help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that I was in the House when this bill was tabled.
My brother, Mr. I shouldn't say his name, of course, but we share the same last name, less one letter. And I think I speak for all of us on this side, and hopefully for all of us in this chamber, in saying that this is a brilliant example of public policy being brought forward by a member of this House that will have an immediate impact on the lives of people in, sadly, unhappy situations. We all recognize the great emotion and strength that this member has brought to this, and I think we extend our congratulations. But let me just perhaps conclude by asking the honourable member, after having gone through this process, and I think you're the first, or he is the first, rather, to have achieved a bill out and back from the other place. Could he share the lessons on legislating, perhaps with the members of this House?
Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I thank my colleague with the same last name, whatever that might be. I think it was very important in this bill, for the success of this bill, that we worked proactively and collegially with all members of the House on both sides of the aisle. And all members who spoke for this bill in the past, and hopefully as time comes, have spoken in favor of it. And this is likewise also in the Senate as well. In the other place, they all wanted to help. They all recognize the value of this bill, and I think that is a key factor. keep it simple, keep it narrow, and work with everyone to get it done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Resuming debate. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in strong support of Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, as amended by the Senate, introduced by the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. I want to, first of all, commend the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, who I have the privilege of serving on the Justice Committee with, for his leadership and stewardship in raising this important issue and moving this important legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, without more, Bill C-224 is a good bill, it is a needed bill, and it is a bill that will save lives. Mr. Speaker, it couldn't be more timely. It couldn't be more timely because, Mr. Speaker, Canada faces an opioid overdose crisis. It is a crisis that has claimed the lives of thousands of Canadians, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends, neighbors, colleagues, gone, taken. It is a crisis that has torn apart families and devastated communities. And it is a crisis that is not slowing down. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis is particularly acute in my home province of Alberta. In 2016, Alberta emergency responders responded to some 2,267 opioid-related or fentanyl-related events. 343 Albertans died from a fentanyl overdose. That is up from 257 in 2015 and way up from the 24 who died in 2012. Even more concerning is that we are seeing more and more potent opioids being pushed out onto our streets like powdered fentanyl. Powdered fentanyl is 80 times more potent than morphine. The percentage of deaths in which fentanyl has been detected has increased from 5% in 2012 to 30% in 2015 to a staggering 62% in 2016. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about drug overdoses, the vast majority of drug overdoses occur in the presence of at least one other person. Yet, far too often, individuals who witness a drug overdose don't do the right thing, don't pick up the phone, don't call 911 and get help. One may ask, well, why would someone not call for help? Simple answer is that far too often they're afraid. They're afraid of being charged with a criminal offense. They're afraid of being caught up in the criminal justice system. And so they don't call, they don't act. And the consequences of inaction can be fatal. Mr. Speaker, both the Standing Committee on Health, which I know my colleague, the Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation, serves on, which studied Bill C-224, as well as the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, heard powerful testimony from Christine Paradick, the mother of the late Austin Paradick. Austin was a promising high school student. One night he went out to a party and he made a choice that a lot of high school students make. He took drugs and he reacted, and Austin's friends didn't call for help. They didn't call 911. They thought they could handle it on their own. Perhaps they, in part, were worried about maybe the police arriving, maybe charges being laid, maybe that they'd be caught up in the criminal justice system. Unfortunately, they weren't able to handle it. And as a result, Austin died at the age of 17. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, Austin isn't alone. There are many, many Austins out there, and there will be many, many more Austins if action isn't taken. That's precisely what Bill C-224 seeks to do. Preventing future Austins by providing immunity from prosecution for individuals who witness a drug overdose, do the right thing, call for help, and as a result of doing the right thing, are found to be in possession of illicit drugs. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-224 applies in terms of immunity from prosecution to only simple possession. It wouldn't apply to other offenses such as impaired driving or drug trafficking. Moreover, it would only apply to offenses listed in Schedules 1 to 3 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. In other words, street drugs. What Bill C-224 would not do is provide immunity to drug pushers and drug dealers and drug traffickers who are pushing dangerous and illegal drugs onto the streets that are killing thousands of Canadians each and every year. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-224 is legislation that makes sense. And it went to the Senate, and it was amended in the Senate. And I have to say, the Senate did a good job, as the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, pointed out, in improving Bill C-224. There were amendments from that other place, and those amendments would extend immunity from prosecution to breaches of release orders arising from simple possession. Mr. Speaker, those amendments make sense. They are consistent with the spirit and objective of Bill C-224. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that it doesn't make sense that someone, a Good Samaritan, should be immune from prosecution on the basis of simple possession, but then charged for breaching a release order arising from the very same simple possession. That would be self-defeating, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act is new to Canada, it is not a new concept. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, some 37 states plus the District of Columbia have similar legislation on their books, and the legislation that has been passed in the U.S. is having the intended effect. More and more people are calling 911, and as a result, more and more lives are being saved. Mr. Speaker, I urge the speedy passage of Bill C-224 as amended. This legislation is needed. It's needed now. It's needed to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Alors, la députée de Beloeil-Chambly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to start by congratulating the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. And as the member for Gatineau said earlier, I too was in the House during the first hour of debate on this bill. I heard the very moving comments that he made. And sometimes people forget that there are issues brought to us by our constituents. But there are also some very personal stories that motivate us. And This is one dealing with public health, an urgent public health matter, and it's very comforting to see that we can come together and do this, and we're proud in the NDP to have the same position. Now, without wanting to make any bad jokes during an important debate, we'd like to thank the Senate for the work that they did, because these amendments make sense. In fact, they will improve the bill and are such that we can support it. And we hope that the issue will be resolved quickly, because we've heard this for a long time now. We heard a member from BC talk about it. Someone who works on this file in our caucus and that's the member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford from BC as well. The Conservative member who's from Alberta who just spoke. And we often think that this is an issue primarily affecting the West. And if we look at the number of people who have died since the start of the opioid crisis, it is one that started out west, but it is moving east. So we've now seen many cases in Ontario and Quebec. So that's why it's so important for us as parliamentarians to come together and put forth the necessary legislative measures to save lives. Now, what do we have before us here, Mr. Speaker? We have a Bill C-224, which is the Good Samaritans Act, as it's called. As the Conservatives just pointed out so well, people might well ask why someone wouldn't seek help if a friend or a family member, regardless of the situation, were suffering from an overdose. Why wouldn't someone seek help? Well, it could have been because of the legal consequences. Now, unfortunately, many times in cases where overdoses are involved, young people are dealing with the consequences of taking drugs, and they are also very concerned about the legal consequences. So by putting in place a legal framework that makes it possible for a citizen or an individual wouldn't be afraid to call for help is something we need to see. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the amendments brought forth by the Senate, I believe that they're very important. They help to clarify and, as I said, to improve the bill. The first one deals with clearer wording for protection from prosecution for possession. So we want to ensure that it's clear that an individual who would call 911, for example, to get an ambulance to come for one of their friends, is often the case, who's overdosing. So the person calling for assistance would not face charges. The other provisions that were changed through amendments in the Senate deal with a person who's on site during an overdose would not be charged with an offense concerning a violation of pretrial release, probation order, conditional sentence, or parole relating to an offense under subsection 4 if the evidence in support of that offense was obtained or discovered as a result of a person having been sought assistance or having remained at the scene. So the same type of exemption doesn't exist for impaired driving. However, if someone is on site or someone is a victim and calling for assistance. So I think this is a very important aspect. And I'd like to go back to an issue that was raised earlier. It's something that we often see as part of the discussion when it comes to drug addictions and these substances. Unfortunately, there's a stigma attached to this. And what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, is that if we look at the debate on the opioid crisis and the safe injection sites. There's a parallel that we need to draw with the bill before us. Why do I say that? Well, because it takes some political courage to go ahead with this. And that's why it's important to acknowledge the efforts and the member who has sponsored this bill. It's not about encouraging this type of behavior. It's about dealing with a public health issue, helping someone who has a health problem, who doesn't know how to find help. And with this bill, for example, it's important to have this type of measure in place to resolve the crisis that we're currently facing. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I said, oftentimes this has an impact on people. Now, even if we look at the context of the debate surrounding the legalization of marijuana, oftentimes we talk about education and prevention and all of those issues. But it's all fine and well to talk about money that could be invested for education and prevention or awareness. But if we don't have the legislative framework that enables us to ensure that those people can benefit from help, seek out help, and be it under the Good Samaritan bill or through safe injection sites, then none of this would be worthwhile. So it's important to ensure that all of these steps taken, all of the efforts undertaken by the government, by Parliament, are supported. These bills are linked. Now, I'd like to cover off a few figures on the situation, Mr. Speaker. A situation that hit BC very hard, and this opioid crisis is a very serious one, and it is a public health issue. As a critic, the NDP critic for public safety, I acknowledge that we're not talking about a public safety issue. We're talking about public health, and that's why we need policies that are based on facts that enable us to deal with this type of suffering that exists. But I must admit, Mr. Speaker, that we see these problems in the news, and it's not necessarily something that I see often in my riding. And so people who are watching the debate, they really need to understand just how extensive this crisis is. In December alone in BC, a record number of deaths, over 140, more than in November 2016, 126 deaths. That is huge, Mr. Speaker. Imagine December, it's Christmas time approaching. 142 families lost a loved one because someone didn't call for assistance quickly enough. Regardless of our political stripes in this House, I don't think anyone could live with that reality on their collective conscience. This is unacceptable. These types of deaths are unacceptable. Each week in Vancouver, there are between 9 and 15 deaths through overdose. That is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So if we can support bills like this one, efforts undertaken to give us the legal framework we need so that people who need help can receive it, and to continue to support good efforts like this one that are progressive efforts to deal with this public health crisis, to eliminate it, well then I think it's our collective responsibility to support legislation like that. I want to again thank the member for Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. It's inspiring to see the efforts based on such a personal story. I want to thank the Senate as well for improving the bill. And we hope that this is just a first step in the right direction that will help us to put an end to this public health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I'm pleased to stand in the House today to support Private Member's Bill C-224, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, including the amendments made in the Senate. These amendments bring further clarity to the bill, and they expand the circumstances where immunity would be provided to increase the likelihood that bystanders would seek emergency help during an overdose, expanding the opportunities for this bill to save lives. Simply put, this act would help to address a systemic barrier that prevents many Canadians from seeking help from first responders during an overdose. Their fear that they may be charged and convicted of drug possession charges once first responders arrive. But before anything else, I want to take this opportunity to commend my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for bringing this important bill forward and proposing a simple legislative change that would help save lives. His work on this bill is an honor to him, to this House, and to the people he represents. As everyone in this House knows, we are in a crisis situation. Opioid-related overdose deaths in Canada have increased at an alarming rate, and we must continue to act to save lives. In BC alone, there were over 900 overdose deaths in 2016, and so far, the rate of death from drug overdoses in 2017 sadly shows no sign of decreasing. There were 102 overdose deaths in BC in February of this year. This, Mr. Speaker, is an average of 3.6 deaths a day for that month. These are not just abstract numbers. Each one represents a Canadian who has lost their life in a way that is preventable. Most overdoses occur in the presence of others, and, like many other emergencies, a person's chances of surviving an overdose depend on how quickly they receive medical attention. And yet, calls to 911 during an overdose are typically either not made or may be delayed to such an extent that the victim can suffer irreparable brain damage or other harms. A 2014 report from Ontario found that only half of those surveyed said they would call 911 in the event of an overdose and wait at the scene for emergency personnel to arrive. This is consistent with international research where studies have found 911 call rates for overdose to be as low as 15%. At a recent forum discussion on the future of drug policy, the Minister of Health pointed out that as part of responding to the opioids crisis, we need to call out stigma and reduce the discrimination associated with drug use. Colleagues, the high rates of drug overdose deaths that we are seeing in this country and the low rate at which Canadians are willing to contact emergency services when they witness an overdose are unacceptable and clearly point to an issue that is being made worse by stigma and by fear, the impacts of which must be addressed before we lose more lives. Grâce à la nouvelle stratégie canadienne.
Thanks to the Canadian drug strategy, the Government of Canada supports the response to this crisis, which is focused on cooperation, compassion, and evidence. We use the approach of 4 pillars: prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and law enforcement on the basis of evidence. The Good Samaritan law is part and parcel of our anti-drug policy. The elimination of the drug possession charge for people asking for help during an overdose situation is a harm reduction measure that balances this with public health. This is an opportunity for law enforcement officers to support the trust relationship with drug users, which could give these people better opportunities to get treatment when they are ready. As drafted originally, Bill C-224 guaranteed immunity against charges of simple possession for anyone who is a witness to or victim of an overdose if that person asks for first responders or police.
To the bill. Most of these amendments are meant to bring further clarity to the legal text so that it can be more easily interpreted by law enforcement and the courts. I won't spend too much time on these amendments except to say that the government supports them and that they certainly strengthen the bill. For example, the amendments make it clear that the law would protect those who call and leave the scene as well as those who arrive at the scene after the call has been made. In addition, the amendments clarify that witnesses to an overdose as well as the person who has overdosed would be provided with immunity under this proposed law. The more substantive amendment proposed by the Senate would expand the immunity provided by Bill C-224 to include protection from charges for offenses concerning a violation of a pretrial release, probation order, conditional sentence, or parole relating to simple possession. I understand that this broadened scope of the immunity provided under the Good Samaritan Act may cause some of the members of this House to reconsider their support for this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, we are in a crisis situation where preventable deaths are occurring daily, and I urge each member of this House to maintain their support for this important piece of legislation. The Government of Canada would not be the first to provide such immunity. In fact, 15 states in the U.S. have a Good Samaritan drug overdose law that provides immunity for charges of possession, as well as protections from probation or parole violations. There is a simple reason why the Senate has proposed these amendments and why these 15 U.S. states have covered such violations under the Good Samaritan laws. It's because fear of being charged for possession of a controlled substance is only one reason why people are afraid to seek help during an overdose. The Ontario report I mentioned earlier also looked at reasons why people were afraid to call for help during an overdose. The two most common barriers to calling 911 during an overdose event were fear of arrest and being on parole. Of those respondents on probation or parole, only 37% indicated they would call emergency services and wait for help to arrive if they witnessed an overdose. L'élargissement de l'immunité garantie.
Broadening of immunity guaranteed under C-224 would increase the number of situations where it could be a matter of life and death while not preventing law enforcement officers to enforce the law when it comes to more serious charges, that is, such as trafficking in controlled substances when they appear at the scene of a crime. Mr. Speaker, like many others have underlined, it's not easy to fight the current opioid crisis. The adoption of this bill is not a complete solution, but could contribute to it, and that's a great step in the right direction. I hope that all members in this House will join me in supporting this important bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his great dedication and hard work, and I'm very proud to serve by his side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to express to you my thanks for so many dedicated women and men in the House administration and at the library for their incredible work. Without them, C-224 would not have achieved the success that it has had up until now. In particular, I want to thank Marc-Olivier Girard at the Private Member's Business Office, Isabel D'Souza and Wendy Gordon at the Office of the Law Clerk, and Michael Dewing at the Library of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. May Cambridge, moved that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-224, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Assistance Drug Overdose, be now read a second time and concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? 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 The bill is carried. It being 6:09 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.